Welcome, everybody, to Umineko. I'm Mal, and I'm joined again, of course, by Kat.
Alright. My kettle was actually like showing up on my microphone for once. Sorry, everyone.
Yes, also, my apologies that I never turned on the music source, so you didn't get any of that.
Just today, or like for the last like 3 months.
Oh, no, just today.
Okay, good.
Yeah, no, I haven't been that bad. I just forgot to flip it on today, because I don't have it on, like, an automatic switch.
No, I just keep it on all the time because I'm almost never playing anything through that channel.
Hmm. Fair
I
enough.
have it hooked in to a very specific tab that I use. So,
Oh, okay, I didn't know you could hook it into a specific tab.
um, I use a different program than Chrome for the music every day. I use FreeTube specifically because like, fuck YouTube.
Yeah, that's actually fair. I could probably do that then, because I have used FreeTube before.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, how have you been?
Um, I have had a hell of a time trying to get literally any sleep for the past like 4 or 5 days. It's been brutal.
Yeah, remember you mentioning something about the insomnia.
hmm I've been getting like 3 hours of sleep for the past like 3 days. Today was better, but still not quite. Like I had
100%,
5 hours of
yeah.
sleep instead of like the actual good amount. Which before I was disabled and I was constantly in pain, like 5 hours was perfect for me. But chronic pain has a way of like making you exhausted. So I actually need like the normal human amount of like 7 to 8 hours now.
Yeah, that is absolutely fair.
Uh,
Yeah, not too much new for me, as far as anything that's happened since Thursday.
that was going to be my next question. Just like what's been up with you?
Yeah, no, nothing too new. No, this coming Thursday, earlier in the day from stream, of course, I will be going to see the second Dune movie.
Hell yeah! I still haven't watched the first one. I need to because like the fucking style that just drips off of all of the clips I've seen is amazing,
Oh yeah,
and I loved Dune when I was a kid.
oh yeah, absolutely. Like they've nailed it from
Like
what I know
whatever
from
the last
fans.
adaptation was. Whatever the last adaptation was, I loved that thing, and then I also loved the fucking game because like I'm a huge strategy nerd. So
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I think I remember you talking about the strategy game.
mm,
Yeah, so gonna do that, then go to my doctor's appointment, and then I will probably just conk out until stream.
yeah, fair. The strategy game is just for everyone wondering, not a good game. It's buggy. It's a mess. It's an early RGS game. Don't don't play it. It's awful. But I liked it because we didn't really have much better back then. So
Also, I have seen that the summary of Coyote versus Acme has leaked. And the ideas there sound really good, so it's even more of a
I
shame
don't
what the.
even know what this is.
Oh, yeah, so Warner Brothers has refused to do this, to actually release this movie. It's done.
Hmm.
It's another situation just like the Batwoman movie.
Oh, that's fucking pathetic.
Yeah, where they're not letting that movie go. And in contrast to the Batwoman movie, other services have made offers. Other companies have made offers for Coyote versus Acme. Because, of course, the directors and things aren't going to take this line down. Because they need to, they can't keep doing this where they work on a movie and then they can't show any of it to future
Yeah,
clients.
like because a single movie takes a year or more to create at like the length and like budget and all that shit that like we go with most of the time now.
Yeah,
Because like you make a student film in like 6 weeks if you work quickly and you've got a lot of free time. But like a full feature length film, that takes at least a year most of the time.
yeah. A year, probably more than that, just because, well, it's a Looney Tunes movie. It's gonna have, that animation meets actors thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it sounded excellent, but Warner Brothers won't do it.
Now yourself, you little fucking shitbag, get out of here.
And now they won't do it because they'll get embarrassed if the movie now does well. And that's not just me speculating, that's like internal documentation.
That's been like leaked and shit.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah, I hadn't heard about this at all.
Yeah, because
I am like so far stuck in my hole that like I barely hear about anything anymore, and that's on purpose because I just don't have the spoons for all that shit.
yeah, no, that's absolutely fair. Because yeah, it was worked on by director Dave Green, and he's been very adamant, like, yeah, you can't keep doing this, Warner Brothers, because it's Warner Brothers who did this twice now. Where
Yeah, like you can't do that to people. You can't like force them to. I mean, yes, you can have the people sign NDAs, but NDAs go away eventually. Is the thing.
yeah, but you can't go, here, make this movie and spend, a year plus of your life making this,
Of which
and
we only get limited number of those.
yeah, and then, you know, not get to show anything for it, which, yeah, I mean, the loss to art by itself is bad enough, but also, like, they need to show what
Like
they've
the
been
human
doing.
cost there, yeah.
Yeah. And, so they can go ahead and get credit for what they've done.
Yeah, like a lot of people will probably be saying it's like, oh, they got paid already. What's their problem? But like, that's not the point. The money is not the point. That's not all that matters in the world.
Yeah, exactly. There's a reason there are credits at the end of movies and video games.
Yeah, and books and everything.
Yeah, and
Like
books
you
and
know the
everything.
people that were involved in the making of it for a reason.
Yeah,
Because people's hard work deserves to be appreciated, like or
yeah,
at the very least acknowledged.
yeah, and the economic side of things is that's how people get hired for future projects.
Yeah, like
And
this is why artists have portfolios.
yeah, so they
The
can.
writers have them too, because I know most people think of artist as like a visual thing, but like artists, writers, musicians, everyone like we all have portfolios for a reason, and we can't show off a lot of stuff that we make because we're under NDA for it. But like,
Yeah,
if that's everything that we've done for like 3 years, then we just have this huge gap in our portfolio that doesn't show like our current skills.
yeah, exactly. And you can't go, and it goes for everybody from from writers and directors and things to things you don't think about, like costuming and set design.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how they get hired. And if they don't have that, that's a huge gap. Like, there's, you know, they get questioned about what they've been doing, why they haven't been doing anything, and even just, hey, the last movie you worked on that actually got released was,
Actually, for like the average person who doesn't need like a portfolio or anything, imagine having a 3 or 4 year employment gap on your CV. That's what it's like. Because our portfolios are our CVs, more or less.
yeah, exactly.
For visual arts, like specifically digital and like painting and all that stuff.
Oh, thank you
This
for
is less of an issue.
the follow,
Hmm?
Henry Red.
Oh, well, hi, Henry, right? I guess. Um, But for like a visual artist, this is less of an issue because like we can do quick little paintings on our own time, you know. But like for people who are sculptors or they do like movie scores or make movies or make video games, having what your last thing just not be released to the public ever means that you've got like a gap on your portfolio of like 2 or 3 years, and you can't do anything about it because you couldn't make your own shit during that
Yeah.
because it just took too much time.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, that's basically the problem there. And it's different if there's an issue in production and the movie stops halfway through. That's different than the movie's literally finished, and we refuse to release it even in a limited capacity. We're not even going to do direct-to-video.
Show it off at a fucking film festival or something. Like,
Yeah, anything.
even if you don't put it in all theaters all the time, like, you just show it off at a fucking film festival or something, right?
Yeah, show it off, and then that gives the people the ability to go, hey, this is what I worked on. You can watch what I worked on. Anyway, that was a
Like
huge
fucking
ass
Warner
rant,
Brothers.
but I have very strong feelings about that particular problem.
Yeah, and like obviously I have like a vested interest in this kind of thing because of my job.
Yep. So, yeah, last time, Jessica and Cannon fucking bit it.
Well. There was some anime shit back there though. Well, the last stream,
Yep.
fucking energy blade fighting.
Yep. Yeah, we fight anime now. At Jessica's death, it became certain that the culprit was hiding somewhere nearby, and that they'd come
Like on one
for our
hand,
lives if
I
they
think
had a
that's cool as
chance.
shit.
Yeah.
Like the arm blades and everything. But on the other, I'm just sort of like that came out of nowhere, man. There was no build up to that.
Nope.
Which like might have been the point, but also like, come on. So I don't know how to deal with this. Suddenly the the supernatural horror mystery thing has turned into anime battle. I don't know.
Yeah. Though they have specified something. Because Beatrice said that Cannon showing his arm blade was equivalent to admitting he was subhuman or showing his subhumanness.
Yeah,
So,
but I think like Beatrice probably just said that to like fuck with him.
well, yeah, but I think that does mean that kind of like how a witch, you would say a witch is still human from your perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Even if it's a yokai situation.
Yeah.
So I think
Because like the spirit of a human can become a god. That doesn't mean like they're not human anymore. It means they're a human god.
yeah, I think that Cannon and Shannon are the same way. In that
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah, and that they're not witches, but they are something else.
And it's also possible that like the magic of that blade or what have you comes from subservience, or
Yeah.
the spell itself is based on subservience in some way.
Yeah, I could see that. So
Thereby, like revealing that blade is admitting that he is subservient to someone else in like a very fundamental way.
yep, exactly, because there will be magic and there will be fighting with magic, but never once will someone like Beatrice, who does not serve anyone, use an arm blade like that.
I could probably liken it to something like a knight sort of deal. Like someone has taken an oath, like a magically binding oath that gives them the ability to use those arm blades.
Yeah, exactly, and Beatrice even called Cannon a knight.
Mm, yeah. Okay. Now that you say that, I remember that now. Yeah. But like, just to this is only slightly related, but like never have your nobles in your writing treat their knights like furniture or like subhuman or disposable tools. And never have your knights treat themselves like that to their lords either, because that's not what an oath of fealty is.
Yeah, no, an oath of fealty is very different. It is a devoted relationship. Not of the
Like
romantic
the liege
sort.
lord
But
has like a responsibility to protect and guide their vassals as well. Like it's not just the vassals are oath bound to protect and like help the liege lord. It's the liege lord also has a responsibility to uphold their end of that oath as well.
yeah, and
Besides,
that's the reason
knights
it.
may be knights, but they're still fucking nobility. You don't like treat nobility like that, even if
Yeah,
you are also nobility.
yeah, you don't treat nobles like that because that's the quick way to a coup.
Mm-hmm. That's a very quick way to a coup. It doesn't matter if they're a commoner knight or not. Once they get the title of knight, they are a noble. Period.
Yep,
It's not hereditary, but they do have the title of nobility.
yep,
They are a peer.
yeah, they've got nobility. They have a right, basically, because there are very few absolute monarchs because it is something very hard to manage.
Yeah, like the way that I've managed to make an absolute monarchy for like Well of Souls is because like, and this only happens in a couple of places, but like the leading the monarch is like basically a god, and that's why it's a like an absolute monarchy because like everyone like whenever the god says something, they're just gonna be like, yeah, okay, sure, yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah, because they all
It's a
have
god, right?
yeah, and they all have fucking respect because I think you're talking about Gwyneth here, right?
What Gwyneth, the Witch King, Evo.
Yeah, but yeah, basically in all those circumstances, it's that person does shit for them.
Yeah, like not only are they just like straight up a god, but these people are actually like competent at their jobs and like do the thing that they promise to do. They wield their power like they're supposed to.
Yeah, because if they were incompetent enough, eventually they would probably at least leave.
Yeah, like Gwyneth has like legal and practical like full authority over everything, but she does still delegate because like that's what you do. You literally just do not have the time of the day in the day to like just do whatever you want.
Yep.
So like there's the Inquisitor lords, there's still like the Elven nobility, etc., etc., and the same thing for for the Witch King Max.
Yeah.
Like he does all that too.
But in human terms, basically, if you're an absolute monarch, you still need people to enforce your rule for you, but
Mm-hmm.
you run into the
Like
risk that
you need your marquises, your generals, your marshal, your knight commanders. You need the people who wield military power first and foremost, because if you don't got that, then anyone with a sword can like just or a spear or even a fucking pitchfork can do whatever the fuck they want, right?
yeah, exactly. But yeah, basically, point being, you have to keep those people happy. Otherwise,
Yeah.
you end up with a slit throat, and now they're in charge.
Yeah, pretty much. And like I
Uh,
would say this applies to fantasy just as much as anything else too.
oh yeah, absolutely. It's just in your case for the fantasy with stuff like Gwyneth and things, people would probably just fucking leave unless they really, really thought they could take her. But I think she would
Yeah.
know. I think she would notice if somebody was starting to get that powerful.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
But if you want to know more about this, CGP Gray's Rules for Rulers.
Mm-hmm. It talks about the keys and the treasures and all that.
Yep.
Basically, the idea is that you need to give power and like privilege to the key people in your kingdom or your nation or whatever the hell it is. Let's just call it a state. You need to give the keys, as in like power and privilege and the treasures, as in like whatever the fuck they want, really, to the people that are key to propping up your state
Yeah,
in order to keep your state on its feet.
yeah, and the issue is you can't make the utopia you're imagining because your wealth is finite. So
Mm-hmm.
so basically the people with the keys to your kingdom are going to want things that benefit them and only them.
This is just like another aspect of power politics, more or less.
Yep.
This is what happens. This is like realistic politics, more or less. Is like when you have people in positions of power, they want these things, even if they're like relatively good people. They still need all of this power to fight against like the people that aren't so like altruistic, right? So they'll still want the treasures.
Yeah, because, money or resources is power.
Money, resources, influence, whatever will give them like the power base they need to do their altruistic things, but they still need it, right?
Like, yeah, exactly. And some of those things are going to be more lavish than others because you do need to. It shouldn't be this way, but you have to, in those situations, project power as well.
Mm-hmm.
So you need to be able to, fly around the nation at a moment's notice.
Like how this is relevant to like the visual novel here is that in the case of these oaths and how Beatrice is treating her oath-bound familiars and all that stuff, I should hope that they enjoy it, because if they don't, then they will find a way out.
Yep.
They will find a way out of that oath somehow, some way, because the person who makes the oath and the person who holds the oath both have like a responsibility to uphold something there.
Yeah, exactly. Which I think that, in general, Beatrice probably understands that, at least enough.
Oh yeah, I mean she's a fucking very powerful witch, so
Yeah.
I would assume she understands it. And
It's...
she was just like treating Canon like that because it would piss him off.
Yeah, exactly. It would piss him off. Whereas, she's very business with her, uh, goat man.
Yeah.
It's just, hey, come on, do the thing, kick his ass.
Yeah, pretty much.
Um, Another example of this, to an extent, is the difference between yourself and fucking Xenos in Final Fantasy XIV, which they do emphasize this in Endwalker. What your pact with a void scent looks like versus his, not even really a pact, he just kind of forcefully takes the power.
Yeah, he made the pact and then like abuses it, more or less.
Yeah, I mean, basically, she can do whatever she wants, and Kinda really can't do anything other than hide away. Because Henry Red asked, is Beatrice the real queen of the island?
Good, my cat is not laying on the cable this time. He is trying to clean my arm, though.
And also, like, Kinda basically abdicates power to do the ritual.
Mm-hmm. He gives up that power as part of the sacrifice or what have you.
Yeah, because he literally throws the head's ring out the fucking window.
But I find this happening a lot in like a lot of fantasy comics, is how like the lords treat their knights and everything. It's like you don't do that because the knights are the ones that are trained all their lives to kill motherfuckers. Like, there is no such thing as an incompetent knight, alright? You don't get to be a knight by not knowing how to do your job.
Yeah, no.
There might be like a not like an honorable, but like a what's the word I'm looking for?
Well, respectful.
No, like a given as a like a recognition of service rather than because someone earned it sort of deal.
Oh,
I just don't. I can't remember the name or the word rather.
yeah, I can't think of the word either, but I know what you're talking about.
I feel like it has something to do with like the word honor, but like I don't know. Honorary. There we go. There is such
Yeah,
a thing as honorary knights, but they still know how to do their job specifically.
yeah, absolutely. Like, yeah,
That job may not be fighting, but they still know how to do their job.
yeah, which we have today, even.
Mm-hmm. And like knighthood is given as like a reward for service to the realm, more or less.
Yeah,
It is possible for like people to like get knighthood through like connection and nepotism and shit like that, corruption. But most knights are going to know how to kill a motherfucker very easily.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So yeah, Cannon was, I would say he was trained in how to fight, but it doesn't feel like he was trained how to be a knight.
Yeah,
Because that's a distinct difference, as we've kind of said, basically. He's not a knight, he's a slave, basically.
yeah, more or less.
Like, yeah, he literally gets paid, but he's expected to live and die working for the Ushiromiya family, and that's all he's worth. And that's
And you can make a lot of like you can draw a lot of parallels between that and knighthood because like whenever a knight gives their oath, they're also expected to do something like that.
oh
But
yeah,
like
it's different though. My point being is, they are considered a full person with nobility. Like they are,
yeah, that's what I was going with that. Yeah.
yeah. They can have, as long as it doesn't supersede, they can have other desires. As long as it doesn't supersede their lord.
Mm-hmm. And like they're completely free to go do their own thing while the Lord doesn't need them as well.
Yeah, exactly.
They're not expected to like stay on the property and like wait hand and foot on the guy. You don't treat your knights like that because again, they know how to kill motherfuckers.
Yeah. Also, something that's worth noting is feasting halls and things. Most of the time, those things are actually very sparse looking, and they use what is essentially folding picnic tables.
Yep.
You wouldn't think that's, you would think that was a modern invention, just, because you don't think of it like that. But yeah, absolutely. Those are temporary tables to have a large dinner with everybody.
Yeah, because like most of the time when you're eating in your fucking hall or whatever, um,
It's just,
like
you, maybe the staff, your personal knights that live there.
yeah,
But,
it's in like
you
that's
know,
about it. But
yeah.
when you have a feast going on, you've got probably in some cases hundreds of people in your hall.
Yeah, so you've got basically temporary tables stowed away somewhere. And just pull them out when it's time to have a feast.
The only time like that sort of thing is permanent is like when you're just so fucking lavish that you're holding feasts every week, right? Like,
Yeah, exactly. Or, like, you have a dedicated feasting hall instead of that just being your dining room.
which is also a thing historically.
Yes, absolutely. Especially, I would say, in Nordic countries, if I remember right.
Germanic in general, I think, yeah. I would say the same for Celtic stuff, but I am not 100% sure on that one.
Yeah, at the very least, I've heard of that more. Uh, Obviously from myths and things, especially.
Yeah, but just like fiction, myths are like they take something that's relatively realistic and then just like
Oh yeah,
blow it the fuck up.
for sure. But sometimes it's the only shit that survives from a culture.
It's true. Yeah.
So
Wish Nate was here. He could tell us about the feasting hall for Celts.
yeah,
But he's playing a video game right now, so I'm not gonna bother him.
yep. Anyway, according to Genji, when tomorrow morning comes, the boat should arrive. I have a feeling you guys aren't gonna make it for that boat. Boat had a
Yeah.
radio. You'd probably be able to contact the police directly with that. All of us gathered in the parlor and decided to wait quietly until tomorrow. Proposed that we should search throughout the mansion for clues about the culprit, but Aunt Rosa rejected that, saying that it managed to corner the culprit or maybe provoke them and might lead to a third murder. Which is fair, honestly.
Yeah.
I don't want to agree with Rosa, but yeah, like, either you're gonna have to kill the killer for sure, or the killer's gonna kill somebody in the act of getting apprehended. Like, that's reasonable enough caution.
I still think that Rosa should not have a gun.
She should not.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Edwards, on that.
Yeah, heartwarming. The worst person ever has a good point. Oh, yeah, and that does remind me to do the content warnings
Yes, please. Because you're the one with the
button.
chat command for it. Relevant bits here are probably, like extreme violence and, child abuse. So,
Yes, and one other thing for either today or Thursday will be the mentions of cannibalism.
hi, City. How you doing?
Oh,
Welcome in.
yeah, welcome in, Acidia.
That is another idea for a emote gif, is my avatar doing the bongo thing.
Oh, yes, the bongos are also very good.
Oh,
I suppose you could get, like, Ember Phoenix in the mix for that.
what I'll do for, like, the cats, if I have cat emotes, is just, like, their faces.
That's also fair.
They are very handsome boys.
Yeah,
They don't need any, prettifying or anything like that. You can just use their faces. Oh, Phoenix. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fat boy.
Yep, there are mentions of cannibalism. That was probably the right thing to do. If a bunch of amateurs like us investigated, there's no way we'd find anything. It'd be wisest to focus on protecting ourselves without doing anything unnecessary and leave it to the police starting tomorrow. We'd been tense at the beginning, but other than Aunt Rosa, most of us had spent all morning watching TV and getting bored, so our sense of danger had faded considerably. When we thought about it, yes, 6 adults certainly had been killed together in the first murder. That made it seem like some backhanded method like poison had been used. Yeah, it's kind of not a good... Like, there's no way to think of a single person, or even 2 people, being able to take down, whole-ass adults all at once. So, you'd have to get them either by themselves or do something like poison.
Yeah. Or just be like a total fucking John Wick style hard ass.
I mean, yeah, yes, but I don't picture that being the case. But I could be wrong.
It would be very funny to have Beatrice in like a suit, like doing John Wick shit.
Oh, yeah, that would honestly be pretty fucking cool. And for the second murder, we figured those 2 became sacrifices because they'd been unfortunately isolated from the rest of us.
Someone get on that because like I don't have the time to do like joke illustrations like that. But like someone get on that.
From this, it was possible to imagine that the culprit wasn't a large number of adults, and that they wouldn't be capable of killing this large group gathered in the parlor all at once. Right now in this parlor, there's George and me, Maria, Aunt Rosa, Genji, Goda, Shannon, Kumasawa, and then Dr. Nanjo for a total of 9 people. And of course, Dr. Nanjo is Dr. Nacho, according to Captioner.
Of course, every time.
For more, Aunt Rosa was even armed with a gun, which continues to be concerning.
Yes, this continues to be an issue. Someone needs to take that from her.
Surely, with this many people staying in this room, they wouldn't be able to touch us easily. Feeling of security, along with the passage of time, allowed us to recover from the shock of that morning bit by bit. By the way, lunchtime had just ended for us. However, it had been a canned food lunch, a far cry from the dinner last night that Goda had skillfully made for us. Aunt Rosa also suspected that poison may have been used in the first murder. We probably couldn't deny the possibility that the culprit had snuck into the kitchen during all that confusion in the morning and mixed poison in with the ingredients here.
Else Goda as Gouda.
Amazing.
That is pretty amazing. Like the pronunciation is pretty similar in Japanese, but like just knowing that that's also a cheese is like, yeah. Damn it! Now I want some Gouda cheese. All I got is fucking like provolone and cheddar right now. So, well, there's some Oaxaca in there, but it's not mine.
Actually, kind of curious what Goda means. Japanese. There is a name.
I don't know. I can't fucking read kanji, so I couldn't tell you if I saw his name.
It might just be. Gouda. Don't want to look too closely because I've been spoiled enough for things as it is.
Yeah, that's true. I nearly just googled it myself, and then you said that. It's like, yeah, no, never mind. I'm not gonna.
Yep. So we probably couldn't deny that they snuck into the kitchen during all that confusion in the morning and mixed poison in with the ingredients there. Aunt Rosa gave orders to all of us saying that until the police came, we mustn't put anything into our mouths except safe things like canned food.
Also, a fair decision.
Yep. As a cook, Goda must have felt very let down. Apparently eager to display his skill anyway. He said he at least wanted to grab some plates and arrange the canned food on them. At first, Aunt Rosa had been reluctant, examining each one of the plates that were brought, but she hadn't been able to find anything to complain about. And Goda's chef's pick canned food lunch combo was born. Goda said something about the taste being savored, not just with the tongue, but with the eyes as well. See, it's the same canned food we ate for breakfast, but it feels like something completely different. Cutler, look! This is the wolves and sheep puzzle.
Yeah, that's fair.
Oh,
I didn't
okay.
expect the name to mean anything specific, but
Yeah, I was curious if it was literally a pun on Gouda to begin with, or if it was something normal Japanese like that. As I was sitting lazily on the sofa with no desire to watch TV, Maria came over, pulled a picture book out of her handbag, and held it out to me.
なんだよ、狼と羊のパズル?
What's that book? Wolves and Sheep Puzzle?
どれどれ?
Let's see. Wolves and Sheep Puzzle. There's a phrase that Aunt Rosa had said this morning when we'd gone to call on Jessica. That time I hadn't known what it meant, and right after that was that uproar when Jessica's corpse was found, so I'd forgotten about it completely. The book that Maria held out to me looked like a foreign picture book or something that had been translated. When I opened it, I realized that it was a book stuffed with riddles.
You
have a few wolves and a few sheep, okay?
Oh, that fucking thing. Okay.
Yeah, the puzzle is...
This is.
Yeah, the puzzle is... In
the West, we use grain, a chicken, and fox.
Yep. Though sometimes we do actually do wolves and sheep. But the traditional one is, yeah, a chicken, some grain, and wolf.
そんなルールのゲームを聞いたことあるな。これはそれの狼と羊バージョンなのか。
Heard of games with rules like that, so this is a version with wolves and sheep. A very simple puzzle passed on from long ago. Try posing a question. On the right bank, there are 2 wolves and 2 sheep. Boat that many as 2 animals can ride on, and using it, you have to move all 4 of them to the opposite left bank. That's the puzzle. There are 2 rules. First is regarding the boat. And a single wolf or a single sheep can paddle it, but it can only hold 2 animals. Second rule is regarding the wolves. When they are greater in number than the sheep, in any location, they attack the sheep, and it's game over. For example, at the start of the game, let's say the 2 sheep get in the boat and go to the other side. When 1 sheep gets off and the other goes back to the first bank. When it does, there are 2 wolves on the first bank, and a single sheep returns there. When that happens, the number of wolves is greater, so the sheep is attacked and it's game over. On either bank, or even the boat, there must never be more wolves than sheep. And you've got to shuttle them all across under these conditions.
This one seems... I feel like this one is simpler than the 3 thing one.
Yeah, exactly. Though it does have a greater number of creatures overall. It's simpler because there's...
But you can also carry more across at the same time, so...
Yeah. I think it's...
I think it'd be impossible if you could only carry 1 across.
Yeah. I think sometimes the green one has 2, depending on how many objects there are.
No, you could solve it with just the 1. You just have to, like, do it one at a time, like a wolf first, then a sheep, then a wolf, then a sheep.
Oh, yeah, because
like,
that's if you're manning the boat, basically.
Yeah, if you can only move 1 animal at a time, that's it. That's actually super simple.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's dead easy. By the way, the right answer is to move both wolves to the opposite bank in the first turn, then 1 wolf comes back. On the second turn, you move 2 sheep to the opposite bank, then 1 wolf comes back. Then on the third turn, you put that last wolf that was on the right bank on the boat and cross to the opposite bank, and congratulations, transport successful. Part way, there may be the same number of wolves and sheep in the boat or on either side, but that isn't a problem. You only lose when the number of wolves is greater. This book uses wolves and sheep as an example, but lots of people probably know of this game using different characters. It looked like Maria wanted to solve whether I too could solve the puzzle she knew how to solve.
Did I miss something? Because it seems like you can just, like, put the 2 sheep on, go over, and then put the 2 wolves, and then go over.
No, okay, so you're missing something. The wolves and sheep are the ones paddling the boat. There is no you. There's no person.
Oh, so you have to have 1 go back. Okay,
yeah,
gotcha.
Yeah, so 1 goes back.
It's just a bias from, like, how the other puzzles of this type are
solved, yeah.
So because like like the other versions explicitly include you as a character in the thing.
Yeah. So I've actually had a version where it's still the animals doing it. So it's, the fox, the chicken, and the grain. So what you have to do is have the fox take the grain. Then you go back with the fox, and then you get the fox and sheep.
But if the fox and the sheep are the fox and the chicken are alone, the fox eats the chicken.
Or, yeah, let's see, what is it again? But either way, it's one of those situations where you have to be careful about 3 things instead of 2, but this one's being simple with just 2. Looks like Maria wanted to test whether I too could solve the puzzles she knew how to solve, and she kept showing me different pages saying solve this one and this one's hard. But what was happening when Aunt Rosa first mentioned this puzzle? Oh yeah, definitely, and like, lambs to the slaughter and all that thing. That's right. When we decided to go and get Jessica, we talked about how many men should go. Aunt Rosa mentioned the wolves and sheep puzzle, saying we should all go together.
I've actually seen videos of loans like fucking killing moose and elk and shit. It's wild. I know that, like, in general, fucking, like, lone wolves do not survive very often. But, like, I was looking into it for something I was writing, Arc Wolf, actually, and just to see, like, what a wolf was capable of on, like, by itself without a pack. And, like, I found, like, a video of a wolf just, like, taking out a giant fucking elk.
Oh,
by itself.
Yeah, that's impressive. That's impressive.
Like, that wolf was a fucking, like, that one was a badass. That one, like, a paragon of all wolves, because that's some wild shit.
Yeah, because again...
Normally how wolves hunt, like, big animals like that is they'll nip at the heels, specifically, which is also why dogs go for the heels when they're playing. Like, they go for the hems of your pants and, like, your boots and everything. They don't bite as hard as a wolf does, obviously. And that's also why they attack each other's legs, blah, blah, blah. That's, their instinct. But this wolf just, like, stared this fucking elk down, and, like, they, like, looked at each other for a couple seconds, then rushed each other, and the wolf just, like, jumped up and grabbed the neck and just whoop, killed it immediately, just instant, dead.
There you go. And it's kind of funny, because one of the only predators of the moose, normally, is the killer whale.
Which is fucking weird. Like an aquatic predator of a land-based animal.
Mm-hmm. But moose can swim, and they do. Wouldn't think of them as particularly buoyant, but they are.
Yeah, and it's actually really difficult to find, by the way, the top speed of, like, a beaver in water.
Because they go nyum.
Yeah, like... I don't know why, but, like, I was getting, like, 4 different fucking, vastly different numbers when I was looking for it, for Arc Wolf. Because, like, the whole idea, right, was that a wolf gained sentience, or sapience, rather, not sentience, it already had sentience, sapience due to the intervention of a god, right? Just a bored forest deity was just like, I'm gonna give this wolf, like, brain meats just to see what happens. And, that wolf was also a lone wolf. And so I had a scene where she was hunting a beaver, and she knew that she couldn't outrun a beaver and hunt it down in the water, so she had to catch it on the shore, right? But I was like, how fast are beaver, though? I don't know. I know how fast a wolf is, but I don't know about, like, beavers, and wolves can swim, but they're not very quick at it, so, like... how realistic is this like fight, quote unquote, scene gonna be? Because, like, it wasn't really a fight. Like, a beaver can't actually fight a wolf. It doesn't have the tools for it.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, smaller things can fight larger things, but a beaver just isn't equipped for that sort of thing.
Not without a lot of planning.
Yeah. What she did was she missed the first lunge, so she just like plopped her paw on the big old paddle tail, and then just like grabbed it with her teeth and just threw it further into the woods so she had more time to hunt it. This is before it got back to the water. Which I don't know if you guys know how big and strong wolves are, but like just go look up like what a wolf looks like next to a person.
Yeah.
Like a real wolf, not like a wolf dog or anything like that.
Yeah.
Because they are enormous. They're like twice the size of a husky.
Yep.
So imagine one of these motherfuckers like picking a fucking beaver up by the tail and hurling it into a tree. Like, that beaver was fucked. There's no way that beaver was getting out of there at all.
Nope. Wait a sec. That could only mean one thing. Aunt Rosa was saying that there was a wolf among us. Was she thinking that we'd be safe if the number of wolves and sheep was imbalanced? That the wolves would bare their fangs if the situation changed? At the time we found our parents' corpses, Aunt Rosa already suspected servants might be wolves. She'd sniffed out the possibility that, while she didn't know whether it was all of them or some of them, there were wolves hiding among them.
Don't mind the sounds in the background. That's just my cats tearing up a box because they don't like their fucking scratching post for whatever reason.
Weird.
Just,
well, I say weird, but
they don't like
that's such cat behavior, to be honest.
I know. They never use their fucking scratching post anymore. They haven't used it in like 2 years. I don't know why I still have it.
That murder scene was very elaborate. Easy to imagine that there were multiple culprits, and because she'd reached that conclusion, when we went to Jessica's room and learned that Jessica had been killed after being alone with the servant, Cannon, it isn't hard to imagine why Aunt Rosa suspected the servant so persistently.
Shut up, cat.
You servants.
Silence, boy.
Yoda is going to the kitchen to clean the dishes. Just in case, would you please all go with him? My apologies, everyone. Let us go as a group.
Shannon, Kumasawa. Ikuzo.
Shannon, Kumasawa, we are going.
Yes, yes, coming. Well then, George, excuse me for now. Yes, take care. Oh, Aunt Rosa, could I go as well? I'm sorry, but would you remain here, George? There's something I want to talk to you about. That's sorry, Shannon. Anyway, take care. Don't be alone. Yes. I'm sorry, Dr. Nanjo. I wanted to consult you about something. Yes, what could that be? Servants put the dishes and empty cans on the serving cart, started to head out into the corridor. Behind them, Aunt Rosa was talking to Dr. Nanjo about something in a small voice. Understood. I will go. Yes, I'm counting on you. Dr. Nanjo closed the book he had been reading, rose from the sofa, and followed after the servants. Aunt Rosa stuck her head out into the hallway, and after seeing that they were completely out of sight, she closed the door and spoke. Listen up, everyone. With that, everyone here is an Ushiromiya. Yeah, that's true. So you're saying that you've chased out all of the wolves, Aunt Rosa? That one sentence, Aunt Rosa's gaze grew sharp. Apparently she had picked up on the sarcasm. He laughed lightly.
バトラ君は頭の回転が速いのね。
Mine sure works fast, Battler.
賢い子は好きよ。
I like clever kids.
話が早いわ。
Means there's less to explain.
Shut up, you fucking weirdo. Goddamn, Rosa. What the fuck?
Yeah. I'm annoyed by
I can't even, like, articulate why that's weird. Like, I don't know how to, like, explain why I feel like that's weird. Why she's being weird about this. I don't know. Maybe it's like a bias against Rosa.
I mean, yeah, I'm just annoyed because it's clearly a dig at Maria, who would need more explained to her because A, small
That might be
child,
it. Yeah.
and B, neurodivergent.
It also might be like a holdover from fucking like reading a romance fantasy. And so like there's this trope where the male leads always go like, "Oh, she's such an interesting girl" or whatever. And it's just like, dude, shut up. You fucking weirdo.
Yeah. And yes, I mean, that's kind of something the narrative establishes, is she doesn't really like Maria. She feels responsible for her to an extent, but that's about it. She kind of wants to like Maria sometimes, but she doesn't actually like her. And, you know, that's obvious for a lot of reasons of what we've seen, especially in this episode.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, it's normal to not always be happy with your child. It's not normal to act like Rosa.
Oh, バトラー頭いい？
Battler's smart?
これ解ける？
Can you solve
64
this?
ページの難しい
Page 64 is hard.
の。うん。
マリアは少しの間テレビを見ていなさい。
Maria, go watch TV for a bit.
ママはバトラ君たちとお話があるの。
Mama wants to talk with Battler and George.
おお。
ローザおばさん、パズルの話はバトラ君に聞いたよ。
Aunt Rosa, I heard about the puzzle from Battler.
用心深いのは悪いことじゃないと思うけど、さすがに疑り深すぎるのもどうかと思うよ。
I don't think it's wrong to be on our guards, but I also think there's such a thing as being too suspicious.
真の犯人がベアトリーチェかどうかは別にして、少なくとも使用人たちがその一味であることを疑うことはできると思うの。
Whether the real culprit is Beatrice or not, there is a reason for us to suspect that the servants are in on it.
兄さんたちが殺されていた最初の殺人。
In the first murder, where Kraus and the others were killed,
とても残酷な仕打ちがされていたわよね。
they were treated very brutally, right?
あれが一人でできる真似に見える。
Did that look like something that could have been done alone?
謎の来客、ベアトリーチェ様が夜鍋をして、チクチクやったのかもしれねえぜ。
Maybe the mystery
It would
guest...
not take that long to do what. People overestimate how long it takes to like brutalize a body. It's like 5 minutes per body. It's fucking.
I mean, true, as long
Take
as
like,
you
take like
actually...
half an hour to an hour to do all that.
I mean, as long as you gathered everybody and already had the candy, sure.
Well, I mean, like, if she didn't already have the candy, like, where the fuck did she get it from? You're
Well-
on an isolated island.
Well, I kind of meant like, oh, you know, the candy was in her room in the mansion and she, you know, happened to haul it or something.
Hi, buddy. What are you mowing at me for?
Now, it
He's getting his shoulder blade scratched, and he's enjoying this a lot.
would. Maybe the mystery guest, Lady Beatrice, worked all night and did it all.
I can't give him like proper scratches, of course, because like my fingers are bandaged from like me like breaking my nails the other day.
Yeah.
But like it's close to like the break going past the nail bed, but still not there yet. Still got like another millimeter to go. It's awful.
What about the master key in the door to Jessica's room?
使用人の誰かが関わっている証拠じゃない。
Isn't that proof that one of the servants was involved? It's at least compelling evidence. I'll give you that.
Man. So my fingernails grow faster than average, but not so fast. Like, I'll be good like 2 days from now, you know, with this.
Yeah.
So I'm just sort of like, when am I going to be able to like use this finger again?
Yeah. Only the master key could have locked the door to Jessica's room. So we can only suppose that one of the servants did it. No. Wait.
チェス盤をひっくり返すぜ。おかしいよ。ローザお
God,
ばさん。
Valor. God damn it.
Spin the chessboard around. That's strange, Aunt Rosa. Granted, I'm glad that Bettler is at least not saying turn the chessboard over constantly.
That's true. Yeah, at least we have like this better translation for it. It's just you shouldn't have a catchphrase in real life, motherfucker.
I mean, sure enough. But it's
What, Amber?
kind of one of the only reasoning tricks he's got, and he's gonna have a point here.
Well, I'm sure he usually does have a point when he does this. It's just like,
わざわざ施錠したんだ。
call it something else, man.
Yeah, after killing
just say like, think about it this way or something, you know?
Yeah, for sure. Granted, it's also to draw our attention to the game board again.
That's true, yeah.
After killing Jessica, why would the culprit go through all the trouble of locking the door?
施錠すれば、マスターキーの持ち主が疑われるのは必然。
The fact that it was locked made it inevitable that the owners of the master keys would be suspected.
わざわざ施錠する必要がないぜ。
There was no reason for them to go to all the trouble of locking the door.
Yeah, this is just like a very good point here.
Yeah. Because they could have just left the door unlocked. It's not like they were trying to hide the body.
Yeah, because if they wanted to hide the body, they'd like, you know, dump it out the window and then like
Go and collect
pull
it.
the poor bitch out to like, you know, the garden somewhere and just like stash in the bushes.
Yeah. You know, and generally speaking, the killer's shown a propensity for wanting the bodies found. So, it's not that. So, of course, any one of them is going to get suspected. And that's not a Russian roulette that a normal killer would want to play. If they didn't have to.
Not you. I'm shushing the cat, not you.
Oh.
You keep talking.
Yeah, I didn't even hear you doing this shush anyway.
Okay, just had to, you know, make sure you didn't think I was shushing you.
Yeah, no.
I generally don't shush people. I mean, sometimes for a joke, but aside from that.
But yeah, no, that's basically the point is, you know, like Battler saying, there's no reason for them to do this, and that kind of makes it the case that it's probably someone who does not have a master key normally.
Hi, Amber. Do you want to, like, not be like this today?
そうだよ。バトラ君の言う通りだ。
Or are you trying to apologize for nearly puking on my boots? Is that what's going on?
That's right, it's just as Battler says.
わざわざ疑われるようなことをする理由がない。
Context, I got up like 30 minutes late today. And so, like, when I usually feed my cats as soon as I get up. And he woke me up, like 30 minutes after I usually get up, which I was already close to getting up anyway. But, and then, like, I put food down and everything, and he ate just, like, a couple of bites so fast that his stomach got upset and he nearly puked all over everything. I just barely managed to, like, shove him over on top of, like, one of his bags that he likes to play with.
Well, I mean, yes, Henry, that can be the case, but no, Battler's actually got a point. If you didn't,
Yeah.
if you didn't need to lock the door for any reason, then there's, well, no, it's not a bad argument by itself, because Battler backs it up. Why would you lock the door? The body was going to be found. They're not trying to hide the fact that murders have took place.
Yeah, so like I mean, we know the real reason why Beatrice locked the door afterwards, right? It's to make it a closed room and make it so a human being could not possibly do this without magic, right?
Yeah, exactly.
We know that. But Battler is assuming mundane shit because he doesn't believe in magic and the supernatural at all.
Yeah.
So, thinking from a mundane perspective, why would you do this?
Yeah, because all
and
it
it's
does...
not like a...
yeah,
like I can't think of a reason sort of scenario here, but like rather...
the
only reason to do it is to make people suspect someone.
Yeah, to implicate the people with the master keys.
And why would you want to implicate the people with the master keys? In this case, because Beatrice really likes seeing people like cause chaos with one another.
Yeah.
She likes to sow discord like this.
Yeah.
For a less psychotic reason, under a mundane scenario, the main reason for this is to throw off suspicion to yourself.
Because
in that case, how the fuck did you get the key?
Yeah, of course, but basically it means it's somebody who doesn't normally have a master key. So it's just taking the problem from the opposite side, basically. Which is why they use that phrase so goddamn much.
Yeah.
Because it's...
This is like what you're supposed to do as like an investigator in the first place.
Yeah, let's look at why an action would have been taken. And the suspicious element of this is the locked door, because, again, it makes for anybody who has a key to that door being suspicious. And there
also one of the reasons why investigators of like serial murders and other horrific crimes like kind of get really fucked up a lot faster than just like normal witnesses and other investigators, because like trying to think like the kind of person that would do this, actively trying to think like this, is infectious to your thoughts.
Yeah, because
like you can easily change like the methods and like how you think in your brain if you try hard enough, right?
Yeah.
So if you do this too often, you absolutely can end up like altering yourself.
Yeah, like
you're not very like traumatic ways.
Yeah, like you're not going to end up becoming a killer just because of that, but you start thinking like a killer, and then you think, "Oh, that was an awful fucking thought."
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm sad.
And you start feeling guilty and traumatic. You know, like you traumatize. Like you can traumatize yourself like this.
Yeah.
With obsessive like spiraling thoughts and shit.
Yeah.
Which anyone with mental illness knows that like intrusive thoughts and obsessive thoughts they're not fun.
Yeah, exactly.
Even if they're like really relatively benign, even if they're not about like killing people or whatever, like they are not fun at all.
Yeah, it's the same thing that people who experience PTSD in general kind of experience, whether that's from an abusive relationship or being ex-military or being formerly incarcerated or being an ex-cop.
You know, the way that people with at least combat PTSD describe it as is circular thoughts. So your head just goes in circles, just constantly going back to the same thing over and over and over again, even with no prompting.
Yeah, exactly. And you go back to old things even 6 years later, even though you've been out of that situation for 6 years. Or you can, anyway.
Of course, like, obligatory ACAB, but, like, this is also why, like, investigators need, like, actual fucking therapy and shit all the time.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
They never get it, but they need it.
But, yeah, like, for example, there is an ex-cop that is very much ACAB that...
That dang dad?
Hmm?
That dang dad?
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah,
we'll watch the same people.
Yes, he talks about his experiences to explain why cops are so fucking awful, and part of the reason is how they're taught. And they're taught to expect violence around every corner, to be constantly afraid. And even though
basically traumatizing them through training.
Yeah, and
which is fucked up.
Yeah, and even though, ACAB, it also, fucks people up even when they learn their fucking lesson and realize, oh no, this is awful. I need to get out of this.
You know what's like even worse? The military isn't trained like that.
Yeah, no, the military is not trained like that.
Infantrymen aren't trained like that.
Yeah, no, because they're trained to actually, at least for the most part, not cause an international incident.
Yeah, like there's rules of engagement and all sorts of things that you have to keep in mind the entire time, and like breaking them is a huge no-no.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, this isn't even how military people are taught. Because they're actually taught fucking discipline.
Yeah, well, before anyone says oh, but how would you know, Kaz? I was raised military, all right?
Yeah.
My stepfather was a U.S. Army Ranger.
Yeah, not to mention...
a paratrooper and, fucking all that shit, so...
Yeah, and not
I grew up around a lot of military, but...
Yeah, and not to mention, there's plenty of resources about how military training works, exactly what they're taught, and same thing for the police. We know how they're taught, we know what their educational material is, and they're taught...
Hell, there are lectures that you can fucking find on the internet from the people being, teaching the police.
Yes.
And they are so much worse than anything that the military actually goes through in boot camp.
Yeah, as far as how they're meant to view the people that they're overseeing. Because military people are taught to understand things at least somewhat complexly, because they don't want to cause an international incident. Obviously, the military's done a lot of war crimes, but, the government wants those done on purpose at their orders, not just because some infantrymen got scared or otherwise did something they shouldn't.
Yeah, you don't want, as a general or a fucking colonel or whatever, you don't want one of your men to be the cause of one of these things, and you have to deal with it.
Yeah, exactly. Whereas police are taught, we divide people up into 3 categories. We are the sheepdogs. There are sheep that we oversee, and wolves. And there's nothing else. No other categories. And that dang dad talks about how traumatizing that mindset is, because they're also taught to imagine at every juncture exactly what could happen to them. A bad person could be hiding in that trash can, pop out, and kill you, etc., etc. And those cycles of thought still exist to this day for him, despite not being a cop anymore, despite being a police abolitionist. He still has that mindset because it's so hard to break, and it's continuing to traumatize him because he even thinks about it, what if something bad happened to my family? What if something bad happened to my, young daughter, etc.?
All this to say that what Butler is doing here is actually the correct, or at least the commonly accepted method of investigating crimes and everything, and solving these kinds of riddles. He's just a little dumb.
Yep, and give me about 10 seconds tops.
Yep, I am currently making a cup of tea. Don't worry about it. I'm also rereading the last chapter of Arc Wolf I wrote, so because I kind of want to start writing it again, I mean, I don't have the free time to do it right now, which is why I haven't been in almost a year now. That's painful, but I want to, so I got to keep it fresh in my brain and think about it more. Because there was a reason I stopped writing it. It's just I was just stuck on a scene, something that I wanted to have happen, and I don't have an outline for for Arc Wolf. I have one for Demon Heart, but not Arc Wolf. I was just saying that I'm rereading some of the recent chapters of Arc Wolf to try to get my trying to remember what I was doing with it because I don't have an outline for Arc Wolf. I've got an outline for Demon Heart, which you were helping me with as Queen Fiona, but
Yep.
not Arc Wolf. I have no outline for Arc Wolf. I
それ
only
は
have
面白い
drafts. I've just
考
got
え
like
ね
the chapter that I
もち
wrote.
ろん私もそれは考えた
Yes, that's an interesting thought. Of course, I also thought that. Big doubt, but okay.
だとしたら
Yeah, I don't fucking believe you,
施
lady.
錠した人物は使用人を疑わせたくてマスターキーなしであの扉を閉めた
If that's the case, then the person who locked it wanted to cast suspicion on the servant and locked it without a master
でも
key.
それは不可能
But that's impossible,
でしょ
right? That's right. There existed some trick that could lock the door without a master key that would make this a great disguise for casting doubt on the servant. Its goal was for us to isolate ourselves from the group so they could attack us one by one. This trick would also be effective in giving rise to paranoia. Now, if we take Beatrice because it's red text, their word, go, yeah, okay, that door cannot be kicked, to lock it. Which any door could,
Yeah,
but
locking a door through lockpicking is
much easier.
much more difficult than actually unlocking it. Actually, it's
Oh, okay.
much more difficult.
Fair enough. But yeah, but going okay, so they can't do that. Well, you go.
Or at least personally, I find it more difficult. I don't know if that's like true overall because I'm not an expert on lockpicking. I can do it a little bit and that's it.
Yep, just educational purposes. Check your local laws about what is legal for you to have.
Yeah, personally, I learned because like people just kept like locking stuff and like losing the key and everything, and I was like, all right, look, let me have a go at this, and like like poke things, and eventually I'd get it, and after a while, I actually kind of learned a little bit about how to do it.
Yeah, sometimes you do have to be the locksmith.
Yeah, like when I first moved into this house, the back door, screen door was locked, but it was locked with a hook, not an actual like lock. So I just got a piece of wire and snaked it through around the corners of the frame, and then just like lifted it with the wire.
Yeah. But anyway, the point I was going to make is, okay, assuming that's true, then, and this is not easy, but you pick someone's pocket, take the key, you do the thing, and then you unpick the pocket.
Yeah. If you can pick a pocket, you can unpick a pocket.
Yeah, and it's not easy, but yeah, you can do that.
Like, the most difficult part about, unpicking a pocket, for lack of a better phrase, is getting the thing that you're trying to put in their pocket deep enough in that they just won't notice that it's, moved in their pocket, right?
Yeah.
Because it's relatively easy to just stick something in the opening and just have it hang out or whatever. It's super easy to do that. I do that shit all the time to fuck with people. Like when I lived with Tyr, for example, I used to stuff wrappers and receipts and shit in his jacket pocket. But getting it deep enough in the pocket like you would when you put something in your pocket intentionally without the person noticing is extraordinarily difficult.
Yeah.
And pickpocketing things in general is also extraordinarily difficult. That's why people will usually distract the other person, the mark, by running into them or having a partner chat them up or what have you. You keep them from paying attention to what they're doing.
Yeah, exactly. There was no way to lock that door without using a master key.
Picking a pocket like you do in Skyrim or whatever, where you just saunter up and rifle through their pockets without them noticing is not easy, to say the least, because people generally are very aware of what they're wearing and the weight of their clothes and their pouch and everything like that. You have to distract them if you want like any like decent chance of success. Because you may stop noticing your phone in your pocket after a while, like consciously. But if you have your phone in your pocket for 3 fucking hours and then you take it out and put it somewhere, you definitely feel like that section of your leg is much more like cool now, right? Because there's less insulation between it and the air. Like it's very noticeable.
Yeah, absolutely. Like it is genuine. Like pickpocketing is a genuinely impressive skill.
One that I don't know how to do.
Nope.
I'm a pretty like roguish person, like in D&D terms or fantasy terms, but like I can't pick a pocket. That's like the one thing I can't do.
Yeah, no.
Like I can set traps, I can undo traps, I can like to an extent I can pick a lock. I mean like I can walk very, very quietly and hide very well, but I cannot pick a pocket. That's just like it's extremely difficult.
How can you be sure there's no way to lock that door without a master key? Which, yeah, is going to the fact that Avatar Battler understands the things that Meta Battler knows. Even if he doesn't know why he knows.
It's just like a feeling that he gets back like deep in the pit of his stomach. Like, I don't know, but I'm like 98% sure for some reason.
ルドルフ兄さんの言っていた悪魔の証明になるんじゃない？
Isn't that a devil's proof like Rudolph was talking about earlier?
私たちには想像もつかない方法で締められたのかもしれない。
Maybe it was locked by some method we can't think of. Which is Battler's old logic being turned back around on him.
Which is weird that Rosa like puts the devil's proof thing on Rudolph and not Battler, because Battler's the one who brought it up first in that conversation.
Yeah, it is weird.
It just goes to show like how very little like the adults pay attention to like the kids in this family.
Very true.
Which is also true for many families. Actually, most people in general will not pay attention to what like 16 and 17-year-olds say. For whatever fucking reason. I don't know why.
Yeah. Even if we can't think of a way, we can't deny the possibility of some unknown trick being used.
そりゃそうだけどよ。
That's true too, I guess.
つまりあれか？
So is that it?
疑わしきは黒ってわけなのか？
No smoke without fire again?
具体的なトリックはわからないけれど、それでも外角はわかるの。
I don't know the practical details of the trick, but I have a general
申し
idea.
訳ないけど、カノン君を犯人だと仮定すると、非常に簡単に説明できる。
My,
Okay. How did he get the fuck out of the room then?
my apologies, but if we make the assumption that Cannon was the culprit, it can be explained extremely
死
easily.
体がない理由までね。
Even as to why there was no corpse.
But how did he get out of the room so easily? Huh?
カノン君は
Like everything was
マス
locked
ターキーを
from
持っ
the
てなかったんですよ。
inside.
Huh? But Cannon didn't have a master key, right?
他の使用人ならともかく、カノン君にだけは施錠はできなかったはず。
Putting aside the other servants, at least Cannon shouldn't have been able to lock the door.
なるほど。それでローザおばさんは、ジェシカの部屋に入って早々に、俺たちにクローゼットなんかを探せと言い出したわけか。
I see, so that's why you told us to search in the closet and everywhere else right after we entered Jessica's room.
ローザおばさんこそ、普段の様子から想像できるより、頭の回転が速いな。
Fucking get her.
Yeah, get her, Battler. Aunt Rosa, your mind works faster than I would have guessed from how you normally act.
妹の頭の回転速度は常に姉マイナス1よ。
Brain speed of a little sister is always the big sister's -1. Geez, you don't think highly of yourself.
Oh, yeah, we already knew that though.
Yeah.
今は誰にも気を使う必要がないからせいせいするわ。
Right now, there's no one I need to worry about offending, which is certainly a relief.
That's fucking rude.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about offending anyone, because you can just put a bullet in their head.
It also just says something about how she doesn't view, like, these kids as, like, people that have their own thoughts and feelings and are worthy of respect and dignity.
Yep. Which, I mean, admittedly, we know why she thinks that, because that's how she was treated. Not an excuse, but an explanation, I'm sure.
Not wrong, yeah.
George realized she was referring to Aunt Ava, and seemed a little uncertain about how he should take that sarcasm.
ごめん。僕にも分かるように説明してほしいな。
I'm sorry, could you explain it so even I can understand?
カノン君のマスターキーはジェシカちゃんのポケットに入って密室に閉じ込められていた。
Cannon's master key was in Jessica's pocket, closed up inside a
施
closed
錠した
room.
後に部屋の外からポケットに入れるなんて芸当は不可能なはず。
After the door was locked, it should have been impossible to put it in her pocket from outside the room no matter what trick he used.
違うんだよ、兄貴。
That's not it, George.
ローザおばさんの想像しているやり方なら、このトリックはカノン君にしか使えない。
If it was done the way Aunt Rosa's thinking of, this trick could only be used by Cannon.
そして、ジェシカのポケットにマスターキーを入れたまま、鍵なしで施錠することができる。
Plus, the door could be locked without using a key while the master key was still in Jessica's
そし
pocket.
て、その結果として、死体もなくなること
The
に。
only thing I can think of is if the door knob is like the modern ones with the slanted bolt. And he locked it from the inside with a, you know, with the lock, and then just closed it from the outside. You know, like you do when you're leaving your house or whatever.
Basically, the thing that they're kind of proposing here is that Cannon locked the door, and then he hid.
Which is ridiculous because they searched everywhere already.
Yep, but you can't escape the possibility that there's a hidden compartment inside the room.
Like, okay, yeah, that's true. You can never be 100% sure when you go into a room if there's, like, whether or not there's a hidden compartment or something, but, like, you can get close enough to certainty that the possibility is not worth considering. Like, if you walked into my room, you would... There's no way there's anywhere for anyone to hide that you wouldn't immediately notice. It's just impossible. Like, yeah, technically, there could be, like, a fucking trap door dug into the concrete underneath my bed or something. But, like, no, there isn't. Like, why would that be here?
How could he lock the door without a key?
簡単よ。ジョージ君だって帰宅したら施錠するでしょ。
Simple. George, when you return home, you lock the door, right?
つまみをひねって、カチリとね。
You twist the knob, click, and you're done, right?
まさか。
What could it be? No,
で
but...
も、カノン君の姿はどこにも。
And it was nowhere to be found.
兄貴にもピンときたみてえだな。
Looks like you've got it,
ロー
George.
ザおばさんが室内を探したのはそういうことだ。
That's what Aunt Rosa was searching the room for.
内側から鍵を閉め、ジェシカのポケットに鍵を突っ込んだカノン君が。
She was searching for Cannon, who had locked the door from the inside, stuck the key in Jessica's pocket.
どこかに隠れて、俺たちをやり過ごそうとしているのを探したんだ。
Or
Yeah, and
hiding
that's
somewhere waiting
incredibly
for
rare,
us to
Henry
walk
Robb.
right past him.
Like, that's so incredibly rare. There's a reason why no one ever actually considers that. It's because that happens like 1 in every 10 or 20 million times, right? Probably not even that low. The fucking number's probably even higher than that. It's like getting struck by lightning.
Was the simplest
You don't
kind
expect to
of
get struck by
closed-room
lightning
trick.
outside every day, even though like it's technically possible, right? It's the same shit.
Meant him hiding inside the closed room after the murder was committed. Then all he
The
had
real
to
thing
do
here
was
is plausibility rather than possibility.
get out after those who discovered the body left, and the closed room murder would work perfectly.
私たちはあの
But
部
then
屋を
again,
探したけ
all
ど
these jackasses are
何も見
like
つけられな
addicted
か
to
った
fucking mystery novels. So,
Yeah, but basically they're
Like, I'm not gonna get hit by a meteorite when I go outside, alright? Like, it's technically possible, but it's just not gonna happen. It's just
Yeah.
not. I'm not gonna get brained by a golf ball sized fucking star rock. It's just not gonna happen.
Yeah, it's very
That
true.
would be hilarious if I walked outside and it happened though. Right now, like it would suck because I'd be dead, but also it would be very funny.
It would. But yeah.
That's what we call dramatic irony.
Yeah, I think the argument here is that in this short-term situation where they're dealing with murders, any possibility has to be...
I'll agree with you on that. Devil's Proof is a terrible way of figuring things out in general. Like, it's a fallacy for a reason, right? Like, you can use it to say that, like, you can't prove this thing didn't happen because, like, blah, 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 blah. But that's it. That's all you got. It can't actually get you to a conclusion. It just,
Says,
restricts options.
yeah, it just restricts you from saying that it's impossible, basically.
But again, these fucking nerds are addicted to mystery novel shit. So,
Yeah.
Which, like, I guess is fair because they're all lay people on this, but also I'm like, please. I'm also a lay person, and I'm better than you at this. Stop it.
When we searched that room, we didn't find anything, but for all we know, that room might have had a hidden passage that only the servants know about.
秘密の隠し通路のようなものがないとは言えない。それがどこに隠されていたかはわからないけれど、
Don't know where such a thing might have been hidden.
その隠し通路を仮定し推理することで、彼しかありえないと断言できるのよ。
But if we assume there was such a passage, we can conclude that it was impossible for everyone but him.
Which is just
その推理はよ。
a ridiculous line of thoughts. Like, yes, you can't technically remove the possibility of a secret door like that, but it's also like you gotta start with the simplest explanations and move on from there rather than immediately jumping to this fucking weird, damn contrived mystery novel shit. Right?
But what's the simplest answer besides the weird mystery novel shit?
So we need more details on the doorknob for that, because I'm assuming from the way that they're talking, it's not the slanted type of doorknob. Like the bolt on the door is not slanted like ours is, loaded with a spring, even though it fucking should be in this time period. But just ignore that. Like, most likely the simplest answer is genuinely that there's just another fucking key out there that no one knew about. Like, when Nazi said to dispose of them, maybe they fucking missed one.
Yep.
Like, maybe one was already missing. Like, it's... But I know, Henry. But, like, us, as, like, the readers already also know that this is done by magic and not mundane means, so, like, Battler's whole thing here is completely useless to us in terms of figuring out how this was done, right? Because we already know. We already know that it was done through magic. What they're doing right now is trying to figure out mundane means, so I'm offering mundane alternatives. Like, so the most likely explanation is that there is a separate missing key. Because Nazi did get rid of all the extras that she knew of.
Yeah.
And did she see to it personally, or did she have the servants do it? And if the servants did it, did they fucking miss one somewhere? Or did she do it personally, and because she wasn't, practiced in this sort of thing, didn't fucking do it right?
Well,
Because there's only a couple of ways to get rid of metal keys. You have to actually, like, melt them down or otherwise twist and destroy them. And if you don't know what you're doing, you might think just throwing it into the boiler is gonna do it, but it won't.
yeah, no.
Unless it's like fucking lead or something, in which case, yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah.
But it's probably not. It's like iron or bronze or something. So, like, the boiler will definitely not do it.
Well, about that line of
俺
reasoning.
も一番最初に考えた。
Thought of that too at the very
一
beginning.
番嫌な推理だが、一番最初にその可能性を潰したかった。
The kind of reasoning I hate most, so I wanted to destroy it right at the start.
カノンはこの部屋で殺された。であろう
Yeah, like, Beatrice and this version of Battler, the game board Battler, has the red text, but all the characters that are actually currently on the game board right now do not have the red text.
Yeah, they don't have the definitive truth.
Yeah, and Battler has the feeling in the back of his head somewhere of the truths that he's learned through the red truth as the game piece, but he doesn't actually, he can't explain that to anyone. And he doesn't even know why he knows that in the first place.
Yeah,
He's in fact been reverse engineering that feeling, through his logic, which is not a good thing to do in the first place. But in this case, it's acceptable just because it is literally the red truth. So
yeah, it is a
whatever.
nagging supernatural feeling that he can't get rid of.
Yeah, Cannon was killed in this room, right?
Though I do think you and I have different theories about what's going on in the overall plot.
Yeah, that's definitely possible, because I don't really have much of a theory.
Well, yeah, but your theory is there is one truth. Beatrice is committing all these murders.
I see what you mean, yeah.
My belief is there are two versions of things occurring. There are murders happening in the world of humans, and Beatrice is filling those in with her existence. Those unknowns with her existence.
I think that's technically possible, but it's one of those things where, I would be very disappointed if that was the case. Let's say.
Fair enough.
I'm trying to gather my words on how to explain my feelings on that. Firstly, I have not seen any evidence that points to that. And it's just like we were talking about with unreliable narrators and everything, where it's like, we don't have any evidence to assume that it's unreliable in that way, so why would I? If we can't engage with the story on the surface level, then we can't engage with it on the deeper level either.
I can see that. My argument would be, from the very start, they've kind of talked about how witches and the supernatural are used to explain the things we can't explain yet.
That's true. However, that's also just true in real life. So if you want to write a realistic character with realistic thoughts in this time period, you're going to have them think that.
True enough.
So I don't really see that as evidence there. It could be. That could be like a foreshadowing or something, just like a little seed, like Chekhov's gun, more or less. But there's no evidence for that yet. So
yeah, I would say my other evidence is how Beatrice reacts with the red truth, and that she can be backed into a corner.
I think a lot of that, I can see what you mean there as well, but I think a lot of that is more wordplay.
I could see that.
She uses the red truth incorrectly for a move on accident or whatever, even though she really shouldn't fucking be, because as we discussed last time, she is a great witch who holds the contracts of 72 demons of Lord Demons of Hell. She should be really fucking good at rhetoric and wordplay and everything, but whatever. Maybe she's doing it on purpose, maybe she's not. I don't know yet. I would assume she's doing it on purpose, because I can't imagine a witch like this would be so incompetent as to be able to be cornered by a fucking 17-year-old kid. But sure. Let's say that that's possible as well. It's sort of irrelevant in the first place. I just feel and I don't exactly have a lot of evidence for my thinking on this either. It's just a divergence in how we think about stories and how we've seen these scenes so far.
Yeah.
Is that it just seems like it's a wordplay issue for her.
Yeah, and that's definitely possible as well.
Especially since the red truth is explicitly a wordplay thing.
Oh yeah,
And she already like explained that. So
yeah, we have to have consistent definitions between the two of us, etc.
and Battler's already caught on to a couple of the wordplay things as well. So that's just what it feels like to me so far.
Yeah, at the very
However, like, oh, go ahead. Yes.
at the very least, there is more at play here, I think, than either Beatrice or Battler know. Or at the
That's entirely possible, yes. I struggle to imagine what would be at play here that Beatrice doesn't know. But sure, it's definitely possible. You never know, like, when there's another fucking Great Witch, like, pulling some strings or something, you know?
Yeah, like either another Great Witch or just something that didn't happen on Rokenjima.
Yeah.
Because, yeah,
Sure.
she can see everything that happens on Rokenjima, but she's bound to the island.
Yeah. I do want to say, though, that everything that I'm saying about all of this stuff right now is just my thoughts. It's not like a formalized fucking hypothesis on what's going on or anything.
Yeah,
It's just like I'm saying these things as I think them because we're supposed to be commentating on this stuff.
Oh yeah,
What we do as
absolutely.
streamers.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, we won't come up with formalized theories until episode 4.
At least.
Yeah,
Like,
because I think we can use that as a midpoint where we go, okay, here's our theories going forward.
I don't think I will do that specifically because that's just not how my brain works when it comes to figuring out mysteries and shit like that.
Okay, that's fair.
And I don't know if that's like because that's my personality, or if it's because of something I've learned, or because of like neurodivergence or whatever. But I just don't think like that.
Fair enough. Or maybe not even theories exactly, or just here's what I'm seeing happening going forward, or something.
Yeah, I mean, I do that all the time. Yeah, because you fucking played Final Fantasy 14 with me, you know.
Yeah.
It's like we'll be in the middle of a conversation in the game, and it's just like, okay, hold on a second. This is gonna happen, this is gonna happen, and that's gonna happen, and then like, let me see how many boxes that I can tick off. Let's see how smart I am.
Yeah, exactly. So we're gonna do that kind of fucking thing, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, okay. I'm good with calling it like that.
Yeah. Some comment like that. We'll use the questions arc, finishing that as a good midpoint to go, okay, here's all the boxes we think are gonna get ticked going forward, and then we'll stop and see how right we are.
Yeah, which tropes, what like things are gonna happen, etc.
Yeah.
One thing I did want to say is that this is not thorough enough in the details for me. Like, for like how I would think of like mysteries and stuff that I like to think about how I would investigate things. Is like Battler and this entire group are all using rhetoric instead of actual investigation, and it bothers me.
Yeah, that's definitely fair. Especially because I
Because you
have
can use the investigation to like pump up your rhetoric to the next level, man. Like, what are you doing? Why aren't you telling us what kind of fucking doorknob is on there? Why didn't you blah blah blah? Why didn't you test for fucking hollow spaces? What is going on here?
Yeah, absolutely. And it feels like we might not get that. I don't know that for certain, but I feel like we might not get that until the Answers arc, just given the name, Answers arc.
Yeah, I don't know if we'll get it at all because it doesn't seem like the kind of writing style of Ryukishi so far, at least. Of course, my only real experience is with this and like the Higurashi anime, so that's all I got.
Yeah.
And I don't even remember the Higurashi anime very much, so
Yeah, just know it's fucked up, basically.
yeah, I fucking watched it when I was like 13, like literally, like a classmate in French class when I was a freshman in high school fucking mentioned it to me. I was like, all right, I guess I'll go watch that. Like, I am more than twice that age now.
Yep.
Like, by a decent margin at that. Like, I don't remember anything about it. All I remember is, like, people dying in time loop. That's all I got. I do recall that the art style was more cutesy or something like that than I would expect. But
Yeah.
that's probably also why I caught, like, that person's eye in the first place, so. You apparently suspected that Canon was the culprit, so you made me repeat this to destroy that possibility right off the bat.
わかっておるわかっておる。
Yes, yes, I understand.
I do appreciate that, she does have like a strong chin to her. Like she's definitely got a harder edge than the portrait would make you think.
Yeah. Although it's still all animated up, so it's like pointy chin bullshit.
Yeah, for sure. But like,
It's like
it's
when I want a woman with a strong jaw, I want a woman with a strong jaw.
Oh yeah,
Make it look like a fucking basalt column.
Oh yeah, for sure. But like comparing her to Battler, for example.
Yeah, her face is barely more round than his is.
Yeah. Whereas the portrait is super round.
Yeah, the portrait makes her look like she's fucking 12, like literally.
Yeah, it's either 12 or just a literal goddamn doll.
Yeah, every time I see that portrait, like the portrait I did of the 12-year-old vampire pops through my head, and it's like they just look the same. It's the same picture.
Yep.
Like this is just a child.
だから
Why did you paint her like
その
this?
次に考えたのはこうだった。
Oh yeah, we assumed there would be answers. Just what Cat's doubting is that we'll get people acting competently with investigation.
Yes, which like no one in this family is acting like an actual person investigating anything at all. They're all, I mean, they're acting like actual people in realistic dialogue in terms of how they're behaving towards each other and in their rhetoric and everything. Because they are lay people. I don't expect them to be perfect, and I wouldn't be perfect in this situation either. So, like, what I want from them is to actually go look at things and, like, describe what they're looking at and take notes and be investigative, you know?
Yeah, like how we would do this if we were playing a tabletop game and we're in this situation.
Yeah, I like personally, if I were in this situation, I would still be in that fucking room looking at shit.
Oh yeah,
Right
absolutely.
now. And I think it's hours later at this point. Because like one of my cousins, someone I apparently liked quite a bit, just fucking died. And her crush, who also has a crush on her, and I probably know this at this point, is the one like everyone thinks is the one who killed her. And I would be like, fuck that, let me find out.
Yeah, exactly. There would be... Yeah, maybe we would never find anything out. But we would be definitely looking a lot more than having these conversations.
Yeah,
Well,
like, because you could only find out so many things through conversations, but this is like a fucking early 2000s mystery novel thing, actually. It's where people just, like, stand around and talk to each other. Right, and figure things out through dialogue. The same way I was like, oh, the butler did it. That sort of locked mansion mystery is what's going on. And they're behaving just like that, just as the tropes would play out and everything. But, like, just go fucking look at things.
Yeah.
I know they want to leave it to the police, but it's also like, we're in danger right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, at this point, they're pulling out guns, despite the questionable legality of pulling out guns.
Although on an island like this, I can see even Japan like giving you a permit to have like a fucking firearm.
Oh yeah, like I'm sure
because like you're one fucking little island, like one house on a 10-kilometer circumference island, right? Like you're gonna need a gun at some point, most likely. Yeah.
Oh yeah, like I'm sure that all Kinza really did at most is grease the palms of some bureaucrat to make the paperwork go faster.
Yeah, probably. Like, I don't even know if he would do that, because, like, it's relatively quick whenever you're applying for permits for things like farmers and, like, people who live out in the country, right?
Yeah,
like,
sure.
No matter what country you're in, because that sort of thing is super dangerous, you do need that.
Yeah.
So, like, the paperwork does tend to go pretty quick.
あの部屋にいたのは実は3
Or
人だった
for
という
paperwork,
説だ。
anyway.
So this is what I thought next. I made a theory where there were actually 3 people in that room.
ジェシカとカノン君は被害者。
Jessica and Cannon were the victims.
そして、犯人である来客ベアトリーチェも一緒にいた。
And the culprit,
という考えだ。
the guest Beatrice, was also there with them.
そなたは 人間であるわらわが魔法を使わずに犯行を行ったことにしたいのだったな。
You wanted to make it the human me who committed the crime without using magic.
なるほど。そなたにぴったりの陳説であるぞ。
I see, a bizarre theory that suits you perfectly.
お前は二人を殺し、内側から施錠した。
I guess that
The
you...
only evidence I can think of for like an unreliable narrator thing going on here is the switches in perspective, but that also just happens normally. It's very rare for a book to stay in one perspective the entire time. Like you do switch around between the characters.
Okay, so the thing is, I'm not saying that it's unreliable.
No, I wasn't like saying
Yeah.
that to refute what you were saying earlier. I just mean like I was just thinking about it, so
Oh.
I said it out loud. You know.
Oh yeah, fair enough. But yeah, no, I don't think this is an unreliable narrator thing. I think it's more... there are two versions of events happening simultaneously.
One that will be true if Battler wins, and one that will be true if Beatrice wins.
Yes. Or,
Okay, I mean, fair enough.
Or rather, one that's true in the world of humans and one that's true in the world of the supernatural. And Beatrice winning means those worlds bleed together. And so she is the answer.
That's fair. So you're thinking something like a meta, almost like a metaphysical thing going on here.
Yeah, metaphysical thing. So what's happening is reliable. Like, I do believe in a version of situations, Beatrice is the one doing it exactly as we see. But there's also a human killer in the human world who always intended on killing, and is doing so by human means.
Is that just like you think that would be fun, or do you have any like reasoning for that? Because I'm curious.
Mainly what they've talked about with those two worlds being separate.
But are they really separate on this island?
Well, that's the thing, is they're not separate because they are now in this kind of liminal space where it's just the 18 humans.
Yeah, but I mean, like, are on this island specifically at this date, are they really separate? Like, it's close to Halloween. This is an island that has a witch living on it with a magician who actively practices and constantly practices magic. Are they actually separate here, specifically?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think they are, but you can make a great argument that no, that barrier has been completely broken.
I think at the start of the ritual, that barrier was completely fucking broken. Like, the ceremony just completely shattered that barrier.
Yeah.
And, like, the decades of lead up was weakening it the entire time with Beatrice just, like, hanging out, doing shit.
Yeah.
Doing her thing.
And my argument is that no, it's thinned, extremely thinned, and is getting thinner with each loop, but it's not entirely broken until Beatrice wins.
Fair enough. I can see that. I think that would be less disappointing than what I thought you meant earlier.
No, my argument is both are happening simultaneously, so Beatrice is doing it, but there's also, just for sake of argument, if Kiri is the killer, Kiri is also the killer is a killer in the human world.
See, that makes me curious, though, because that theory puts some questions that I got in chat a couple weeks ago in a different light, and I don't know if they should be in a different light. Because remember, a while ago, I think it was Acidiae, or Bedwards, someone asked me who I thought would be the most likely killer of the 18.
Yeah.
And I don't know if they asked that because they thought I didn't know about Beatrice yet, or if what you're saying is actually the case.
Yeah, and I'm actually not sure. Because that's something I am not spoiled on. I don't know if I'm correct or not. It's just my gut feeling.
Fair enough, yeah. So like now I'm thinking back to all that. And it's like, okay, I still can't see any of the individuals like doing all of this stuff, at least in this particularly brutal fashion.
Yeah, no.
Any of those, like a lot of the people on this island could potentially kill one or two people, but not like fucking everyone. And not the way that Beatrice has been doing it.
Yeah, so if I'm correct, I feel like there are at least some differences to how the murders are taking place.
I would have to assume so, because like it takes a particularly twisted individual to do what Beatrice just did to like the 6 people.
Yeah, especially that. Yeah, like
without magic, at least, like to actually by hand do that.
Yeah, to gut somebody. Yeah, to gut somebody and stuff them with candy.
Like I think someone like me could do that, but people like me are extremely rare.
And even then, you'd be like, this is squishy. Or something, or...
Yeah, it's like, it's kind of gross. Like, I could do it, but, like, it's kind of gross.
Yeah, like...
I don't wanna. I would really rather just, like, do them in quick and, like, wash my hands. Literally wash my hands.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it takes a very specific person to not only be okay with killing, but to even desire to do something as unnecessary as that.
Yeah. Because, like, people will tell, like, horror stories and shit like that about, and spread, like, things like this around in real life when they do happen, but, like, that only happens once every few decades, and only ever, like, 1 or 2 people, not fucking 18 people.
Yeah.
In one place in over a couple of days, you know, like, that just does not happen. And, like... And people are always, like, afraid of this sort of thing, but it's like, again, like, this happens once or twice across the entire world every couple of decades.
Yeah.
Most serial killings are just, like, someone gets strangled or shot or whatever.
Yeah, to have...
And then, like, another person gets killed in the same way by the same person, you know, so on and so forth.
Yeah, to have something quite on this scale, you'd almost have to have, like, an actual cult going on.
Yeah, like, I can't even see someone like me killing this many people all at once like this. Like, that's just bizarre.
Yep.
It's like deeply twisted in a way that even like people like me can't get to. You know, like there's
that's a lot of family members and a lot of people you knew.
Even if they were strangers, like. That many people that quickly in such brutal fashion, like
yeah,
I don't know about that.
Yeah, the brutality of it, especially like we have a degree of separation because we're not even, you know, seeing the images because they're leaving it to the more freak as fuck descriptions.
I didn't look for the fucking manga scene where the 6 were gutted at the table over the week. Damn it, I should have done that.
Yeah, I probably should have looked into that.
I forgot about it. Anyhow, yeah, it's... What was I thinking? It's like, okay, yeah. And some people might say, oh, but, like, there are mass murders where, like, fucking 20 or 30 people die. Yeah, but that happens when they're shot. Like, they're shot in, like, a public place, or they're exploded or something. They're not ripped apart and stuffed with candy.
Yeah, like, there is a distinct difference, even though it might not feel like one when you're comparing the two. In you know, especially because we're comparing a fictional thing to a real thing. But there is a big difference from doing it personally, which is part of the reason, like, large-scale combats like this happen more. Like, so many people die, more people die in war now, because we can separate ourselves from the humanity of the situation.
Yeah, that's actually a really big thing that is important for people to understand, is that most people are not capable of killing another person. Just straight up.
Yeah, most
Not even in self-defense. Like, it's just not going to happen because of, like, the innate human desire to, like, trust and
preserve
be
life.
trusted by others.
Yeah, and preserving life.
Not necessarily preserve life, but, like, just other humans specifically.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, preserve the life of other humans, I should have specified.
And, like, in general, I think preserving life is also a big thing for humans, too, because it's hard for people to butcher animals as well.
Yep, absolutely. Like, it is not something that people generally take lightly.
Not even, like, fucking, like, 10,000 years ago did people take that lightly. Like, we have records, like, from the earliest civilizations of people, like, giving others the same advice for, like, raising their fucking cattle as we do now, right?
Yeah, don't...
It's like, don't name them, don't treat them like friends, don't treat them like family, because you will start to see them like family.
Yeah.
And then you won't want to kill them.
Yeah.
And then you'll starve.
Yeah, we will fucking pack bond with anything. We will pack bond with a goddamn Roomba.
Yeah. And people think that's a weird thing about humanity. No, like, a lot of animals will do that shit too.
I mean, yeah,
It's not
absolutely.
just us.
Yeah, like, a cat, generally speaking, if you are not food, they will consider you another cat.
Pretty much, yeah.
You know, they might not necessarily pack bond with you, depending, but, like, cats adopt other animals all the goddamn time.
Even, like, lizards will fucking, like, quote-unquote pack bond, right? Like, it's not the same function, and it's not to the same level or anything, but, like, lizards absolutely will, like, get attached to, like, other animals.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's rare for another animal to not want to kill a lizard, like humans don't, but, you know.
Yeah.
Like, most animals are, to some extent, like, some kind of social and will pack bond.
Yeah, and, like, you know...
Which is weird to think about, but, like, at the same time, it's very advantageous in nature to have others around you to help.
Yeah,
right?
exactly, and it's why we have dogs, because we looked at wolves and went, hey, I can fucking do something with this.
Yeah. Like, even, like, relatively solitary creatures, like bears, will still, like, very viciously protect their fucking young. Right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And then the classic example these days is cheetahs having emotional support dogs.
Yeah, of course. It's because, like, dogs are dogs.
Yeah, and cheetahs are nervous. Especially if they're, you know, in captivity.
Or injured or whatever.
Yeah.
It's not just humans that can get traumatized, by the way, just so people know.
Yeah, that's
like an absolute thing for anything that is sentient.
Yep. At least anything
No,
that
probably not bugs. Probably. I don't know about insects. I think that might be too simple for it, but...
Yeah, anything that can retain memories was what I was about to say.
Yeah, anything that can have, like, memories, like, imprinted on them and, like, learn stuff. Most bugs aren't really capable of that kind of, like, learning and memory, but they mostly, like, go by senses, which they're literally sentient, but they're, like, bare minimum sentient, you know?
Yeah.
That doesn't mean, like, they can't feel pain or anything like that. It just means, like, they don't learn like most sentient things do.
Yep. Gotta have a slightly larger brain for that one.
Because this, I know it's getting more common for people to know the difference between sentience and sapience these days, but I still gotta say it just in case. Sentience is the ability to react to your environment, like to consider and learn from your environment in some form or fashion, like react to stimuli external to yourself. And sapience is the ability to consider yourself in the abstract. Not just like, oh, this is my leg, or oh, this is my face, or whatever, but literally like in the abstract, like long-term planning kind of shit.
Yeah,
what will I do tomorrow?
Yeah,
and by long-term I mean like actually kind of short-term, but because we, as human beings, we use short-term and long-term in different terms than like fucking scientifically they mean.
Yeah, but like
long-term planning for like sapience purposes means like 6 hours from now.
Yeah, 6 hours to, I would say, a week, depending.
Yeah, shit like that.
Like the definition you're going off of, but yeah, basically something like that, where you go, okay, we're going to organize a hunt versus, oh, thank you very much for the follow, Rika.
Welcome, Rika. Hi. I don't have access to Mel's like activity feed because that's not a thing for mods on Twitch. But hi, welcome.
I thought it would be in the mod view, but
Nope. There are like automod queues and like stuff like that, but I don't see an activity log anywhere. Oh, right here actually. Yes, there we go. But it's a pop out, not a part of the actual mod view.
gotcha.
Yeah.
So that, I mean, it's what we're here for, is to talk about these kind of things, but
Yes.
we spent a long time on that one, so I'm going to move forward.
I don't even remember why we started on that. Trying to backtrace it in my brain now, but like I'm just stop at like sentience and sapience.
Basically, we were going over the idea of
people killing. Yeah,
the people killing and how difficult it would be for an individual person to actually do the shit Beatrice has done in the manual fashion. Because part of the reason that Beatrice can do this is, A, she is something in addition to being human.
She has non-human abilities, and she has non-human servants who can do things for her.
Yeah, she has non-human abilities, non-human servants. She has a outside perspective. In that,
she is very far removed from humanity.
Yeah,
at least like as a whole.
Yeah, she's very removed, so she can do things. So the fact she can do things instantly without having to dig her hands into somebody's guts.
I mean, yeah, that happens, Henry, but that's not in the way that we're talking about.
Yeah, like
that happens, yes, but like the people get like it's a moment of passion sort of thing. Like they get their skull bashed in, or they get shot, or whatever. They don't get fucking literally disemboweled and have their organs replaced with fucking candy, right? Like that doesn't happen.
Yeah, what we're talking about, Henry, is much more the very visceral stuff that is going on. And that is super rare, even among people who have very divergent mindsets.
And the reason why, by the way, for everyone listening, that I'm saying that like I'm like this is because I have issues connecting with other people in like empathy wise, right? So like to me, most people don't really look like people. I try very hard not to act like that. It's an active thing that I try to do, but you know, that's just a thing that I've got to deal with, and I try to be open about it so people know like what it's like to be like this.
Yeah, welcome in. So are you just browsing around for Umineko streams, or did you come in from one of our communities?
I don't recognize the name, so it'd have to be one of yours. But yeah, like crimes of passion, like murders in the heat of passion, are pretty easy for humans to do. It's the aftermath that makes it obvious that people like aren't good at that sort of thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's easy especially for like a teenager, because like I don't say this to like look down on teenagers, but like literally teenagers don't have the proper brain structure to
like the emotional regulation parts.
Yeah, that's not quite up to snuff yet. And of course can happen in older people as well, but it's more common for a teenager to lose their fucking shit over something.
Yeah, exactly.
Because, again, less emotional regulation. But as I said before, it's the aftermath that shows that people aren't really good at that sort of thing. Because you can just like get really mad and just like hit someone really hard and just fucking kill them on the spot.
But most people freak out. They feel guilty, all kinds of stuff like that. And
even if you don't feel guilty or freak out immediately, it's probably because you're in shock instead.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you have to stop thinking of people who commit murders as literal monsters. They might have taken monstrous actions, but they are still literally human beings.
Yeah. And this isn't like a humanity was the real monster all along sort of deal either. This is just like animals do these sorts of things. And we are, sadly, still animals. For
But
all of our intelligence and all of our ability to consider ourselves in the abstract and plan for hundreds of years in the future, we are still animals. We are still governed by our spinal cords and our brain stems and our instincts just as much as anything else is.
Yep, we just have the responsibility to think through our actions because we can.
And that's not to say that animals don't feel guilty when they accidentally or purposefully kill one of their pack mates either. They absolutely do.
Yeah, it's just that...
Believe it or not, animals do feel guilt and pain and shit like that, and regret.
Yeah, it's just that we have the ability to think through our actions more and think in those long-term, wider implications.
It's very rare for emotion that humans have to not also be possible for animals. In fact, dogs have almost exactly the same emotional range as we do. They just lack a certain couple here and there that require the ability to consider yourself in the abstract. Like, dogs can't get existential dread for obvious reasons. They don't have long-term planning. Of course they can.
Fucking Clifford the big red dog versus Cthulhu.
Yeah, like, we can't, dogs can't consider their place in the wider universe because they just don't have the understanding necessary to do such a thing. So, like, of course they don't have existential dread, but we do. Yay! but they do have normal dread as well.
Yeah. Yeah, they can get scared, they can get happy, all that neat and happy stuff that does not require deep introspection.
Yeah, and a lot of people will say, oh, that's a trained response from animals to, like, do the guilt things. No, it's not. No, it's not. People have actually, like, hooked up fucking electrodes to their brains and shit to examine how they feel when they do this. It is guilt. It activates the same portions of the brain that it happens in humans for, or the corresponding portions at least, for when we feel guilt and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
They have the same emotional range.
Yeah, and of course, that's also how, pack leaders organize packs. Is, using that emotional range. Because all you have is emotional range, body language, and barks.
And, like, sometimes some vocalization,
Yeah, some sort of vocalization.
Depending on the animal.
Barks or whatever.
Growling, hissing, what have you.
Yeah, so, like, for example, if you see a wolf or a dog in a pack, and they fight over a piece of meat, and then and a third dog comes in to break up the fight. That's because dogs have a natural instinct to break up fights. And to go, hey, everybody gets some, basically.
Yeah. And while we're on that subject, every social animal organizes their packs or herds differently, but in no animal is there such thing as an alpha.
Correct.
That's not how that works.
Yeah, that is what an alpha is, in essence, as far as, that observed trait, was animals in captivity moved out of their recognized pack and suddenly being introduced to a new set of wolves. In this case, it was a study on wolves. And those behaviors were asocial behaviors that had nothing to do with it.
Yeah, Henry, we have not once claimed that there aren't any evil people.
Oh yeah,
or greedy people or envious people. Like, that absolutely does happen.
Oh yeah, no.
However, I would also count envy as, like, a crime of passion.
Yeah, but no, Henry, what we're getting at here is it is the rare person that will mutilate a body after killing somebody.
Yeah, we're not talking about the murder specifically, but, like, the brutality of the murders.
Yeah, exactly. Like, murder happens, and murder happens for all sorts of reasons.
But it's very rare for someone to actually just, like, rip apart the body afterwards, or even while they're still alive.
Yeah.
It can happen. It does happen, but it is again very rare.
Yeah, it is.
At least comparative to like, the frequency of murder in general.
Yeah, absolutely. And you'll find most murders are done from a distance if they can be.
Yeah, it's either from a distance or very up close, because very up close means the crime of passion happens more easily, and then very far away means it's much more difficult to actually like associate the victim with people.
Yeah. Like, it is literally very traumatizing for most humans to look at the face of a corpse. Especially a mutilated corpse. Or rather, specifically a mutilated corpse, because, of course, people do funeral practices all the time, and it gives them closure. But a mutilated corpse is very different, and makes us all sorts of traumatized and uncomfortable, usually.
Yeah, like,
your
I'm going to use some
vary.
words here that may be, like, very uncomfortable for some people who actually know what they mean, but, like, all you gotta just look at to know how bad mutilation fucks with people is to look at a degloved hand.
Do not Google that.
Yeah, don't Google that. Don't Google it. Unless you've got a very strong stomach, don't Google it.
Yeah. Just take our word for it. It's very, but let's just say gore in general. To see a gored human, and a really, like, a actual human, not a facsimile, not a movie.
That's why gore in, like, movies and comics and all that is still shocking.
Yeah.
It's not quite as bad as, like, seeing in real life, but it's still pretty bad.
Yeah, and it's why we tend to play things up in fiction, because we can go, oh, somewhere in our brain meets, we can go, that's not real.
Yeah. Which, like, the body count in fiction compared to real life is just absurd.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like, a lot of battles in, like, fiction will be like, and then, like, the one side killed the other side to the man, and it's like, you fucking what?
Yeah, no.
You did what?
Yeah, no, there would be a rout well before then.
Yeah, like, you only need to kill or injure about 10% of an army for the army to rout.
Yep. Which is
just 10%.
Which is why decimated is so important as a word, or is so prevalent. Anyway,
and that's why they did that in Rome, because it would traumatize everyone into not doing the thing that they got decimated for.
But yeah, no, Henry, we understand. Just to finish this off, we understand what you're saying. It's just that we're talking not just about the specific deaths, but the specific mutilation of the corpses, especially on the first Twilights in these first 2 episodes.
Yeah. I can't speak to, like, how the bodies end up in the other Twilights, but, like, the first 6 in these first 2 Twilights are, like, unrealistic levels of mutilation.
Yeah.
Not to say that it's impossible, but rather it's unrealistic, as in you won't normally find that.
Yeah, you will not normally find a body mutilated to that degree. Like, you have to...
Yeah, like, most mutilations happens, like, some extra cuts or some bashing or whatever on the body after the person's already dead.
Yeah, like, at most, you get somebody who thought it through and went, okay, I'm literally going to cut up this body and get rid of it that way. But even then, that's something that usually afterwards, it sticks with the person who had to do it. Well, I say had to, but you get what I'm saying.
Because, like, in the first Twilight is actually more realistic in terms of what could potentially happen, and even that was pretty brutal.
Yeah, that...
Like, the face is being stripped from the bones and all that.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, what happened in this second Twilight, or this second, like, loop specifically, for the first 6 sacrifices, was beyond the pale.
Yeah.
To use that particular phrase.
Yeah, like, there's a very rare person who will ever do that. You have to get...
Not that it's impossible, but, like, it's
Yeah, you have
not common.
Yeah, you have to get a specific kind of neurodivergence at that point.
Or at the very least, some very twisted trauma.
Yeah. Well,
Like
no,
a very, very bad trauma response in a very specific way.
Yeah, though I would call a trauma response still neurodivergence, just not one.
That's true. It does
out of
like reshape your
genetics.
brain. It does reshape your brain to some extent. So that's fair.
Yeah.
And like, I know this is like a disturbing conversation for all you random people listening to this, but like, you are watching a supernatural horror murder mystery, so like, I don't know what you expected.
Yeah, like I'm going to avoid talking about specific murders just because that's a different trigger for.
Yeah,
Than
like
that.
in case like some of the survivors of that sort of thing, like the family members of people who are killed like that are listening. I'm not gonna like talk about specific ones, but you know.
Yeah, so I'm.
So I don't want to use them as like
an example.
Here you go. Here's an educational example in public where anyone can stumble across it and make things worse for you. No, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah,
That would
exactly.
be fucked up.
Yeah, so we'll talk in general terms, but we're not going to mention specific things. At least not in something like this. Maybe in a podcast with specific labels all over it.
Yeah, I mean, we could do that. I'd be down for that shit right there.
Yeah. You know, if
I've been saying for a while now that I've been wanting to do a podcast again. So
yeah, so you know, in a specific podcast or live cast, whatever, we might do something like that. But you'll get warnings all over it before we do anything like that.
yeah, believe it or not, there is actually a reason why, and it's a good reason, that you require the permission of surviving family members to publish the names of like murder victims and shit like that in the paper. It's a really, really good reason to. It's like one of the few things that I actually agree with on that sort of thing.
Yeah, because it's allowing them to live their lives without being known as the person who experienced X.
And without like fucking like weirdos following them around trying to like get more information on it and everything.
Yeah, like I'm going to use this as an example, not as the murder itself, but as the weirdos thing. Oh yeah, absolutely. In mystery books, mutilations are quite common.
Yeah. We're just talking about like in real life comparatively, because what I like to see in my fiction is realism, and I don't mean that as in like no magic or whatever, like most people interpret that as, but I mean like realistic consequences to things that happen. You can have like all of this mutilation and fucked up shenanigans happen, but I want realistic reactions from the people who see it.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've gotten realistic reactions from the people who see it.
Yeah, especially like fucking Jessica's piercing screams.
Yeah, Jessica has some fucking lungs on her.
I think Battler and George, like, quote-unquote, got over it a little easier than they should have, but we're not getting, like, the full experience of what they're going through, right? We don't have, the constant narration of both of their thoughts all the time.
Yeah, we don't get what they're thinking literally all the time. We get, narration about what they're thinking when a new stimulus comes. But yeah, like, actually, I'm not going to even name the specific one, but, the recent issues with weirdos when it comes to school shootings saying that it was faked.
Yep, that's fucking ridiculous.
Oh, yeah.
My mother, of all people, said that it's because they took God out of schools, and I was like, fucking lunatic.
Oh, jeez. But yeah, so basically, not naming names is important because those people can continue to live their lives. But in those circumstances, we had fucking awful people saying it's an inside job and posting pictures of the families. So they didn't get to do
like the other things, just like normal lives, but also so they don't have to see the faces of the people they lost on the news constantly.
Yep.
or on social media constantly. Like that's just before, like when something tragedy happens, think about that before you post something on social media or in like a Discord or something like that. Would you want to see the face of the person that you lost posted on social media like that?
Yeah. Would you
If
want
you
to
lost them like that?
Yeah. Would you want to see that? Would you want to see the words written that you are considering writing? And, that's not an admonishment of anybody here, because you are all fine people from what I understand.
Yes, this is just a hypothetical. And besides, like, just because if you do have done this in the past, doesn't mean you're a bad person. It just means you didn't think about it in the right way.
Yeah, exactly. Right? Like, it's one of those things. I will say ACAB all day, every day, but if you stop being a police officer, you are no longer my enemy outright.
Yep.
You are just another
and
person.
Even saying, like, ACAB all the time doesn't mean, like, literally all cops are evil pieces of shit, either. It means that the whole system is fucked up, and, like, we need to fix it.
Yeah,
and a lot of cops are not helping with that.
Yeah, there is no way for something to be done about it from the bottom up.
And, like, a lot of people will have issues with, like, the phrase itself, ACAB, or the acronym itself, because, like, doesn't say everything that needs to say all at once, but, like, we cannot let perfection be the enemy of, like, good enough,
Yeah, and there is
that sort of thing. Like,
yeah, and there's
it needs
no
to be catchy.
slogan.
It needs to have, like, it needs to catch attention.
Yeah, it needs
so people will look into it.
Yeah, it needs to catch attention. But really what most people mean is either, on the low end, vast reform needs to occur in law. On the high end, police need to be gotten, like, the actual organization needs to be gotten rid of and replaced with something that has different responsibilities and privileges.
As they say where I'm from, porque no los dos.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it could be both. But, yeah. So, but that's getting way into weeds that I would want to get into a podcast about that, because I have a lot of thoughts about that.
Oh yeah, so do I. Like, shit. Like, I have no problem with the idea, for example. I have no problem with the idea of, like, an armed force that is supposed to, like, prevent violent crime. Sure, that's fine. Like, yeah, we kind of need that.
But it would be
in some areas.
It would be a vastly smaller organization with different privileges.
Yeah, and that organization would only be doing that. Yeah, nothing else.
Yeah, because that's the other problem, is you have a cop who's taught to think, oh, bad things are always going to happen. And then they also go to do mental health checks.
Yeah, like...
And
it's like calling a fucking firefighter for a flood,
Yeah,
which
exactly.
You
like,
do genuinely.
Yeah,
the point is, like, they don't have the equipment for that.
Yeah, exactly. It's more like having let's go with the other end of the spectrum. You can't expect an EMT to deal with an armed gunman.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you can't expect a firefighter or an EMT to deal with an armed gunman. And it's the same thing. Why do we expect, like, people with guns, cops, to deal with, like, people who just need someone to, like, hold them for a couple minutes and then get them some help?
Yeah, exactly. And that's why, that's something that other governments do better, though a lot of them make the same mistakes we do. It's just on a larger scale here because of how
this is not an America-specific problem. This is not like first world problems, hashtag, or whatever. This is like a problem all over the planet.
Yep. Just some of them do it better.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where we got to take care of ourselves before we can help other people, because we're just not in a position to help other people with it. And besides, I don't know if America should help other people with it, because every time the public thinks that we're helping other people with something, that's not what's happening.
Yeah. Guess that you killed those two, then locked the door from the inside, and that you carried Cannon's corpse away using some secret method that normal people wouldn't notice.
つまり、隠し扉を使って部屋から脱出したんだと読んだ。
In other words, he used a secret door to escape.
しかし、お前に赤で言われちまった。
But you told me it in red.
あの部屋に隠し扉の類はないってな。
You said no kind of hidden door existed in that room.
うん。お前たちの知らない秘密の通路は存在せぬぞ。
Indeed, there can exist no secret passages that you all are not aware of.
ノックスだったかバンダインだったか。
Oh, I meant to say this earlier, but
Oh, yeah.
The mutilations being common in mystery books and everything is specifically because it's fiction. Because they have to, like, up the shock factor to make people go, oh, fuck! And that's why it started, and now it's just true.
Yeah, exactly.
Because if you look at the earliest mystery novels, like, that shit wasn't in there.
Oh yeah,
It
like
was just like, oh yeah, this person was just, like, killed, we can't figure it out.
yeah, like people get freaked out by things progressively and get used to them, depending on what media they grew up with as children. So, for example, a train coming at the screen did legitimately freak people out during the first films.
And I can see that. Like, I can see getting freaked out by that, like, genuinely. Because, like, I have definitely seen things fly off the camera in, like, games or movies or whatever, and then, like, instinctively dodge to the side. Because, like, it just looked right, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. If we do any sort of podcast, I'll put it all over social media so people can see it.
Yeah, we will post it all over the place. We will slather that shit up all over the internet like a Greek wrestler getting ready for a wrestling contest.
Yeah, because
Alright?
yeah, it's definitely something we want to talk about. It's just we don't want to get too far into the weeds to the point we're not actually continuing the story. It's gonna be a long one enough.
Yeah, like we normally we used to do a World Build Wednesdays things, but then people got busy. And that's where we'd normally have an outlet for all this sort of thing. So and that's why we go on these huge tangents actually, is because that's how we got started, really, and how we talk to each other and how we do our content and everything. So
Yeah.
like now it's just sort of like ingrained in us. Oh yeah, we stop every 5 minutes to talk for 20 minutes about something else.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and we do that, and that's okay. It's just some topics are more sensitive than others, so I'd want to put it behind like its own thing.
Yeah. Although, like, I'm sitting here thinking, like, maybe I should put, like, a content warning on my whole ass stream, because I just do not think enough before, like, I spout some shit about mutilated bodies.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like, maybe I should put this on, like, 16 plus or something. I don't know. Like, I feel like it already should be, and I feel like I already said it like that, but I should check just in case, right?
Yeah, absolutely, and I do set, like, yeah, my stuff is not for children. I'd prefer if you were 18 plus watching this. I'm not going to complain if somebody's, 16.
Yeah, I'm not gonna tell you not to. Like, if you're in my chat and you're, like, 15, I'm not gonna tell you to get the fuck out, but, like, just have it known that I am gonna talk about fucked up things sometimes.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna stop swearing no matter what anyone says.
Oh,
Fuck
yeah,
you.
no, absolutely not.
Oh, God. I hate to, like, do another derailing thing, but, like, earlier I, of course, this was on fucking Twitter,
Mhm.
in someone's comments, some dude was, like, doing some fucking, like, doing a transphobia,
Mm-hmm.
via, like, just, like, centrist transphobia, So I was like, what the fuck, dude? What the hell are you talking about? Blah, blah, blah. And, this dude started saying, like, oh, I've treated you with nothing but respect. Why are you swearing at me? Blah, blah, blah. And it's like, buddy, I'm talking to you like another human being. Like,
Yeah.
we're on social media right now, not a debate forum.
Yeah, but no.
And even if we were in a debate forum, fuck your fucking respectability politics. I will swear because that's who I am.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But that's the thing, is they want... Yeah, because I'm going to guess this person actually is kind of right-wing that you were talking to.
I don't know.
But-
They were all conspiracy theorists about it. like saying that like trans people are more common now because of social pressure to be trans, and then that like people with levers of power were like pulling them to get more people to be trans, and I'm just like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah,
dude?
no, that person is.
What actual shit are you going on? What are you smoking? Please.
No, that person is definitely right wing then. But basically, it's a tactic where they like to think of themselves as respectable. And so they do the debate bro thing of debate me. And then, if you show any amount of emotion or literally just say, what the fuck are you talking about? Even without emotion, they will take that as a victory, even though it actually isn't one.
Yeah, it's like the second exchange there. I only saw like once or twice in the final fucking tweet of like 20. I literally like typed up like 20 tweets for this motherfucker. It's not for them, but because anyone who goes into reading it might need that extra information or that reassurance that yes, people do understand what's going on with you. Don't worry.
Yeah, absolutely.
That thing. That's why I engage in the first place, is just to have something there for like people who stumble across it to be like, okay, not everyone in this comment section is a fucking dickhead.
Yep. And that's definitely a valid thing to do.
Like I like the only thing I said is like he was something about like how you said you've been nothing but respectful to me, but here you are saying that the reason I want to claw my own face off whenever I brush my teeth in the morning because my face is not my face is because of social pressure.
Yeah, and I
was like,
and it's just the left-handedness principle.
Yeah, which I use that on them too. Like, that was the first thing I said. It's like, does this fucking chart say that, like, societal pressure to be left-handed? No, they were just born like that. But, like, the reason why sinister even means sinister, malicious or evil right now is because people associated left-handedness with being evil. Because sinister, the original meaning of the word, is left.
Yep.
Literally just left, as in the direction. Or the side of something. It's just... it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's definitely just one of those things that, yeah, if you had something that was, would get you in trouble, get you hurt, or people will pretend they're not that thing. But the minute they don't have to do that anymore, people, born in subsequent generations will just be that. So really, it's the absence of social pressure that is causing it.
Yeah, then that's what I said to them. This is like the lessening of oppression of oppressive bullshit is what's causing this, not like...
Yeah, no one is pressuring anybody to be fucking trans.
I mean, there might be a couple of weirdos doing that, but it's not like a societal thing. It's just like
yeah.
a couple of weirdos doing some weird shit.
Oh, yeah,
right?
yeah. Like, that's, it's nut picking. You've heard of cherry picking, there's also nut picking.
The Omega nut. So I'm looking for the setting for, like, doing, like, the content warning thing on my stream, but I just can't find it right now. It's obviously not going to be under analytics, maybe community somewhere. Activity, fun. No, it's not. None of those tabs.
At least on Streamlabs, it's on the same space of the thing that you would put in your tags and your category and stuff.
Oh no, there's a whole ass like channel warning, like on the entire channel, not individual to the stream. That's on a Twitch somewhere. And I saw it the other day. I just don't remember where it is.
Okay. Oh. Find that. Anyway,
okay, I haven't read that yet.
Yep, just making sure.
Indeed, there can exist no secret passages that you all are not aware of. I did read that, but was it Nox who said it, or was it Van Dyne?
何でもミステリーには秘密の通路があってはいけないらしい。
It seems that in mystery novels, there must never be hidden passages.
そのお作法にわらわも従ったということよ。
Oh, thank you for the
I
follow,
simply followed that
Bedwards.
etiquette. Oh, you finally got... I did not expect that. I thought you already had followed Mal Edwards. Speaking of, I'm going to grab a link to your channel and post it in my chat. Because I don't have the shout-out commands set yet.
Yeah, welcome in. Yeah, this is the other side of things.
Yeah, it's much more like put together than my side because I am super fucking lazy. And also, like, I can't actually stream the game itself, so I have to, like, capture my main monitor because Mal is streaming this to me over Discord, so...
Yep.
That's why you see, like... Actually, my avatar is actually hiding some of the buttons down here in the corner, now that I look at it. But up here, you can see, like, my face when I'm speaking, and then, like, all of the settings for Discord over here.
Yep. Yes, this is very nice, especially with the lowered standards for reaching affiliate.
Have they been lowered?
I believe so? Because I don't think it was always just 50 people.
Oh, it's been like that for years and years, actually.
Oh, wait, no, I know what it is.
By the time...
They lowered it for partner. That's it, not affiliate.
Oh. What did they lower it to?
Let me see.
Because I'm pretty sure the concurrent viewer requirement is 75. Or at least that's how it's been for years now. Sorry, little inside baseball here. Because I had already hit the follower requirement by the time you even stumbled across my stream like 3 years ago, Mel. And so that definitely has not changed for at least 3 years.
Let me see.
I can also check this. Somehow.
Okay, so it's something for the Partner Plus program, which is basically you have to have to attain that. I don't know what benefits there are, but to attain that, you have to have a certain number of people who are subscribed, who stay subscribed.
Yeah,
And they lowered that back.
I would assume that the benefits to that are like increased percentages of your subs and better like ad revenue.
Yeah, plus Twitch.
Because as an affiliate, I get like 1 cent per ad viewed. So
yeah, plus Twitch has the whole subscription thing now where you don't get ads at all, and people just
it's like fucking Twitch Turbo or whatever the fuck it's called.
Yeah, and people get paid just by you watching their stream without any ads.
Which is nice, but also... There we go, path to partner. 25 hours a month, 12 different days a month, and then average of 75 viewers. It actually doesn't have anything about, like, followers on this.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yep, so it's, yeah, the Partners Plus program. Because I can see it changed in, like...
It's fucked up, like, I've got 2 of the 3 requirements, and this is the problem for affiliate, too, is I had all the requirements except for the last one for a very long time. And it's just, like, average of 75 concurrent viewers. It's just like, buddy, that is not happening.
Yeah.
Like, even if literally all of my followers were here right now, that would not happen.
Yep. But for me, I just need to get about 0.5 more viewers as far as watch time, and then 50 viewers over. Or
You're going to get that way faster than I did. Because I have been streaming on this account for years now. And I finally got there, like, in December or something like that. I don't even remember why it happened, because I remember something happening and then, like, that bumped me up just enough. And then it took me like a month to fill out the paperwork because I had to wait for like my bank account to get set up properly.
Was that when a CDA came in, maybe? Or was that after that?
I don't remember. Hold on. Let me
Yeah, because it might
just
have...
like search the Discord real quick for the keyword affiliate. I made affiliate. Yeah, that was 16th of February. So I believe we were already doing Umineko by then.
Yeah. Yeah, we would
So I
have
think we
been.
started around the beginning of January.
Yeah, I believe so. So yeah, that's probably like a CDA probably brought you over the threshold just by, consistent viewers and those last few subscribers. Maybe I don't know how many followers you have.
Yeah, City A and Bedwards probably did it.
Yep.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened because I streamed the day before Umineko, so the 15th of January, right there in the Discord.
Yeah, there we go. So yeah, I won't be entirely shocked if I make affiliate while we're doing Dawn Trail.
That would be fun. Like my problem with that I've always had is that I don't like AAA games a lot, which AAA games are the ones with the most viewers, right?
Yeah.
Like I play State of Decay 2 with Nate sometimes, and whenever that happens, like I sometimes notice a little thing on Twitch where it's just like, this game has this many viewers, and then like up in the corner it says how many viewers I've got, and it's like, this game has 3 viewers, and you have 3 viewers.
Yeah.
It's like, well, I guess no one's gonna be finding my stream from this game.
Yeah, but with
It happened with Barony too.
Yeah, the interesting thing with Umineko is there's always like a couple people streaming it every week. Just because, new people are discovering the game or wanting to show the game to viewers.
It's just sort of sad because, like, I really like State of Decay 2 and Barony, and I think they both deserve, like, all the shenanigans, right?
Yeah.
Like, State of Decay 2 is, like, a AA thing, not a AAA, and it is published by Microsoft, but it's still really good and fun, and it's got that, like, B-movie jank to it that I like.
And I don't know if you read this line.
Yeah, fair enough. Yes, I did.
Okay.
You got distracted by something when I was reading it. I don't remember what it was. Oh, it was Bedward's following you.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right.
Okay. So even without having to thoroughly search the room, a famous detective could conclude that no secret passages exist. Humans playing detective have it so easy. Yeah, like secret passages in like your house are very rare.
I always want one though.
Yeah, I mean I want one too, but I also want to live in a literal hole in the ground. Like I want to live in a mausoleum. So I don't know. I don't think I'm ever getting that. I want it.
Yeah.
The story behind this, for everyone wondering, is I went to Ohio to hang out with my partner at the time. I was like 16 or 17. I just like took a quick flight up and all that shit. At least I think it was a flight. Might have been fucking something else, like a bus or something. Pretty sure it was a flight. And we were just driving around town one day. She was gonna like pick up some burgers or something like that because like I was hungry, she was hungry. Neither of us wanted to cook, so we were just gonna go pick up some burgers. And we went down Main Street, and there was a mausoleum on the main street. Like the main street had been expanded into the graveyard sort of deal because like they needed more space. And most of the graves had been moved, of course, but like the mausoleum, though, I guess like one of the family members of that thing, or maybe just like no one was left alive in the family, so maybe like the cemetery itself did this. But it was up for sale as a house.
Huh.
Like it was like realtor house sort of up for sale. And I was like, I have never thought about that before, and now I want that.
Yeah. Fair enough.
That is the thing that I want most in this life, is to have a mausoleum house. Like a mausoleum that's been converted into a house with plumbing and electricity and like airflow and heating and all that shit. I just want that.
Yeah, granted, the issue with a secret passage or a secret door is I'd want to show everyone, thus ruining the need.
Yeah, like that. You'd want to show everyone because, hey, look, I got a secret passage. No. But then it wouldn't be a secret passage anymore. It'd just be a passage.
Yeah, I think the best I could do is like one of those very intricate wooden desks that have a bunch of secret compartments, because no one's keeping track of that.
That would also be pretty cool. I am too lazy to actually use one of those myself, but they are cool. Because like I would absolutely fucking forget where I put what.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like I'd be cleaning it out 3 years later and be like, oh, so that's where that ring went.
Yeah.
Man, I've been looking for that forever.
Damn you.
You're
Talking
okay,
so
buddy.
big.
ありがとよ。
Thanks.
魔女様のお取り計らいのおかげで、俺も部屋を探し尽くさずに、あの部屋に隠し扉がないと断言できるぜ。
Thanks to the mighty witch being so diplomatic, I get to conclude that the room has no hidden doors without searching the whole thing.
うん。この部屋に隠し扉はない。
Indeed. There are no hidden rooms or hidden doors in this room.
扉と窓以外に出入りする方法はない。
There is no way to get in or out other than the door and the windows.
ってことはよ、今、ローザおばさんがぶってる自信満々の仮説は、
Which means that the theory Aunt Rose is so confident
間
in
違ってるってわけ。
is wrong.
So, like, the devil's proof thing is just like it's really annoying in this situation because there are absolutely so many ways to test for hidden rooms and everything. And yes, technically, someone could have absolutely like gone through the full effort to make it look completely normal, like through like audio padding and so on and so forth. But like, this is an old house. It was built like 30 years ago. 40 even, maybe. I don't know exactly when, but it was built a while ago. You would be able to tell if there was a secret door somewhere in there if you actually tried to look for one. It's a bedroom, not an entire house.
Yeah, and then the thing I wanted to bring attention to is Butler is in such a shit situation in that he's gonna know things, but he's not gonna be able to back it up with proof.
Yeah. Which, like, words can't be proof in the first place, honestly.
Well, sure.
People can say anything. We talked about this last time, too, like, how, like, even, like, a written contract is not proof of anything.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
It's just proof that there was a contract.
Yeah, absolutely. But just, there's, you know, he might know something without even the words to explain why he believes that to be true. Because
Yeah.
Battler just has a feeling, while the Game Boy version of him is getting all these red truths.
Yeah, of course.
So it's it's just
that's a pretty shit position.
Yeah, that is a horribly shit position. It'd be like, I know this in my gut to be true, but now I have to find the reasons why it's true. Otherwise, no one's gonna fucking believe me.
Yeah.
Which means that the theory Aunt Rose is so confident in is wrong.
しかも悔しいことに、この
Is
仮説は
Kinzo the
反
type of
証不能だ。
motherfucker to make a secret passage?
Yes.
I don't think so. I think he's too proud for that.
I think there's two...
Because like a panic room like he's got for a study and a secret passage are two entirely separate things.
Alright, so there are two situations where he'd have a secret passage. One is a way to leave the mansion that no one else knows. Just because...
But why would he want that in the first place? He's so proud.
Oh, absolutely. But there are situations where he, especially like, you know, just after the war, where you go, yeah, I might have to, you know, fucking go out the back way and have a boat ready and just fucking leave until the government can come in.
Fair. Okay.
And then the other one is a secret door to a basically another magical prepared space, not for any defense reasons, just because he doesn't want anyone to fuck with his literal magic circles on the ground.
I don't know if he would have a secret room, secret passage for something like that. He would just have a room that no one was allowed to go in ever,
I mean,
and only he had the key for, and then he would just like walk out and into it. You know, it's like fuck you guys. You're not allowed in here. Go away.
yeah, fair enough, but I think he also knows more than anybody. Evidence of a secret just makes someone want that secret more.
True, but he also tries to. He also seems to want to encourage that, right?
True.
He
Yeah,
wants to encourage his children and everyone around him to be like, have a strong backbone, be bold, be you know,
yeah.
take what they want and what they need and be smart about it, and so on and so forth.
Oh, there's
So like,
there is one other
Even-
reason he might have something like that, especially if my theory is true, that there is a magical world and there is a mundane world. In the magical world, you could absolutely have a room for making, like, homunculi or something. Or
that would be amazing, but if he could do that, I think he'd have a homunculus of Beatrice like hanging around somewhere.
True.
Because that's that he's that kind of guy.
Very true.
He's the Celivis kind of fucked up.
Yeah.
Elden Ring Celivis, not like Capture is not going to get that right because it's a made the fuck up name, but
Like many a name, but
this one far more recently.
yeah, this one far more recently. It's interesting how much the Black Death impacted names, by the way.
Yeah.
Specifically, the thing I'm going to bring up is it's why the English have last names. Like, peasants.
Mm-hmm.
Because there just were not enough workers to go around. Or rather, workers were more important, so they were going around the places to the highest bidder. Whichever lord was going to pay them more. So
Yeah, you can't just say John of fucking whatever when there's 8 other Johns.
yeah, or you can't, if it's, 2 Johns from blah blah Berg and, 2 more Johns from blah blah town, you're gonna need something better than that to differentiate yourself.
Yeah. Because in the town, you'd be like, oh yeah, John, fucking Bill's kid, or whatever.
Yeah.
Or Bill's kid, John, or, the cobbler's son, whatever.
Yeah, exactly. And those kind of became surnames, but generally weren't.
Yeah, like, the Bill, no,
Yes, I
it's not gonna be
forget.
Billson. It's gonna be Wilson, but,
Yeah. And that one's...
yeah, there was definitely a thing like that. I don't remember what it is.
Yeah,
But it's up in New England somewhere.
yes, and that is far enough back that nobody
I
living...
think that's H.H. Holmes. Was that H.H. Holmes?
Let me see.
It's gonna murder hotel. Yes, that was H.H. Holmes. Fuck yeah, my brain's good.
Yeah, and that's far back enough that nobody living experienced that. So yeah,
Yeah, absolutely the fuck not. The man was executed in 1896.
Yep. So we can talk about that one a little bit. So yeah, this guy specifically set out to murder people. And that's all he wanted. He wasn't doing it to, there was no reason for organ harvesting at this time. It wasn't specific people. That
He just killed whoever the fuck came into his murder castle.
Yeah, and what he did is he built a hotel, basically himself, and made it confusing as fuck, and had a bunch of hidden ways that he could go, and just fucking kill people. And that's what he did, and got away with it for quite some time.
Murder castle. I'm not actually finding any like reliable information on like what the murder castle actually was or like what's going on there. Let's see. Human skeleton. Blah, 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 blah.
Oh, okay, so it was gutted by a fire started by an unknown arsonist shortly after his arrest.
Makes sense. Shut up, cat.
And then it was a fucking post office. Imagine working in that post office.
I'm seeing a picture here saying that it was located just to the left of the post office. Shut up. Stop it, cat. Yeah, so it was a hotel. Did he build the murder castle, or did he buy it and then alter it? Contemporary accounts report that Holmes built the hotel. Okay, so apparently he did actually build it. Yeah, Holmes purchased an empty lot across the street where construction began in 1887 for a two-story mixed-use building with apartments on the second floor, retail spaces, including a new drugstore on the first. And then the third floor that was used as a hotel, and the whole thing was fucking trapped to shit. Those things, Bedwards, are not mutually exclusive. You can have a fantasy mystery easily.
Oh yeah,
But
absolutely.
I'm sure you know that.
But yeah, also annoying.
I think
Battler
I think his epitaph there, Bedwards, is to do with his kind of magic, because we've already established that his specific kind of magic, what he does is he uses gambling, more or less chaos magic.
So there's a chance
So
he'll
he
lose
has to have
everything.
the risk for it to work for him.
Yeah, there's a chance he'll lose everything. There's a chance that Beatrice will win like he wants. Or there's a chance that his kids.
I don't know if he wants her to win or if he wants himself to win.
Well, that's the thing. He has given himself a situation where he can never win. He cannot be the person who solves the riddle. Because he already knows the answer, so that's not the point.
I know, but I'm just thinking, like...
He wants to see Beatrice one last time before he dies. That's all he cares about. So whether his kids...
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
Whether his kids find the gold, or anybody finds the gold, or Beatrice wins, as long as he sees Beatrice one more time before he dies, that's his goal with
So
it.
basically, he just has to survive to the final night and he wins.
Yes.
Unless, Beatrice just, like, murders him with a demon instead of doing it herself.
But yeah, as Battler's saying here, also annoyingly, it's impossible to disprove her theory. Because I can't literally tear up all the floorboards. Though, if I was in his position and felt that way, I would be just going and getting a fucking hatchet and literally breaking that room apart.
Yeah, like, same, for one thing, but also, secondly, like, it stretches plausibility, right?
Yeah, but...
To say that there's a secret passage that we cannot find no matter what we do. It's like, you can find secret passages. Like, they have to be able to be used, and therefore they have to, like, have an entryway. There must be a seam somewhere, or a hollow wall, something.
Yeah, absolutely. Which, again, goes back to, let's just take a fucking axe to it if you really want to know for certain. Because...
It's like, we can prove this right now, we just gotta tear the fuck out of a room, like...
Yeah,
I can prove to you that there's no secret wall, or secret door, or anything like that.
And they know where there's tools in this place, so they can just go do that very, very quickly, because it's not that huge of a room.
Yeah, it's like it's smaller than my room, actually, but that's because, like, I live in a converted garage. So.
Yeah, absolutely. There's, at one point I lived in a warehouse. I get it.
Yeah. Like, there's no... The only walls in here are the ones that, like, separate me from the outside.
Mm-hmm. We did build walls around the bathroom, but that's about it.
I gotta go into the main house to go to the bathroom. It sucks. So I gotta go up, like, steps for that. It's awful.
no, that sucks. But yeah, there's no way to disprove her without getting her to agree to tear the entire room apart. Or at
And
least,
like at that point, like tearing apart the entire room, like yeah, okay, maybe we shouldn't do that because we want to wait for the police to investigate.
yeah, at that
But-
point. Yeah, at that point,
Like you could walk around with a stick and like tap the walls and the floors and everything, the ceiling to like find out where shit sounds different, you know?
Yeah. And hell, I think even in this day and age, stud finders are a thing, I think, at this point.
I don't know about that because the ones that I've always used are based on lasers. So, I mean, I don't need a stud finder anyway. I just knock on the wall and find it. But that's because I'm old now. I mean, everyone in chat is about the same age as me, and everyone here in the Discord is about the same age as me too. But like, you know, I'm old. We're old. Not really old yet, but we're old enough that like when I was working construction, stud finders were just like unnecessary because you would just knock on the fucking wall with your hand to find it. And like once you find the spacing between once you find two studs close to each other, you know the spacing for the rest of the studs too because they're built in like at even lengths along the walls. So, but the real question is, does this place even have studs, or is it solid walls?
Good point.
Because that's another thing. Like I said earlier, they're not giving me enough details for me to like think about this deeply and get enraptured in the fucking like mystery. You know?
Yeah.
Like,
but
I'm just waiting for the other shoe to drop.
yeah, that's fair.
That's what I'm here for.
Also, 1977.
Oh yeah. Okay. So stud finder, like first stud finder was invented in 1997, so they weren't here in this time period yet.
No, 1977.
Oh, 77. Oh yeah, that would do it then. Yeah.
Yes, it was based on a capacitor rather than
that would
laser.
do it. Yeah.
And then, yeah,
Robert
exactly.
Franklin in 1977. Okay, Zircon Corporation.
Yeah, and so they had the sole patent for a while, and then that was gotten rid of, and then we had the expansions into that, into radar technology, which is what is used today.
I just remember like the fucking thing shooting out lasers when I had, and I was like, "How the fuck do I even use this?" And then someone explained it to me, and I was just like, "I'm just gonna knock on the wall. Is that all right?" So I just knock on the walls instead. It's like stud finders just seem like overly complicated to me. There's like a very different feel to the knock as well as the sound. Like I can almost look at a wall and see where the stud is, right? And like I know this is because like I have experience and my eyes are sharp due to like art and like archery and shit like that. But like even with my eyes degrading like they are, I can still like look at a wall and see where the stud probably fucking is.
But yeah, basically, a lot of these work on detecting the change in density, which would work for this situation, I think. You'd almost get the opposite with a solid wall, in that you would get solid wall, so it would detect it as a stud with how...
Oh yeah, you'd have to
with-
like turn up the sensitivity on it.
Yeah, with how dense it is, and then you would get a negative result on the hollow side where the door is. Essentially.
Mhm. And of course, like a false positive just means you have to crack a hole in the wall.
Yeah.
And it's just like, okay, well, whatever. It's a small hole. No one's using the room anymore.
Yeah,
anyway.
and honestly, like, all you really need to do all you really need to do is crack a hole, as long as it's built with a frame, obviously. The frame isn't so big, isn't so narrow that you can't just stick your head through. You stick your head through and go, nope, just fucking frame here. And then you do that for...
frame and insulation.
Yeah, and then you do that for the other wall. Because thinking about it, it's not going to be on the outside wall, unless there's an obvious gap. And it's not going to be on the wall in between.
I think it was built in like the 50s, right? Like late 40s, early 50s, somewhere around there.
Somewhere around there. Because yeah, it was at...
It might have a frame instead of solid walls.
Yeah, it would
It's
be
possible.
Yeah, because it would be at the end of World War II.
You're okay, Ember.
Is where
This is the kind of shit that I look for in my mysteries when I actually like want a mystery. It's like some super fucking detailed shit like this. Come on.
Yeah, absolutely. Whereas this is much more about the character relationships.
And a lot of mystery things are about that, so that's generally why I don't like mystery books.
Yeah, but anyway, so yeah, can't disprove her theory reasonably right now. So he's kind of stuck knowing the truth, but not being able to just outright go, here, look. You know, or tell her about the red truth.
Yeah, I agree with you, Bedwards. I think I have been inserting like these sort of disclaimers in my brain as we read these things, and often out loud as well. But like, just by acknowledging that, like, it's totally possible to do this. It's just like, are they willing to do it, and do they have the time to do it? Do they have the energy to do it, etc.? I am 28.
I am north of that. All right, so you're
very non-committal.
You are probably older than me, Bedwards, but not by much. It depends if you're north of 35 or south of 35.
But let's not.
Yeah,
Bedwards obviously doesn't want to actually say the exact.
I'm just saying, if you're younger than 35, you're closer to my age. You don't have to say whether you are or not. I'm just giving you more information.
Yeah, we're not actually old.
Yeah,
well, I mean, I feel like it, but that's because my body is a fucking wreck.
Yep. Not about the age, it's about the miles.
Yeah, and them miles have been rough. It's like fucking. I'm what happens if you take a sports car off road.
So he does get the sound effect at least. Also, annoyingly, it's impossible to disprove their theory. If you, the witch, say there are no hidden doors in red, then it's settled.
And he got the text for it, too.
Yeah, he got the text, he got the sound, everything.
Yes! Because I was talking about this, like, 2 streams ago, where it's like, can Battler use the red text, too? And you were like, oh, it's explicitly a witch thing. And I'm just like, are you sure? Are you sure about that? So I want to see.
Yeah, so I'm curious
proof with that.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see. I think the main thing is he'll need a more meta perspective. Because right now, Beatrice has a lot more answers than he does.
Mm-hmm.
So he needs to have her perspective, which...
I love it when the main character starts off as, like, some no-name shithead, and then slowly just, like, warps the powers of their foes to their own advantage. Like this. I hate Battler as a person. I hate him so much as a person. However, I like it that he's using the red text.
Yeah, if he continues to do that.
I mean, he's still going to be an awful person that I hate so much, but not like morally awful, just like a person that I very annoying.
Yeah, you find him somebody you would not want to spend time around.
Yeah, I would have kicked this man in the fucking nutsack already. Like multiple times. He'd open his mouth and I'd ready my foot. Like, got one in the chamber, like cock the leg back a little bit.
However, no matter how much a human like me tries to argue against her, Aunt Rosa probably won't accept it. Though I'm going to actually question, how human are you right now?
Right? Like, that was the next thing I was going to say. Are you actually a human right now?
Yeah, because you were...
I don't think you are, because you are sat in, like...
Yeah, you are...
Or at least by your own definition, you're not human, because you are sat in a supernatural state.
Yeah, you accept that the other world exists. You just say, that it doesn't affect my reality.
Mm-hmm.
But you
Because, like,
you
for
accept
whatever reason, to these kinds of people, like, the afterlife and souls is different than magic, right?
Yeah, but in general, you're sitting there at the game board, literally talking to Beatrice. You're just insisting.
Dude, I want to see Battler try to, like, have this argument that magic doesn't exist to fucking Dada-san. There's like this fucking like 30-foot long snake lady with 6 arms, just like looking at him like, "Hey, what? You sure about that?"
That would be so funny. However, no matter
For everyone in chat, I am talking about the manga Reiwa no Dara.
yes,
And it's about like a mountain god.
yes, which is a urban legend of a mountain god.
Yeah, it's Yamatagi Madara, I think her name is.
Yes,
But like everyone just calls her Dara.
yeah, and it's it's basically the kind of stuff of ooh, spooky mountain, ooh, something bad happened, that kind of stuff. But the manga is very interesting.
Don't feel too bad there. Bad words. As I have like close personal friends that are significantly older than you. You are not the only boomer coded person here.
Yeah, no, and that's not boomer. That's just fucking millennial.
Yeah, like I'm about as young as you can get as a millennial. I'd still be considered a millennial.
But yeah, no.
I mean, you can be a little younger than me, but not by much.
Yeah, no, you're 2 years older than me, Bedwards. That's it.
I know I fucking act like I'm a lot older, at least in attitude and like behavior, if not. I definitely don't act like it in how I speak, but that's because I've always spoken like I'm in my late 20s. I have for like 15 years. People used to mistake me for being my current age 15 years ago. I've always been boomer coded. At least everyone around me, anyway.
But yeah, Battler is, while not operating on the level of a witch, certainly doing things a normal human would not be able to do as far as viewing the situation. And
Yeah,
sure,
he's definitely not in a mundane state or taking mundane actions here.
yeah, which you could say, oh yeah, Beatrice is facilitating all this, but that's still, yeah, my boy.
Yeah, like I
so
kind of, I do kind of want Battler to become a magician of some kind, right?
Yes.
Like a mage.
Honestly, I would be super happy if they just called him a witch.
That would be, yeah, I would like that a lot. I want to see a male witch in this, or at least a male presenting witch.
Yeah.
In this series. I don't think it's going to happen, but I would like to.
We shall see.
I specifically don't think it's going to happen because it's 2006 or 2007, somewhere around there, and so far the word witch has been used in the Japanese as the Japanese word majo, which is a portmanteau of maho shoujo.
That is true.
So it's a magic girl, magic woman, more or less.
We do know from the content warning that we do have trans rep, so maybe.
That's true. Or at least metaphorical trans rep.
But explicitly so in the manga, so.
Yep. The ending of episode 1 claimed that Maria wrote the story that was found in a wine bottle. I don't think she wrote the whole ass story that we saw in episode 1. I think she wrote down like a few details and then said, please someone go find the truth. I think that's what happened, because I think it read out the whole ass note.
Yeah.
Or just played the whole note or whatever.
Yeah, it definitely did something to that effect. There was a lot of reading. I wish they would have let me pause to read.
Yeah, because there was so fucking much on that. Yeah. The epilogue really needed to like the scroll slower or let you like stop, you know?
But also...
even I was having issues keeping up with like what was going on, and I read very quickly, as we said.
Yeah, which possibly maybe engine limitations with having it be in the credits. But in that case, they should have had like a separate screen afterwards or
Yeah,
something.
or like slow the scroll some or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Or space out the text more so you have less to read while it's scrolling. And just have it scroll longer, you know?
Humans can't prove there's no hidden door. It's a devil's proof. Yeah. Sure is convenient being a witch. Become the witch.
You'll have to get rid of your stupid fucking zip-up suit jacket, though.
Yeah, but you know, if he becomes a witch, that his witch outfit will also be stupid.
You're right. Fucking Battler.
Yeah, because...
Tacky-ass little nerd.
Yeah, exactly. Like, his tacky sensibilities will still bleed through, because it's probably at least partially a representation of how they view themselves. Right?
Yeah, probably. God damn it, Battler. I fucking hate you.
It's true.
I hate you so much.
Either that, or I don't know. Fucking wearing his grandfather's robe.
Why would he do that?
Well, his grandfather is a magician, so... I don't know, adopting his sense of style, / maybe the equipment is enchanted already?
Maybe. I don't know.
Or made from particular materials, which I would...
I don't think whatever Kinzo would use as his implements would work for Battler, though, because they seem to think very differently. Battler does not do gambling.
That's true. He does chess. He does games, which Kinzo also does, but that's a separate thing from his gambling.
Mm-hmm. Hmm.
そんなあるかないかもわからない隠し扉を理由にカノン君を犯人呼ばわりする
Yeah, like George is actually right here. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, Rosa?
Yeah. But of course, her argument's probably going to turn into, well, until we know for certain, we should be suspicious of anybody we do not 100% know for certain isn't the killer. I don't necessarily agree with that, but that's her framework. No,
Yeah, it's just like, you don't need a ridiculous argument like that for that, right? You just say, well, we don't actually know, so we need to be cautious overall. Which is a fair idea, right? Like...
Yeah. No way. To call Cannon the culprit because of a hidden door we don't even know exists.
僕は納
Keep
得
me
できない
get up for a second.
Can't accept that.
納得できないならより納得できる推理を聞かせて。
That's not how this works, lady. You can't accept it, then find me a different theory that's more convincing. Oh, and to kind of also answer your question, Bedwards, I don't recall how this credit sequence ends, but I wouldn't be surprised if someone else shares the story or pieces things together from whatever evidence is left at the house once the storm passes. Because we're sure as fuck not at the end of this. There is none.
私はずっと考えてる。
I've been
Yeah, Rosa, that's also a fucking logical fallacy, though.
Yep. Been thinking this whole time.
これしかないのよ。
There's no other option.
ジョージ君はシャノンちゃんと仲が良かったわね。
George, you and Shannon are close, right?
だから 使用人全員が犯人であることは受け入れがたいと思うの。
Imagine that's why you find it so hard to accept that all the servants are culprits.
私もシャノンちゃんが犯人の一味であるなんて信じたくない。
Even I don't want to believe that Shannon is in league with the culprit.
でも全員であるか否かはともかく、確実にあの中に犯人もしくは共犯がいるのよ。
No, Rosa always looking so smug. Yeah.
Yeah, except when she deals with her siblings, then she does kind of look cowed.
She's got a resting smug face.
Yeah. But whether they're all in it together or not, there's definitely a culprit or maybe an accomplice in that
そ
group.
れだけは見誤っちゃダメ。
That point alone is something you absolutely need to understand.
カノン君以外に
No,
多くがいると見てたんだ。
I don't want to like derail too much, but I have to say this while I'm thinking about it because otherwise I will forget to bring it up.
Valid.
But you know, I think it was 2016 or 2017, how like the Cicada 3301 thing came around.
Mm-hmm.
I was really interested in it at the time, but like I just knew that I wouldn't have the skills to do it, and so like occasionally I go and look in on it now because that's the kind of thing that I like in my mysteries and riddles, where it's like the very highly detailed, like granular shit.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Also, welcome back.
And
Andrea.
welcome back, yes. But like apparently they're supposed to drop more hints for the most recent riddle this year sometime, and I'm like, yeah, boy.
Interesting,
Come on.
yeah.
Because I remember, like, when that came out, like, I watched all the thing, and I looked at the image, I did all the stuff, but of course I couldn't figure anything out because I was, like, fucking, like, 18 or 19 or something. I don't remember what year this happened in, so I can't say. And I just did not have the, like, cryptography skills for it.
Yeah, that's fair.
So, like, but I was just, like, really inspired by this idea of this not really hidden organization, because I don't really think they're hidden so much as like they're just being really fucking cagey about what they do, which is fair if they're, because some of the accounts of people who have solved the riddles are like, oh yeah, we're doing like security stuff, so it's like, okay, yeah, no wonder they're so cagey about what they're doing, right? Because you have to be like that with security things.
Yeah.
But like, I just really like the idea of this organization doing something like this to recruit new people, especially like using a fucking like cicada or a moth or something like that as their fucking emblem. That shit gets my brain going so goddamn hard.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
ジェシカの部屋で犯人はカノン君だと大騒ぎしたのは使用人たちの反応を見るため。
You guessed there were wolves besides Cannon. Does that mean the uproar you caused by accusing Cannon in Jessica's room was to gauge reactions of the other servants?
ええ、そうよ。そしてその結果、私は一層の疑いを持つに至ったわ。
Yes, that's right, and as a result, I began to suspect them even more.
Rosa,
Why?
you're just a shit person.
Did pretty reasonably.
確実に使用人の中に狼がいる。
There certainly is a wolf among the servants.
確実にね。
Certainly.
そして
You paranoid little
狼と
weirdo.
羊のパズルのように、普段はおとなしくしているけれど、チャンスがあったら襲ってくるに違いないの。
Certainly, and just like in the wolves and sheep puzzle, while they may be docile most of the time, they'll surely attack if they get the chance.
ジェシカちゃんは一人で船に
Again, you paranoid little fucking
あのパズル
weirdo.
では頭数の時は襲ってこないけど、私たちのパズルは違う。
Jessica was a lone sheep on the boat. In Maria's version of the puzzle, they may not attack when there's an equal number of wolves and sheep, but our puzzle is different.
チャンスと人数次第なら頭数でも襲ってくる。
I actually like how that puzzle illustrates a very good point about like how wolves hunt in the first place. Generally, they will only attack when they outnumber what they're hunting.
Yeah, because they're not going to put up the risk of one of their number falling without, substantial reason.
Like they're starving or, whatever.
Yeah, stuff like that.
And that's
Otherwise-
also the only times they'll attack humans too, by the way, is when they're starving. Even if they outnumber the human, like they will just look at us and go, eh.
Yeah, they might growl to go, hey, get out of our territory, but otherwise, they're not gonna do shit most of the time.
Mostly they just like watch you and maybe follow you along a little bit.
Yeah, just definitely look up what where local wildlife organization tells
like,
you to do.
Every like species of wolf, and in every region is a little bit different.
Yeah,
Some are a little bit more aggressive than others.
Yeah, so, but on the whole,
generally speaking,
not...
like Mexican wolves and timber wolves, which is what we've mostly got in America, will not attack humans unless they're just straight up starving and they outnumber you.
Yeah, because they generally understand that the monkeys with the boomsticks are not to be messed with.
Yeah, most animals generally understand that because, like, again, animals are, capable of thought and everything, just not very long-term thought, abstract thought.
Yeah, so
they see our size and the stuff that we carry around. They're just like, yeah, no.
Yeah, we look big.
And plus, like, we have no fur. Like, we look like we're diseased to them.
Yeah, we're big.
So they're just gonna like,
Yeah, we're big. We're intimidating. They're probably going to leave us alone unless they are desperate.
Pretty much, yeah.
Depending on the situation, the number of people they'll attack, even if there is a balance. Just like when Jessica was killed.
僕は怒りたいことがある。
And there's something that makes me mad.
じゃあ、厨房へ行かされてるシャノンは危険な状態じゃないか。
That's true, then when you made Shannon go to the kitchen, you put her in a dangerous situation, didn't you?
今すぐ僕たちも厨房へ行くべきだ。
You should go to the kitchen right now.
Yeah, they should never split up in the first place.
No matter who may or may not be a
僕た
wolf.
ち全員が揃っていれば均衡するなら、それを保ち続けるべきだと思う。
Staying together means we remain in balance. I think we should keep it that way.
シャノンちゃんはお父様のところへゲンジさんと一緒に行った。
Shannon went to see father along with Genji.
その時に孤立したはずなのに殺されなかった。
That time, she was supposedly isolated, but she wasn't killed.
ゲンジさんも狼ではないから。
Was it because Genji wasn't a wolf either?
違うわ。二人とも狼だったからよ。
Wrong. It's because they were both wolves.
Gods, Rosa. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, let's assume that Genji is a quote unquote, and therefore like a murderer. The murderer. And Shannon isn't. I can, just right now, without thinking too deeply about it, give you probably 3 reasons why he wouldn't have killed Shannon right then and there. 1, she wasn't a target. 2, she was still useful alive. For various reasons. One of them might be an alibi for Genji. Another one might be because he's technically in command of her, so he can have her do shit. Etc. Like, there are so many different reasons that Shannon might not be killed by Genji earlier on in the day, if Genji is a murderer and Shannon isn't.
Yeah, and 3, if Kinzo disappeared, and I'm going to assume you don't think your father is one of the wolves, which maybe you do, but let's go with that for a moment. Then, if Kinzo were to disappear, because he would be witness to the murder, you would notice something was wrong when you went up to check on your father.
Mm-hmm.
Like they did in the first loop, but, just putting loops aside, that's still, obvious. Dude hasn't left his room in 2 years. Or has barely left his room in 2 years.
I know why she's doing this. Psychologically, I know the reason why. This is actually a realistic reaction to this sort of thing. People will dehumanize murderers to the point of, calling them monsters or animals or beasts or whatever like that. And, we mentioned this early in the stream, but don't do that. Murderers are still people.
Yeah, which
I'm
is
not saying that you have to treat them well or anything like that. I'm saying that they're still people. That means they are just as smart as you.
They are just as smart, and it's also a thing of people are capable of these things. Like, the monsters of history are all human.
No, except for maybe something like the the Beast of Shepardon, but you know.
Well, yeah, you know. But you know, the things we've historically written down about people doing
Yes.
bad things.
So, the Beast of Shepardon, that was just a joke. I don't think the Beast of Shepardon even existed in the first place. I think it was just a myth.
Yeah, fair enough. But yeah,
Like a folklore thing where like people just kept on thinking like a particularly large wolf in their area was the Beast, you know.
yeah, absolutely.
Then, as they do with like things that kill people, they dramatized it and like said it killed way more people than it actually did, etc. Just like they did with HH Holmes that we were talking about earlier.
Shannon isn't the kind of person who would take part in a crime.
いくらローザおばさんでもそれは聞き流せません。
Can't let a comment like that slide, not even from you, Aunt
今の
Rosa.
発言に対し僕は取り消しを要求します。
I demand that you take back what you just said.
兄貴の前で悪いがその論法
Hate saying this in front of George, but the way you're
エ
arguing
ヴァおばさんの雰囲気にそっくりだな。
feels just like something Aunt Ava might say.
こっちが反論できなきゃ自動的に自分が正しいみたいな。
Like you're...
That's because that's what she did in the first loop, Battler. There you go, buddy.
Yeah. Like you're automatically assuming that you're right unless we can counter your argument.
やっぱり血は争えないなおばさん。
It's like you can't fight against your own blood after all, Aunt Rosa.
私だって今の自分はあまり褒められたものじゃないとは思ってる。
And I can't think of myself as very praiseworthy right now.
You
Good,
have
because
the power to change that.
you shouldn't,
You
but
could just stop acting like that.
yeah,
You
like
have that power.
first, stop acting like that at any time. Second off, you're kind of turning everybody
Ugh.
against you at this point. Because I notice you also put Dr. Nanjo in potential danger.
Yeah.
でもね、私は母なの。
But guess what? I'm a mother. So fucking what? So's a roach.
That's pretty good. I like that.
マリアの無事を守るためなら鬼にもなるわ。
I've become even a demon to protect Maria's safety.
Then why don't you off yourself right now? Because you definitely aren't keeping her fucking safe with how you slap her and beat her.
Yep. But, of course, she's also kind of following the same line as,
Nazi, yeah.
Nazi, so we're kind of seeing the comparisons and contrast with how they behave.
本当ならマリアと二人きりでどこか
Playing
に
the
閉
same
じこもっ
role,
て
but
いた
in
いくらい
different
よ。
ways.
Really wish I could shut myself away somewhere alone with her.
でも私は同時にあなたたちの母でもあるつもりなの。
That's not comforting. But I also plan to act as a mother to you two.
今やあなたたちは私の子供も同然。
Right now, you're practically my children. George is 23.
Yeah, like, I think, Rosa, I think you were like 13 when he was born.
私は自分の子じゃないからといってあ
Even
なた
if
たち
you
を見
aren't
捨て
my
たりし
own,
ない
I won't forsake you.
絶対。
No matter what.
そりゃどうも。
Well, thanks for that.
私はあなたたちの母として油断しないでと警告したかっただけなの。
Just say as your aunt, that is actually creepy.
Yeah, it's just like weird.
Just wanted to warn you not to be careless as your mother.
常に私の目の届くところにいて
Stay where I can see you at all times.
私があなたたちを守って
I
あげ
will
る。
protect you.
ついでに
See, it's at this point where I would like look at Rosa and just be like, all right, okay, about that, and then just turn around and walk out the fucking room.
Yep.
Like, I would not deal with a person like this in this kind of situation.
Yeah, no, I'd be taking my chances with Genji.
Yeah, like, I would have already taken the weapon from her if I had a chance to, but if I didn't, I would have just fucking left her there. It's like,
Yeah.
nope, I'm out. Fuck you.
Yeah, I'm just hanging out with Genji. Bye.
Yeah, like, you split the group knowing full well, or at least under your own theory anyway, that
You might be condemning
is
some
super
of them to
fucking
death.
dangerous.
Yeah.
Like, whether the so-called wolf was in the group that stays behind or goes with into the kitchen or whatever, either way, that is incredibly fucking dangerous. What are you doing? And I know that they did it in the first loop too, but it's just like, please, it's for like 16 hours. Just stay together.
Yep. And at the same time, you'll be observing us to make sure we aren't wolves.
そりゃありがたいぜ。
Yeah, thanks a lot for that.
そういうおばさんは自分が狼ではないって証明はできるのかよ。
Can you, Aunt Rosa, prove that you aren't a wolf yourself?
ええ、できるわ。
Yes, I can.
即答っすね。
That's a quick answer.
どうやって？
How?
これよ。
With this.
これが証拠よ。
This is my proof. Aunt Rosa lifted her gun and pointed the barrel at me. Don't point at anything you aren't willing to shoot. But it was only for an instant.
She even had her fucking finger on the trigger the whole time too.
She immediately lowered the gun, laughing impishly. With me, the time I spent staring down the barrel of that gun felt like an eternity.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like that long.
その銃がどうローザおばさんが犯人でないことを
There's
証
no
明す
story
ると言うん
there.
ですか？
Just for everyone wondering, there's no story there.
Yeah,
It's
just being a
a
shit.
thing. Oh no, I mean like that actually does. I have had a gun pointed at me. There's no actual story there. It was just like, a thing happened.
Gotcha.
There was no lead up. There was nothing really to talk about. I was just like in the woods and I had a gun pointed at me at one point, and then like eventually the person put the gun down. That's it. That's all it was.
Okay. How does that gun prove that you aren't the culprit, Aunt Rosa?
George, you are so fucking slow, boy.
私が犯人だったらどう？
Think about it. What if I were the culprit?
使用人たちが出ていったこの千載一遇の機会を逃すと思う？
Did I really give up the once-in-a-lifetime chance I got when the servants left?
あなたたちをズドンと撃って、あとは適当な言い訳をするだけよ。
Could just shoot you, bang, and then think of a fitting excuse later.
窓の外にベアトリーチェが現れて銃を撃ってきたとかね。
Something like Beatrice appeared outside the window and started shooting at us.
私は2発を撃ち返したと称して2発分の空薬莢を床に捨てればいい。
I just need to leave 2 empty cartridges on the ground and say I fired back at her twice.
そりゃすげえ乱暴な理論だが確かに一理あるぜ。
Yeah, like just like last time when she claimed like that the murderer could just like kill you immediately as soon as they got the chance. There's a dozen different reasons why she wouldn't.
Yeah, and...
But like, George, how did you not see that argument coming?
yeah. Then again, he did just
Like, this
see
definitely
his
isn't
aunt...
proof.
Yeah, like, he did just see his aunt point a gun at his cousin. So, I'll forgive George for being a little frazzled.
I mean, yeah, that's fair. It's just like Maria, not Maria, the Rosa. That doesn't prove that you're not a wolf either. You could have many different reasons for not killing them right now either.
Yeah.
And I need another capture link. It just died on me while I was looking at it.
There we go.
Thank you. Alright,
クラウ
reconnected.
ス兄さんが昔よく言ってたわ。
Oh, well, that's a crazily violent way to argue it, but it does make sense. There's something Krauss used to say all the time long ago.
力こそ正義って。
Might is right.
これがまさにそうなのかしら。
Maybe that really is true.
No, it's not.
No,
Light is power. Power is not truth.
Yeah. But, of course, Krauss thought that because he was the one in power. No. Unless something weird happened, he was gonna have power over all of your finances. Because he'd have the money from the family.
Yeah, like strength and power and influence and all that stuff is necessary to like properly achieve your ideals and dreams and goals and blah blah blah, but that does not mean power by itself is right.
Yeah. It just means you have power.
Yeah, that's all. That's all it means.
ごめんなさいね、二人と。私も今朝からの事件続きでかなり冷静さを失ってる。
I'm sorry, you too. I've somewhat lost my composure after all the crimes since this morning.
普段の私を知る二人から見れば、今の私は余裕がなくて少し短気そうに見えるかもしれない。
Actually, they do not know how you normally are. We, the audience, got to see how you normally are.
It just tabbed into my fucking word processor on my other screen for a second, and I forgot the entire thing is fucking white.
Oh, fucking flashbanged yourself.
Yeah, especially after like staring at like the main screen and one of the other side screens where like my Twitch is in dark mode.
Yeah.
Oh no.
You know how
My
I
eyes are
normally
watering
am,
now.
so I must seem desperate and a bit short-tempered right now. No, that's just how you normally are, and how you act around them is the cover.
Yeah.
でも分かってる。
Please understand.
私は悪意ある犯人から、
I want to protect you from a malicious culprit.
そのためには鬼になる。
We'll become a demon to do that.
それだけのことなの。
All there is to it.
怒らせるようなことを言ってごめんなさいね。
I'm sorry for saying something that's angered you.
バトラ君、ジョージ君。
Battler, George.
I think
仲直りし
I
ましょ
think
う。
Rosa
Let's make
actually said
up.
Akuma instead of Oni, but I wasn't paying close enough attention to make it.
An unsatisfied expression rose to George's face. Probably couldn't forgive the damage done to Shannon's honor. But about me? Several bits of circumstantial evidence hinted at the servants' participation. I don't want to believe that one of them was the culprit, or possibly colluding with the culprit. But in our current situation, that was little more than wishful thinking. Whom should I believe? First place, who is the culprit? Are there accomplices? And if so, how many? It seems I've only been suspecting the people we know. Really forgot that 19th person, the guest Beatrice who arrived yesterday, boldly claimed to be the Golden Witch. In fact, I still haven't seen her face. Heard she greatly resembled the witch in that portrait. Since I haven't seen her directly, no matter how hard I try, it doesn't really feel to me like a 19th person is on this island.
Yeah, look at that face. That is a child's face right there.
Yeah, though it's a little bit older than the default portrait.
Yeah, like this is like 14 and the other one was like, 12.
Yeah, exactly. I've been subconsciously hallucinating that the culprit's one of the 18. Yeah, hallucinating. I would have gone with hypothesizing, but theorizing. Damn it. Come out, Beatrice. You're the bad guy, then act like the bad guy and show yourself, laughing in a high-pitched voice and mocking us. Just like a bad guy in one of those dramas who, even when they're exposed as the culprit, aggressively says, "Where's your proof?"
Oh, I know why I stopped fucking writing Arc Wolf. It's because I had a quest that I was working on, but I couldn't come up with the fucking flavor text.
Ah.
That's right.
証拠は終わりかの
Where's your proof?
うっせえ。てめえはしばらく黙ったろ。
Shut up. No more talking.
Just a quick interjection.
Yeah.
Just like what I was doing with Arc Wolf is that it was an actual lit RPG sort of deal with the system and everything.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I remember that.
And I was having like the wolf complete quests and everything to earn her insight or experience more or less. And like I was putting fun little flavor text on it from both the system itself, the Akashic records, and the god that gave her access to the system.
Yeah.
And I one of them I couldn't figure out for the next quest that I wanted to do.
Gotcha.
Which is why I stopped. Because I was doing shit like starvation is but another tool of the Reaper. Eat well and stay its blade. For the system itself.
There were 5 humans in the kitchen, but it was very quiet, filled only with the sound of the brain. It was only accented by the sound of Shannon and Kumasawa washing the dishes. Goda was using the leftovers from breakfast and lunch as ingredients for a soup. Rosa had suspected that poison might have been added to food, so they decided to eat canned goods, but it hadn't been too satisfying. Goda thought she was being too cautious, so he's spontaneously creating a soup to be served only to those who wanted some. Shannon and Kumasawa were washing the dishes that the food had been arranged on. On the inside, they thought maybe Goda should wash them, since he'd been the one who'd wanted the food arranged on the plates in the first place. They left their complaints unsaid for the time being. Genji and Nanjo were facing each other across a crude chess set that had many years of experience. The games had still only just begun, and because the opening game of these experienced players had been honed to perfection, it looked like a ceremony where they just moved specific pieces in a specified order.
良い匂いですね。やはり缶詰ではこうはいきませんね。
That's a nice aroma. You wouldn't get this from canned food.
開封した食材だけで作りましたので。
I'm a poor chef, and not in quality, but like in amount of money I got. I can do some wonders with canned food.
True enough, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. It was made only from sealed ingredients, so there won't be any poison mixed in.
皆さんの分もお作りしていますので、ぜひ食べましょう。
I'm making enough for everybody, so please eat.
もちろん、私もお毒味しますよ。
Of course, I will also taste for poison.
安心して召し上がってください。
Please feel secure and eat.
本当にいい匂いですね。
It really is a nice
高田
aroma.
さんのまかない料理は本当に美味しいです。
Goda, the food you cook really is delicious.
美味しい材料を買ってきて、美味しい料理が作れるのは当たり前です。
Being able to create delicious food when you buy delicious ingredients is hardly special.
私は師匠に、あり合わせのもので美味しく作るまかない料理を極めてこそ、真の料理人だと習いました。
My master taught me that a true cook needs to perfect their ability to make delicious food from whatever is on hand. Not the worst way to go about it.
Yeah.
An interesting way to go about it for somebody who's trained to work in a hotel, though. But maybe your master was somebody from outside the hotel industry. I don't know.
Could be.
All I know, you're secretly a samurai.
That'd be kind of funny.
It would
Just like
be.
have him whip out a fucking like
Wakizashi or
wakizashi.
something, yeah.
cooking with a Tonto over there.
いい師匠でしたな。おかげで私はとても美味しいスープをごちそうになれそうです。
That was a good master. Thanks to him, it looks like we'll get to enjoy some truly delicious soup.
I wonder why he used the English word for soup there. I know loan word and everything, but like, there's no fucking way that Japan does not have, like, Japanese does not have a word for soup native to their language. There's no way. Every language has a native word for soup. Maybe it's specifically intended for, like, Western soups. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. I looked. It's to specify that it's a Western-style soup.
Okay, fair enough. Just like how we might say, like, ramen soup instead of noodles.
Yeah.
Although it is a shame that it was made from ingredients intended for all of the family members to eat.
ローザさんも朝からのいろいろでお疲れなのでしょう。
Sure, Rosa is tired after everything that happened this
無理
morning.
もないことです。
It is only natural.
でもそのおかげで美味しい食材のスープが飲めるのですからね。
Thanks to that, we get to drink some soup made from delicious ingredients. Rosa had fervently warned everyone that they didn't understand the danger they were in, and that they must assume that poison was mixed in with the food. Mood at the time had led them to agree. Hunger wasn't something that could be swayed by a momentary emotion like that.
皮肉にも普段の私たちではとても味わえないスープとなりました。
Ironically, we've ended up with a soup that we normally wouldn't be able to savor.
できるなら客間の皆さんにもぜひ振る舞いたいところなのですが。
If possible, I would like to serve it to everyone in the parlor, but...
ローザ様のご指示に背いている以上、よした方がいいだろう。
Seeing that it would violate Lady Rosa's instructions, you had best give up on that idea.
飲みたいものだけ飲むといい。
It's enough that only those who want to eat it do so.
He is getting a little bit more wordy now. I guess he kind of has to be.
Hmm.
見えないところで上手に息抜きするのも使用人の心得でございますものね。
I can already tell what kind of worker you are, Kumasawa, just from that line alone.
Yep, which...
Which, like, also agreed. Boss makes $1, I make a dime. That's why I shit on company time.
Yeah, absolutely. Again,
Fucking do it.
this woman don't just quiet quit, she just fucking quit. He's been quitting and getting rehired over and over for quite some time. Skillfully taking a breather when no one's looking is also an important skill for a servant, isn't it? Kumasawa cackled, Shannon and Goda laughed too. It seemed that in this space where only their fellow servants were gathered, they could relax quite a bit. Shannon didn't like Goda's occasional dishonesty, but she knew that there was no falsehood in his childish smile when he cooked, nor in his desire for people to enjoy his food. Which, you know, like, I give Goda shit, because he deserves to get shit, but someone that, like, genuinely likes food as much as him, I'd probably get on with for an evening.
Yeah. Like, he needs to just, like, clip on his vanity, but aside from that, like... He's significantly less awful than most of the people in this story.
Yeah. He's just here to do his job. He's a bit vain. But otherwise, you know, not the worst by far. So even though it was a little aggravating to be made to wash the dishes, she couldn't really hate him. However, they couldn't have dreamed that Rosa was calling them wolves in the parlor at exactly the same moment they were spending their time peacefully like this. At that time, several of the servants heard a sound like something being dragged and then a thump. It seemed like the sound made by a servant outside the back door when they were carrying a mountain of trash bags on a rainy day. Maybe when a servant was returning from work wearing a raincoat. So at first, that sound didn't seem like anything out of the ordinary to any of them. But they soon realized, right now everyone was either in the kitchen or in the parlor, so who could possibly be at the back door? The servants all looked at each other, they checked to make sure that each one of them knew what that sound meant. Who could it be? Servants knew the mansion's layout well. That they understood how incomprehensible it would be for someone from the parlor to actually go outside in this typhoon. Go all the way around and come up to this back door. Was it Kinzo? Imagine the Kinzo who never left his study would dash out into the middle of the typhoon, come to the back of the house where only low-class people ever entered or exited.
気のせいじゃないですよね。
That wasn't our imagination, was it?
Fucking Cannon's body just, like, falls out of a vent or something.
Cannon and Kumasawa drew closer together, carefully looking at the back door.
どちら様ですか?
Who is it? To go to fearfully approach the back door, he called out. His eyes flashed towards the butcher's knife that sat in a nearby sink. Didn't pick it up yet. There was still a possibility that it was a member of the family. However, that possibility was impossible. No response from across the door to Goda's initial question. Maybe his voice had been so quiet that it reached through all the wind and rain outside.
Genji-san.
南條先生と女たちは下がって。
Yes, stand back, Dr. Nanjo, and the women.
一体どなたなんですかな?
Who in the world could it be? Genji took a knife with a classical design from a stationary box placed near the chess set. Something to be used instead of a paper knife to open envelopes or statements of delivery and bills. But it was still a knife. Blade on it could injure someone.
Most letter knives are not very sharp at all.
Genji hit it in his sleeve with a well-practiced motion.
Oh!
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, Genji has done some work, apparently. Then he approached the back door himself, giving Goda a silent nod. Goda cautiously approached the back door and slowly started to open it. Shadow of a person suddenly shuffled into sight, landed on its knees, and fell over. Goda fell backwards onto his backside and couldn't get up. Human shadow was soaked with rain, smeared with mud, and drenched with blood.
Is it fucking Kinzo? No, it's Cannon.
Cannon! Cannon!
Cannon? 大丈夫か?
Cannon, are you alright?
南條先生.
Dr. Nanjo.
It was Cannon. His breath was feeble, and the puddles of mud he left were quickly drenched bright red. Nanjo held him and turned his face up. There was a deep, gruesome wound right in the center of his chest, as though he'd been stabbed there by a spear or something.
Rather than erased. Okay. Yeah, so our theory earlier, last time about, like, him using the wrong translation of whatever word that they used into erased instead of removed, was right, because, like, she obviously didn't actually erase his body, she removed it from the room.
Yep. It was probably one of those things that was supposed to be ambiguous, but I guess the translators couldn't think of a way to make it ambiguous.
Which is the ambiguous way, is remove.
Yeah. Though, remove, I think I would have assumed teleportation from the outset.
I mean, I assumed teleportation from the outset as well. Just period, even though she was saying erased, like, that was teleportation. She didn't, like, atomize the fucker. She teleported the body somewhere. She stored it somewhere and then dumped it somewhere else.
Yep. Even now, deep red blood poured out from there. This is horrible. What shall we do? Get a first aid kit? A first aid kit? There better be a fucking first aid kit in the kitchen.
At least for, like, burns and small injuries, right? Like,
Cannon, place your hand against the wound. Please push firmly. Let's carry him to the bed in the servant room. Everyone, please lend a hand. Honestly, I'd just put him up on the fucking table right there.
Yeah, just like, fuck the food, he's dying.
Yeah. Come now, Cannon. Please hang in there a little longer. Hang in there, it'll be okay. But don't take your hand from the wound.
At any rate, let us carry him to the servant room. Kumasawa, inform Lady Rosa that we have found Cannon. Wait, not Lady Rosa.
Please wait. Cannon said, not Lady Rosa. What do you mean, Cannon?
This is no time for that. Let us quickly carry him to the servant room. Kumasawa, do not tell Lady Rosa yet. We will do it after we hear the situation from Cannon.
Yes. He had told them not to tell Rosa right after appearing in this state. This could only mean something very disquieting. Eerie anxiety rose to their faces. Come now, everyone. Let's hurry and carry him.
早く早く
Quickly, quickly. Cannon's wound was unbelievably deep. Judging from Nanjo's pale face, it was a miracle that he was still conscious.
これはひどい。何か槍のようなもので刺されたようです。
This is horrible. He appears to have been stabbed by something like a spear.
肺まで届いてなければなんとか持つかも。
If it hasn't reached the lungs, I might be able to do
とにか
something.
く止血を。
At any rate, we must stop the bleeding. No matter how much Nanjo tried to wipe off that gushing, deep red blood, couldn't do it. He couldn't do it. Couldn't wipe it all away. Each time the wound was aggravated, causing Cannon to cry in anguish.
カノン君
That's the fucking wound.
しっかりしてしっかりして
Cannon, hang in there. Hang in there.
南條先生、火炎のタオルです。
Dr. Nanjo, here's a new towel.
なんてむごい。
How horrible.
容体はどうですか。
What is his condition?
本音を言うと生きているのが信じられん深手だ。
In all honesty, this is so severe that I cannot believe he is
刺
alive.
されどころが幸運だったのかもしれん。
Maybe the location of the wound was fortunate.
だが出血がひどすぎる。
Blood loss is too horrible.
輸血が必要だが明日まで無理だ。
Blood transfusion is necessary, but that will be impossible until tomorrow.
ローサ様が僕たちを
Lady Rosa to us. Blah.
喋らないでカノン君
Don't talk, Cannon.
傷口が開いちゃ
Your wound will open.
ローサ様がやってきてお嬢様と
Okay, yeah, the body is not canon. Like, this body is possessed or something like that, because he was dead by the time she teleported him anyway, so. Lady Rosa came to my lady. And me and...
なんですって。
What did you say?
ローザ様がですか。
Lady Rosa did?
おおそんなことってそんなことって。
Oh, could that mean... Could that mean...
間違いないのか。
Are you certain?
はい間違いなく
Yes, I'm certain it was Lady Rosa.
さあ、もう喋らないで。
Come now, don't speak anymore.
熊沢さん、もう一つの救急箱を取ってください。
Umasawa, please grab another first aid kit.
源氏さん、ローザ様がなんてことはあり得るのでしょうか。
Genji, is it possible Lady Rosa did such a thing?
わからん。
I do not know.
It's regarding Nanjo and Kumasawa, who were struggling hard and stained with blood as they tried to stop the bleeding. Genji and Goda faced each other. Because if what Cannon had said was the truth, Rosa was the culprit who killed Jessica.
おのれローサめよくもお嬢様を
Yeah, like, this body is fucking 100%, 100% possessed by, like... Or even, like, reanimated as an undead or something. But, like, just not canon. Because canon would never do this. He hates Beatrice way too much to be doing this.
Yeah.
For anything. Curse you, Rosa. How could you do that to my lady?
殺してやる
He only said it once, though. What? I'll kill you, I will kill you.
Cannon screamed even more hatefully. Hate-filled voice made it seem like he was seeing Jessica being harmed right before his eyes.
確かに ローザ様がお嬢様を殺す理由はあるかもしれない。
Certainly, Lady Rosa may have had a reason to kill my lady.
後ろ宮家が全滅すれば遺産は全てローザ様のもの。
Everyone in the Ushiromiya family were destroyed, the inheritance would all go to Lady Rosa.
だとしたらバトラー様やジョージ様も危険なのでは。
So Lord Battler and Lord George are in danger.
ローザ様は銃を持っている上に今客間には彼らしかいない。
Not only is Lady Rosa holding a gun, but right now they are the only ones in the lounge.
ゲニさん、これはかなりまずいことでは。
Genji, isn't the situation quite perilous? Shannon suddenly ran out into the corridor. Her expression was complex and tragic, as though she didn't know what to believe. Shannon ran. To where? The inside of the mansion had been scrupulously cleaned, so it probably wouldn't be easy to find. Might find it if she searched the rose garden. They've probably all been lost in this wind and rain. That's right. Boiler room isn't cleaned very often. If she went there, she might be able to find it. Shannon ran downstairs to find that in the underground boiler room.
That's it.
Did some medicine take effect at the brink of death, or was Cannon finally beyond feeling pain? For the time being, at least, Cannon's painful gasping had subsided.
That's a real thing, by the way, for people who are wondering. When you are dying, and from like an injury, like severe injury, you will often stop feeling pain when you're near death.
Yep. Also, if you have not a chronic illness, a critical illness, like a
Terminal?
Yeah, terminal. Just before death, it is possible that you will gain a sudden burst of energy.
And that's like your body shutting down the parts of you that like were bothering you. And shutting off sensation and all that stuff. So like you feel way better, but you were so much worse than you were like 10 minutes ago.
Yep, you're doing, you're feeling better, but in reality, you're probably not long for this world.
Mm-hmm.
Which, I mean, of course.
So you'll often have like people with like cancer or dying of some like age-related disease, like feel really good for the day before they die, and then they just like dead, like just dead as a doornail, like within like 6 hours.
Yeah, it is a super common thing. It's very.
Oh, sorry, I just popped my knee. Like I flexed and like my knee just.
Yeah, but
it was a deep one too.
Yeah, it is very well known in the medical field. There you go. Oh yeah, the old patient is much more energetic than they've been in months. Well, fuck, better make the most of the conversation. Anjo apparently didn't view this as a very good sign, and he didn't let his eyes off Cannon for a second. Yeah, it's not a good sign. Kumasawa firmly gripped Cannon's hand and kept encouraging him so that the willpower keeping him alive didn't fade away. Genji and Goda seemed uncertain how to respond to the truth Cannon had risked his life to deliver.
ローザ様の銃は確か4発か5発の弾が込められたはずだ。
Lady Rosa's gun surely has 4 or 5 shots loaded.
決して少ない数ではないですね。
Oh, sorry. I should not have
Yeah,
done
that's
that.
fine. It's fine.
That is no small number.
あの銃は弾の装填
It happened even too quickly for me to go, boy, at you.
Yeah, like I was on full automatic there.
Yeah.
But loading cartridges into a Winchester should require quite a lot of practice.
No, it doesn't. It's really easy. They are literally made to guide the bullet into the chamber. Like the breech. Okay, so like when you have a lever action weapon with an internal magazine like this, the breech itself will be divoted to guide divoted in a way that is like tilted away from the surface. Like you can't see my hands right now, but like assuming that like the rest of the weapon is perfectly level, like a straight line all the way across, the divot will be at about like a 20-degree angle into starting at like the back side of the breech where it's closer to you, and then like the lower part will be towards the front end of the weapon. And when you put the bullet onto that divot and then push, it will just follow that divot into the internal magazine.
Yeah.
It's super easy.
Yeah, if he said it doing it while pressed, I would agree.
Yeah, but just like loading the damn thing in the first place, and like lever action rifles and shotguns tend to have like an internal magazine of like 7 or more.
Yeah, but even if you
which is more than enough.
Yeah, but even if you assume, okay, it's only got 2 shots, that's not great for your chances.
Yeah, because like 2 shots at that range is like you're probably not gonna miss. Even like an in-practice person will probably not.
一発目は撃たせてしまうかもしれませんが、みんなで襲いかかれば、次を撃たせずに銃を奪い取れるかも。
She might be able to get 1 shot off, but if everyone attacks her at once, we should be able to take the gun from her before she shoots
I see what
again.
he's talking about. He's talking about the lever part and not loading it.
Ah, yeah, gotcha.
This is just like a verbiage issue. He means cocking the weapon, not loading the weapon.
Yeah, okay, that makes more sense.
Because technically, like, when you cock a weapon, you are loading a round into the chamber. But it's called cocking for a reason rather than loading, because, you know, loading makes it sound like you're putting new bullets into the weapon.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, now I get it even better. That makes more sense.
However, lever action weapons are also made to be really easy to cock. So,
yep.
It takes more strength than you would think. Like, you gotta jam it. And you gotta actually, like, work your shoulder into it, but this is to prevent, like, the mechanism from jiggling around too much, right? It's gotta be pretty well fitted and tight.
Yep.
So that's why we eventually moved to pump action, because they're more stable and they're easier to pump than like, lever action stuff is, but...
Yep, still, they do have a point. You probably wouldn't be able to reload if they all pressed through at once. It's not a...
Like, if you know what you're doing, you can fire, like, a lever action weapon. Like, you can empty the entire magazine in like 2 seconds. No matter how big the magazine is. Like, you can just fucking unload.
Yeah, but let's look at it this way. Kinzo's never taught this woman to shoot.
And she probably hasn't like gone up to practice anywhere else either.
Yep, especially not
Not
in
that there are
Japan.
many gun ranges in Japan.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a few for like enthusiasts and everything, but there's probably not very fucking many.
Exactly, you know. She's not going to some rural area where a farmer is gonna, you know, have something there.
Let's see. Firing ranges in Japan. Yeah, there's all kinds of shooting ranges. Okay. There's actually a whole list of 10 right here that I found on TripAdvisor for just like good shooting ranges.
Huh, interesting enough.
Hankyu Dojo, which it doesn't say where it is, and then there's Chuoku Comprehensive Sports Center, which is in Ginza, Tokyo. I think Ginza is a district of Tokyo. I'm not sure, though. And there's also Shooting Bar Get At City. Literally, it has the at symbol. It also doesn't say where that one is. Tokyo Shooting Gallery, which is in Shinjuku. Nakahara Mokuzai, which also doesn't have its location on this, which kind of sucks because this is supposed to be a travel site.
Yeah.
Kanaya International Firing Range. Urausu International Rifle Shooting Range, and this one actually has, like, big rifles in the picture for it.
Yeah.
And, like, mats for you to lie down on to actually, like, assume the proper sniping position, sort of deal.
Yeah. And I think
then there's a clay pigeon shooting field.
Yeah.
Sakudaira.
Which I think...
So there's actually quite a few.
Yeah. Generally
What did I
speaking,
expect?
probably the way those work is you rent the gun and you use it while at the range, and then you give it back to the service.
That's what I was thinking, too, is that's most likely what it is. Like, you go and you probably get a background check or, like, some other, like, identification thing going on to make sure, like, it's...
legal for you to even be here.
on register that you were there and what you did and how many rounds you shot and how long you were here, what you paid, blah, blah, blah. You know, make sure, like, all of that stuff is on the ledger. And then, like, you just fucking rent a gun.
Yeah, and then you shoot at the range, and then you give the gun back.
I'm sure there's a few ranges where you can go with your own personal weapons, but...
Yeah, probably pretty rare in Japan.
Because I think it's mostly military that are allowed to do that in the first place. Most military and people in rural places.
Yeah, military,
So.
people in rural places, and anything that is considered an antique.
Okay, here we go. The shooting ranges are for members only. So you have to actually like pay into like a membership to be able to go to these shooting ranges.
Yeah, and also, because I know a lot about membership-only places in Japan, you probably would have to be introduced by a member to join. A lot of members-only
restaurants. Yeah, it does seem like there's a fair few of these. There's even some that I'm looking at the pictures of them, and they look like they're built for high-powered rifles.
Yeah.
And I would know these things because I grew up in Texas, and like in a relatively rural area. So like any place that you get that's like really hilly and like has so for high-powered rifles, what you want in your shooting range is for a big-ass fucking hill at the other end of the shooting range. So like if you miss the target, it's just gonna hit the ground and stay in the ground instead of ricocheting off somewhere. The property that I used to go shoot on was big enough that you could legally fire a 12.7 millimeter rifle on it. I have a picture of me somewhere holding a 300 Win Mag rifle, so it's on that property that I use it on. I fired an RPK, an AK-47, or it might have been a 47, also might have been a 74. I don't know. I can't remember. Had an AR-15, an M4, and what was the pistol that I used? I can't remember the model, but it was a 9mm Glock of some kind, and it's how I know I fucking hate Glock grips so fucking much. They're textured like a meat tenderizer, dude.
Oof.
Into your hand. It's not fun. I hate it.
Yeah, I could only imagine.
Or at least it was on that specific model. I don't know if they changed it since then. That's why I never use Glocks in like any game or like have any of my characters use Glocks or whatever, is because I fucking loathe that grip so much. Like otherwise they're great reliable weapons, but I fucking hate that grip. It's probably not too bad if you have shooting gloves on, but I was firing barehanded, so.
Yeah.
We may have a doctor on this island, but we have no access to medicine and no hospital. If the location of the shot is bad, that person will die.
それは分かっていますが、それより早く行動を起こさないと、また次の事件が起こる可能性も。
I understand that, but more importantly, if we don't move quickly, there's a chance another crime will occur.
私たちは
Is he genuinely worried about the kids?
追い出された気がします。
Seems like it.
The fucking good on you, Goda.
Seems
Damn,
to
I
me
think
that
you had it in you.
Lady Rosa managed to cleverly chase us out.
今頃、ジョージ様やバトロ様が殺されている可能性も。
Maybe Lord George and Lord Battler are being killed right now. Yeah, not as cowardly as Kumasawa, at least. Yeah. Speak of the devil?
そんな危険な相手なら無理に刺激しない方がいいんじゃありませんか?
Our foe is so dangerous, wouldn't it be better if we didn't provoke them too much?
しかし、明日までは長い。
Tomorrow's still a long way off.
どんな手を打ってくるか想像もつきませんよ。
Can't even imagine what strategy she might use.
源氏さん、こちらから仕掛けるべきです。
Genji, we should take action first.
せめて銃さえ理由をこじつけて奪えば、なんとかなるかも。
We can at least steal the gun under some pretext. It might work out.
弾は4、5発じゃありませんか?
There are 4 or 5 cartridges, are there not?
ということは、私たち全員を殺すには足りないということです。
That means there aren't enough to kill all of us.
うかつに刺激しなければ、きっとローザ様も無理
I just remembered that I had the wolf bite into the human that she killed, like the wine skin, not the water skin.
Oh, lovely.
Whoops. But actually, that's something I think is interesting. Animals will eat slightly fermented fruits for the purpose of getting drunk.
Yep.
It's not just humans that do that. We're the only ones that like make alcohol out of it, but we're also not even the only ones that will purposefully leave fruit in places to ferment so they can eat it later.
Yep.
So like this was actually a good thing for the wolf. She didn't know it was wine, but she thought it was water. But like, she could tell that like it was the same thing as those old fruits that they ate whenever they could find them. And they always numbed her a little, so she's like, fuck yeah, I just got stabbed in the shoulder like 6 times. I'm gonna drink this.
Yeah, fair. But yeah, probably...
Yes?
Had to think for a minute. Brain had to reboot. Okay, so...
Yep.
I remember there was like a boar or something that got fucking ripped on alcohol from some careless, careless campers. And like...
then of course there was like the cocaine bear. That one's also famous.
Oh yeah.
Like, animals will absolutely go get drugged the fuck up if they can.
Absolutely.
Do you remember what model of Winchester she has?
No
Because it was in
idea.
the first loop, and like someone told me what model it was, and I want to look at it to see how many cartridges it can hold. But I do not believe for a second that it's only 4 or 5. Or like a lever action rifle, carbine in this case, with only 4 or 5 cartridges in it, and apparently it's not a shotgun but an actual rifle. I don't. No way. Like, it could potentially be that low, but I just don't see it, generally speaking. Lever action rifles tend to have more than early magazine fed.
Let's see.
Or clip
Winchester model 1894 rifles.
Okay. Winchester model 1894. Exactly. 9 rounds, 8 rounds, or 7 rounds, depending on the size of the weapon. Because they all have different barrel sizes, and they have an internal tube magazine rather than a spring-fed magazine. And so they don't stack. They just like, it's like a pump action where like you know how in a pump action without a magazine, it's or an external magazine that you can drop in, drop out, plug in, whatever. When you pump, it's going along a rod that's underneath the main barrel of the weapon. That's the internal magazine, and it's a tube shape magazine. So like when you pump, you are pulling the entire stack of shells all the way back and into the spring where it will pull up into the chamber, and then you're releasing the pump back forward, so everything slides back into place and it can lock the shell in place and you can pull the trigger.
Yeah, and actually,
It's the same thing for these lever action things.
According to this, it was an 1892 model, which actually has 9 to 12 for the feed system.
1892. But it's also a short barrel. 16 barrel models had 8 rounds. Okay, so it's probably 8 rounds, because this is a really short model.
Yeah.
So you can tell, like, this thing is small. It's like 2.5 feet from like stock to barrel tip.
Yeah, because it's cut down to resemble the mare's leg, which was introduced in the TV series Trackdown.
Mare's leg.
Because it was Hideyoshi that mentioned.
Okay, so it's got 6 round capacity, including the one in the chamber. For specifically the mare's leg, but since this is just resembling the mare's leg, it's probably the 16 barrel 1892.
Yeah.
So 8 rounds. 7 to 8 rounds, depending.
But yeah, as long as we don't carelessly provoke her, surely even Lady Rosa wouldn't be that rash.
あいつは言ったよ。僕たちを皆殺しにすると言った。
Yeah, this is definitely not canon. Like, I every time he speaks, it just like drives the point home further. This is not the kid. No, she said it. She said she'll massacre all of us.
Which brings you to wonder what Shannon's getting. Shannon, who they thought was sleeping quietly, suddenly started talking brightly. Almost as though he'd been awake this whole time and had suddenly opened his mouth. Shannon looked firm and steady, relieved Nanjo a bit, but considering the depth of that wound, he couldn't wipe away a certain creepy feeling.
Yeah.
He knew because he was a doctor. After losing so much blood, Cannon might easily have lost consciousness. Yet somehow he was still intensely aware of his surroundings. Was it youth? Or was it tenacity? Sometimes the power of human life surpassed common knowledge.
No, this is actually true, but in most cases, like if you're a doctor or you're in a position to be thinking about something like this, don't believe it. Like, don't. I mean, you believe it if you see it, obviously, but like, this is not super common, right? Like, people, if it was super common, then people would just be expected to be able to do this, no matter who they were.
Yeah,
it's not.
Yeah, no,
this is very rare for people to be able to do shit like this.
Yeah, it's under rare circumstances, probably some luck with genetics, and a lot of adrenaline.
Adrenaline, luck with genetics, and luck on where the blow hit.
Yep. While stopping the bleeding, Nanjo had groped around a bit inside the bleeding hole with tweezers, making sure that there were no foreign objects inside the affected area. And the great depth of the wound had shocked him. Certainly reached as far as his lungs. And yet, no, but the fact that he's still alive is wonderful. Kennen had spoken clearly.
He's not still alive.
Yeah, but
this is magic, Chad.
Yeah.
I know, he doesn't know that.
Yeah, Nanjo definitely doesn't fucking know that. He'd hatefully stated that the one named Rosa made this wound, cursing and raging over and over and over.
あいつは親方様の財産を独り占めするために台風が過ぎ去るまでにどんな手を使ってでも皆殺しにする気なんだ。
He wants to kill everyone by any means necessary before the typhoon passes, so that she can have the master's wealth all to herself. Yeah, look at those eyes. That's not his normal eye color. And it's not going to show us,
of course,
right now either. But yeah. I'm pretty sure his eyes are normally like blue or something, right?
Yeah, they're a darker shade at least. They're much darker.
They're not red for sure.
Yeah, this ain't fucking Persona. There's a lot of characters.
It'd be very funny if it was like Satan or someone possessing his body. Who was it that got him? Was it Asmodeus? No, Asmodeus got Jessica.
Yeah, no, it was Satan.
Was it Lucifer?
No.
Was it Lucifer or Satan?
It was Satan.
Okay. It'd be very funny if like that fucking weirdo Satan was like puppeting his body. She told me that clearly.
So, なんて人だ、源氏さん。どうしましょう?
What a person. Genji, what should we do?
私たちにも何か武器がいるのでは?
Are there any weapons we can?
I find it hard to believe. To think that Lady Rosa would say something like that. And he's aware of magic too, so he's sort of like looking at this like,
信じる信じないじゃない。
Does Canon usually call Genji Sama?
No, I'm pretty sure he just uses Genji.
Or San sometimes, right?
Yeah, like a polite honorific, but not, basically Master Genji.
Yeah. I think, in fact, you said that because I was curious like how I should like translate that, but I think like Master Genji is good. Master Genji, it isn't a question of whether you believe or not.
あいつが僕にそう言ったんですよ。
She told me, and this isn't how he speaks either. Like this tone of voice is just not canon at all. I heard it. At least he's whoever's possessing his corpse like is actually using the right like pronoun that he uses.
Yeah.
Why won't you believe me?
Don't get up, you'll harm your wound. Canon sat up on the bed, speaking to Genji, who didn't seem to be willing to believe Canon's story.
あいつは僕たちを必ず全員殺す。
He'll definitely kill all of us.
もうきっと客間の方々も殺されているに違いありません。
She must have killed everyone in the parlor by now.
僕らが先に殺さなければ、必ず僕らが先に殺される。
If we don't kill her first, we'll definitely be killed first.
僕が先に殺されたように、みんなも先に殺される。
Just like how I was killed first, everyone else will also be killed first.
殺さなきゃ殺される。
Kill or be killed.
殺さなきゃ殺される。殺さなきゃ殺される。
Kill or be killed or kill or be killed.
カノンさん、あんた本当に痛くないのか？
Cannon, does that really not hurt?
ああ、これですか。大した傷じゃありません。
This is nothing.
大した傷じゃないどころか、あんたは。
What do you mean it's nothing? You're...
本当に
Like, I called that shit as soon as he showed up, but like, it just feels like it's really getting into it, like making it very obvious that this is not canon.
Yeah, little bit.
It really isn't a big deal. It doesn't even hurt anymore. It's really nothing.
As Cannon said that, he began to untie the bandages that had been painstakingly wrapped. The gruesome hole in his chest was immediately exposed.
カノンさん、そんなことをしてはダメですよ。
Cannon, you
Yeah, if
mustn't
someone
do
does
that.
this while you're like treating them, like knock their ass out somehow.
Yeah, or...
Because this is actually an actual thing that can happen. Is when people get severely injured or sick, somehow they will start doing things that like is the opposite of what they need to do because they're delirious, and it's not because of the pain, but like more like blood loss and fever, right?
Yeah.
Depending on what's going on.
Yeah,
There's also paradoxical undressing and shit like that for hypothermia. Like it's
even confusion when you come out of anesthesia or come out of being knocked out for any reason.
Mm-hmm.
I remember
like if
somebody I know
go ahead.
Had to be put under, and when they came out, no one was there, and they were confused, so they fucking like pulled out their catheter or something.
Oh
yeah.
So context for that, if you don't know what a catheter is, it's a tube that goes in your pee hole.
So you can pee if you're knocked out.
Mm-hmm. So if you just pull that out, it's not gonna be comfortable.
No.
Because it's shaped in a specific way, too, to make sure that it doesn't come out by accident.
Yeah.
So you kind of need to know how to remove it to pull it out without hurting yourself.
Yep. And there's plenty, and like less distressingly, but still distressing, plenty of stories of people pulling out their IVs.
Yeah, pulling out their IVs or like pulling the bandages off their arms or whatever. Yeah, I've heard of that too. But oh man, pulling the fucking catheter out.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Just for context, they were okay, but yeah, not pretty.
Fuck's sake.
大丈夫ですって。ほら。ね。
I said it's fine, hey? See? This is nothing, right?
Cannon showed off his gaping wound, which was still slowly spitting out foamy blood.
Okay, look, your blood should not be foamy. Your blood absolutely should not be foamy.
全然大した傷じゃないですって。
If your blood is foamy, there is something seriously wrong, and I would question how you're still alive. Of course, Kanan isn't, but just saying.
Yeah.
Because the only time blood can ever really be foamy under normal circumstances is when like it's mixed with saliva and it's coming out of your mouth.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Foamy blood coming out of like a hole in your chest. Bruh. It's obvious that this demon or whatever it is having a hell of a time, and pun unintended, but also kind of intended. Fucking with these people. Look, I told you it wasn't a serious wound at all.
Stop! You mustn't play with the wound.
ほら、見て。全然深い傷じゃないんですよ。
Come on, see? It isn't a deep wound at all.
ほら。
Look.
ほら。
Look.
Cannon held up 2 fingers, showed them to everyone, and slowly started to stick them into the gruesome wound right in the center of his chest.
I hope this is Satan, because this is great.
Plunging, slimy, squishy, wet. Fingers went in deep, all the way to their bases. Squish, gloop, gloop. Yeah, you're usually a coward, but I'm actually with you on this one, Kumasawa.
This is some shit that I would do if I was a demon. Fuck, man.
I mean, yeah, fair, but also... If I saw it in person...
Like, if I could just, like, hop around possessing bodies and shit like that, I would definitely do shit like this to people.
Kanon-san! Yamete! Yamete!
Cannon, stop it, stop it. His fingers were sticking all the way into his chest, up to their bases. And then he slowly pulled them out in exactly the same way. The fingers he pulled out were stained a sticky, solid, deep red color. There was even a thread hanging.
Your blood should not be that sticky. That is a sign that his blood is beginning to coagulate. And that means he is definitely 100% fucking dead.
Fingers were covered up to their bases in deep red. Yeah.
Fucking poor Nanjo. Like, he knows what all the things that I'm saying, too, so he's having a double freak out.
Yeah,
like, first off, like...
The visual alone, but then also... he knows that's not how this works.
Yeah. Oh, man. Like, because you can explain some of that with, like, oh, yeah, he's just, like, delirious and confused after losing so much blood.
But the consistency of the blood...
Yeah, like the foamy bit, like how it's sticky and like with
it's basically like
strings hanging in between it.
Yeah,
between it.
Basically the consistency of fucking syrup.
Which is what happens when your blood begins to coagulate. It gets like sticky and thick and viscous.
Oh yeah, that's why they use like cornstarch and stuff for fake blood. At least the cheap kind.
The cheap sticky kind that you should never get because it's cheap and sticky.
Yeah, but I mean, you know. $50 is $50.
It's true. Also, don't drink fake blood, no matter what kind it is.
Yeah, no, do not do that.
It's not made to be safe for consumption. It's safe for like applying to your skin and shit like that, but not for consumption.
Yeah, no. Unless you made it yourself and know what's in it and know all the items are consumable, drink it.
Yes.
But yeah, that's also why in, what they call it, Cthulhu games, you are more likely to lose sanity if you are more knowledgeable.
Mm-hmm.
Because you understand what the fuck you're seeing and that it shouldn't be happening. Whereas if you don't know, then you can pass it off as, oh, I just don't know. Or, okay, I guess that works that way.
Yeah, because if you didn't know, like, all that, like, you saw this, you'd just be like, okay, that's kind of fucked up, but, like...
Yeah, like, you'd lose...
You wouldn't know.
Yeah, like, you'd lose a little bit of sanity just from him fingering his wounds, but not the full intake that fucking Nanjo is taking right now.
Yeah, like, Nanjo... This poor old fuck needs therapy. Like, I'm sure he needed therapy before this, but now he definitely needs it. See? It's not a serious wound at all. See? Maybe it's Beige Preachy fucking possessing his body doing this shit.
That would also be amazing. At that moment, the door was slammed open and Shannon appeared. Even after she saw Cannon stained with fresh blood, her impregnable expression didn't falter.
Hey, Shannon, where'd you go? I'm on the verge of death here, so where'd you go?
That's right, I went to the boiler room. There was something I had to find. More importantly, there's something I need to ask you. Are you really Cannon? He has no fucking clue what's going on. What? I
think maybe somewhere in the back of Kumasawa's mind, she's like starting to think like, oh fuck. But like, Goda and Nanjo are just sitting here going, ah!
Yep. Yeah, Goda and Nanjo are just like, oh, fuck, that's not how any of this works.
It's like, judging by how he slipped that knife into his sleeve, he also knows this kind of thing. If not through education, then through experience.
Yeah. He's been around the block enough to see and be a Cruce, so Genji's fine. It was only natural everyone believed he was Canon, but they couldn't understand the meaning of Shannon's question. When they looked, they noticed that Shannon was holding a handkerchief in her hand. Filthy and looked like it had been used to wipe up some trash or dust. While holding that, she approached Canon, drawing closer to his feet.
なんだいそれは
What is that?
雲の巣を拭き取ったハンカチよ。
It's a handkerchief with a spider's web wiped onto it.
なんでそんなものを
Why would you bring something like that?
カノン君なら平気だろうけど、
You're Canon, you should be fine.
もしあなたにとって雲が天敵だったなら
But if,
嫌うかなって思って。
but if spiders are your natural enemy, I thought you might not like it.
やだな
Are you kidding?
僕がどうして雲を嫌うの
Why would I hate spiders?
ごめん、試すね。
Sorry, I'll try it.
シャノンさん
Yeah, I think Kumasawa knows a little bit about what's going on.
Mm-hmm. I don't know which demon is afraid of spiders.
When Shannon brought that handkerchief close to Cannon's thigh, something happened in an instant. Happened all at once. And when I couldn't have followed it, Cannon jumped like a wild goat, fleeing with the thing Shannon was holding. And from his arm, some kind of afterglow flashed purple and drew a curve through space. That arc, which drew three beautiful purple curves, traced across the throats of Nanjo and Kumasawa, intending to him. And in an instant, Nanjo's and Kumasawa's throats opened like gaping mouths, and the blood really started spewing out. The third purple curve should have traced across Shannon's throat. Shannon wasn't there. As Genji, who had been behind her, had wrapped his own arm around Shannon's neck and pulled her back. It all happened in an instant. In the instant it took Goda to think fast in an attempt to understand the scene, the frozen moment in time shattered. Blood was gushing from Nanjo and Kumasawa's torn open necks. Cannon jumped and kicked off a picture frame that had been hanging from the wall behind him, springing forward just like a cat aiming for Shannon's throat again. Cannon's target once again disappeared from in front of him, because Genji had pulled Shannon again, and the two of them had fallen to the ground in a defensive crouch.
いい反射神経だこの老いぼれ家具が
Nice reflexes, you senile old furniture.
Goda!
Not the time for a panic attack! Not the time for a panic attack!
Even Goda
Run, buddy,
was no
run!
fool. Even if he couldn't fully understand what was going on, he at least realized that if this cannon wasn't seized, his own life would also be in peril. Sprung at Cannon with his huge body, pushing him up against the wall with all his weight and physical strength.
Let go, fat ass! Thankfully, Phoenix didn't respond to that.
Another purple curve was drawn from
Which
the
is fair,
tips.
because I know we call him Fat Boy and not Fat Ass, but yeah.
Yeah. Another purple curve was drawn from the tips of the fingers on Cannon's right hand. And when he raised the hand like a sword, aiming for Goda's back, there was a loud thump. As Cannon's hand had been pinned to the wall. It tear his palm away from the wall. Hanging from it was the knife Genji had thrown. Under
Or is
normal...
Genji like a fucking assassin, or is he like, you know, one of these mage warriors?
Good question. Don't know, but
Because he wasn't raised in the Fukuin house, right?
yeah,
So
because he was from before then. Because he's been with Kinzo since the beginning, basically. So, probably, I had to guess, an assassin in World War II.
it's also possible he was trained like a hunter kind of thing.
Yeah.
Because, like, Kinzo's getting into the supernatural shit. He needs protection. So, you have someone who's trained for that sort of thing around as bodyguard.
Yeah. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't have been surprising to see someone as old as Genji handle a knife so skillfully. But in this abnormal space, no one paid it much mind.
Genji-sama, これを.
Master Genji, take this.
Indeed.
Genji took the handkerchief with the spiderweb stuck to it from Shannon. He approached Cannon, who was pinned to the wall by Goda's massive body and the knife.
やめろ。それを近づけるな。
Stop it. Keep that away from me.
やめろ。やめ。
What demon is afraid of spiders? I don't know. Although it might be a revenant thing, actually.
Genji pushed the handkerchief up against Cannon's face. There was a sound just like setting meat on a red-hot iron plate. Of course, the smell was the same, too. It was horribly burned, festering in filthy red and black and crying out in his death throes. Cannon's body burst open and scattered. Butterflies. Butterflies are the ones who have an enemy of spiders. Almost as though a balloon filled with gold leaf had popped. The entire servant room was completely buried under a storm of gold leaf, a cloud of gold butterflies.
Weird.
Well, she uses gold butterflies for a lot, so makes sense.
Yeah, I know, but like just those things being actually like gold animals rather than being a conjured illusion sort of thing.
Oh, yeah.
Although it could be like a homunculus or something like that.
Those butterflies began to softly fade as though into water, or rather into the empty air itself. Afterwards, all that was left was the three survivors sitting on their butts, stained with blood. However, not everyone was merely stained with blood. Some of them were lying on the ground, puttering out blood themselves.
Kumasawa, Nanjo sensei.
Split so sharp they looked like they cut your fingers if you touched them open wide. Large amounts of blood kept pouring out.
That is an interesting way to describe a wound. It's a cut so sharp it looked like a blade itself.
And I could see that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I can picture that in my head. Just something so clean, it looks like it could cut you itself. What was that just now?
Goda, 怪我はないか?
Goda, have you been injured?
私は大丈夫です。しかし、私たちは何を見たんだ?
I'm fine, but what did we just see?
何があったんです?
What happened?
私はあれを確かにこの手でこの壁に押し付けていたのに。
I know I pushed that thing against this wall with my own hand, but
その私が何があったのか理解できない。
even I cannot understand what happened. Goda looked at his own hand. Bright red blood left from his scuffle with Cannon definitely remained. Yet Cannon was nowhere to be seen. He had disappeared. Had transformed into gold butterflies and scattered. Goda kept screaming alone without a clue about what was going on. Cannon sobbed in front of Nanjo's and Kumasawa's remains, as Genji watched over her, silent as always. Do you want to take a bio break?
We could if you need it.
Yeah, it might be good. Get a little bit more food in me. Use the restroom. Not in that order.
Yeah, we're saying like at the same time, just like on the toilet eating a Hot Pocket.
Yeah.
Alright, let's find some music then.
Yep.
So, I have been... Hi everyone.
Hey,
We are returned.
They're back.
I have returned from beyond with food. I had a pot pie. It's a Salisbury steak pot pie, actually.
Ooh,
I've
nice.
never had one of these before, so I'm kind of like, I'm interested, you know? So, like, I hadn't had a pot pie in, like, 8 or 9 years before the other day. I ate a chicken pot pie, and, like, honestly, why do I not buy these more often? Like, these are great.
Yeah, they're inexpensive and pretty good.
There's, like, $2 or $3 for, like, 500, 600 calories. It's great. I love it. It's not a bad deal at all. And plus, I fucking love pot pie, you know? So the music we played over the break was Shadowgraph by Myth and Royd. I first encountered that song as the opening song to Boogie Pop and Others, which is genuinely one of my favorite anime of all time. Like, I don't know if it counts as a mystery, but like it certainly fucking felt like one. And like I just really, really like it. It came out in like, I don't know, 2018, 2019, something like that. It was a great fucking show, though. Let's see. Boogie Pop and Others. Not the movie, I want the series.
And what I do for food
Okay, yeah, 2019.
is cut up about 2 pounds of chicken, put it in an Instant Pot or do any pressure cooker as long as it's a pressure cooker, and then put salsa
hell yeah,
verde.
I see where this is going.
And then put salsa verde on top of it.
You lost me.
You could also do
I don't like salsa.
Oh, fair enough. So salsa verde doesn't have to be tomato based.
No, I just don't like salsa in general. It's not the tomatoes.
No, fair enough.
It's the peppers, actually.
Oh, okay.
It's like, for whatever reason, I cannot stand, like, actual peppers. I love it when they're dried and then ground up, but I cannot stand, like, chili oil or anything like that.
Oh, okay. I think we probably had this conversation before.
Probably. Yeah, because, like, I love spicy food, like, so much. I thought I was a little baby bitch boy.
But no, you just don't like peppers.
Yeah, I just don't like peppers. It doesn't matter what kind of pepper, whether it's a bell pepper or a sweet pepper or, like, the jalapeno or cayenne pepper or whatever. I just don't like peppers in general.
Yeah, but any sauce that has sufficient water content could work.
I could make, like, my fucking soy sauce. My soy sauce and sugar mix.
Yeah, you could do something like that. And then, yeah, as long as it's got sufficient amount of water.
I think I'd have to alter it for chicken. Because it was made for beef.
Yeah,
so.
Probably a little change. But yeah, any sauce will do. As long as it can stand up to basically cooking, basically. So it doesn't burn to the bottom of the plate.
Mm-hmm.
And then you just cook it for 15 minutes. Like, it takes a bit of time to get up the pressure as well, but once it does, 15 minutes.
Yeah. And the second song we played was Layers from Recreators. I'm pretty sure it was made specifically for Recreators. And it's in, like, the 4th episode or something like that. During a fight, it starts playing, and I was watching the show, and I just immediately had to stop and go find the song. It was that good. So yeah, we're just gonna hang out here for a couple minutes while we eat, and we're gonna chat instead of like continuing with the narration.
And then what I do is I put that over rice.
Oh hell yeah, that's good. Always put your stuff over rice. That's what I do with the fucking stew meat and soy sauce.
Yeah. So yeah, there you go. Exactly.
I still haven't like fully used like the giant bag of soy sauce. They're not soy sauce. Rice that I got because I got like a fucking 20-something kilogram bag of jasmine rice a while back, and I'm almost through it, but I haven't quite used it all yet.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't have like an Instant Pot or a pressure cooker or anything like that, or at least not one that I know how to use and know where it is. So I have to make it by hand, you know, which is fine by me, but I can't keep doing that. Like, I can't keep getting up and like checking it and stirring it and so on and so forth all the time.
Yeah.
Because my legs are fucked. So.
Yeah, get the cheapest rice cooker you can. You don't need anything.
I don't want to get an air fryer too.
Yeah, air fryers are probably pretty cool. I want to get one as well.
Like, specifically for like heating up like my mozzarella sticks, you know, and shit like that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But yeah, you do not need a particularly pricey rice cooker if all you want is a rice cooker.
Hmm. I mean, I can see like other uses for pressure cookers too. You know, like speeding up how long it takes me to make a stew, for example.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like if you want to get like an Instant Pot and do that. But I found actually like traditional rice cookers are better than pressure cookers for cooking rice.
I would not be surprised.
Yeah, because it works so simply. Put in as many cups of rice as it can take and that you want. And then you fill up to the water line, the lid on, turn it on. And then it'll heat up, boil off the water, and then once the rice hits the plate, it'll slowly get above the boiling point of water, because all the water's gone.
Ugh.
And then that's the sign for it to stop.
See, because I make all my stews like a traditional way, as in like cooking on the stove for like 12 hours straight.
Yeah.
And it's great in some cases because it means like I have all the time in the world to put like everything that I want in it. And also like it fills the entire building and some of the outside around the building with the smell of fresh stew. But on the other hand, it does take like 12 fucking hours.
Yeah, I don't have the fucking spoons for that.
Well, the good thing about stew is you're not gonna fucking burn it if you leave it on the stove too long.
That is true.
It's just not, you're not gonna burn it, like, because you're supposed to, like, the stews were invented because you can't just leave them over a fire for literal weeks on end as long as you just keep adding more water and more stuff to it.
Yeah, so let's see, for £1.5 pounds of beef stew meat in a stew, about 35 minutes.
Oh damn, that's pretty quick.
Yep. 45 just to let it remove the pressure manually rather than or gradually rather than you doing like releasing the valve manually, because that way it softens up the meat a bit more. And then the only difference is you have to get a little mixture of cornstarch and cold water and put it into the stew and mix it in, because it's just
Oh, you want to do that anyway.
Yeah.
On stews, just to thicken up the broth.
Yeah, it's just in particular from even for people who prefer like water, more watery stews than us.
Dude, if your stew broth isn't nearly a damn gravy by itself, are you even doing it right?
I mean, fair, but yeah, you'll want to thicken this one up in particular for sure. Even if you don't normally take that step yourself.
Yeah, because that's part of like why stews take so long, is to thicken up the broth.
Yep.
Let all the starches and fats out of like the meat and the potatoes and fucking whatever else you put in there to like really get into the damn broth and disseminate across the whole thing and thicken up.
Yeah, and you probably have experienced, vegetables quite this tender because you take the time to do it for like 12 fucking hours.
Like I start when I get up and eat it when I'm almost going to bed, sort of deal.
Yeah, whereas
And then over the next like 4 or 5 days.
Yeah, whereas I'm used to like if I'm cooking stew on a stovetop, which I haven't done in ages, I would do it for like a few hours, basically.
Yeah, I mean, it is edible after like an hour or so, Yeah. It's not that like a stew literally takes that long to be safe to eat or anything like that. It's just like that's the intended way to make a stew, is to have it take fucking forever, just like smoking something.
Yeah, absolutely. So basically, this will get it as tender as you like it in about 45 minutes.
Not counting prep time for the vegetables and shit, I assume.
Yeah, not counting prep time for veggies and browning off the meat, because you do brown it off before anything, if nothing else, for the aesthetics.
Yeah, that's fair.
Not to mention getting some of that, the brown bits for the sauce.
Yeah. So personally, I don't like the skins on my potatoes and such. So, like, I peel and then chop and everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
Of course, I wash first, but I personally don't like the fibrous skin as like a mouthfeel. So I peel everything.
Yeah, that is absolutely fair. And then there's a vegetable chopper I really like.
See, I'm like a weirdly stubborn boomer type person about this, and I'm just like, what are all these newfangled toys? Just give me a fucking knife and a pot, and I'm good.
I mean,
and I do that with literally everything, even my art. Like, I almost never use filters or like layer effects or anything like that.
Fair
I just
enough.
do it all by hand.
Fair enough, but for
and I shouldn't, because like it would speed me up so much, and we have the same result. But like,
yeah, but like
I want to.
As a disability tool, I fucking love this chopper.
Right on. My wrist, even though like I've got the missing bonitis in wrist, I don't have any trouble like chopping vegetables.
Yeah, fair enough.
Oh yeah, I've seen some of these before. Yeah.
Yeah, blades.
Like when I was young, my mother bought one and then never used it.
Blade's actually very sharp, and it's actually, for me, the way I chop vegetables now.
Looks like a pretty quick way to dice something. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And you can see the other attachments and things in the photo and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And it's especially
Fucking
helpful.
Raiders and everything.
Yeah, it's especially helpful for like something like onions, because it does separate from the skin pretty good just using that.
See, I don't use like solid onions either in my cooking. I'll use like onion juice and like dried onion and everything, but not like solid whole fresh onions sort of deal.
Oh, that's fair enough. Though if you chop them fine enough, it's basically the same thing. Like
yeah, of course, but no one ever actually chops it that fine.
I do, and they just fucking disappear.
That's good, because that's the only way I'd ever eat anything with like solid onions in it, is if they just disappear. People will say is like, oh, but you can't even tell they're there. It's like, okay, then bitch, why did you put them in there?
Yeah.
If you can't tell, why are they there?
Yeah, because you can see on that finest chop setting, that's what I would use.
What was that, like a 100 or something like that? Maybe 144. I don't know. I don't feel like opening it up and counting.
Yeah.
It's like if you like fucking like chop it fine enough and then you caramelize the onions, then it's fine, right? Because then they're basically like an onion sauce.
Yeah, and there's on Instant Pots, there's a saute function, and you can do that.
Seems very helpful for you.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I wasn't sure about the hype for Instant Pots, but then we got one, and I'm like, oh yeah, I can actually make food, because all of my disabilities are on mental and energy.
Yeah. So my big thing is like, I just need like a stool or a chair tall enough to sit on in front of the stove without fucking burning my arms on the pots and the pans, you know?
Yeah, mine is a lot more the attention-based, so anything that reduces prep time or makes it so I don't have to do a lot of fine motor motion, because even if I practiced a whole lot, I don't think I'd get as good as chopping as you are. And that's just,
Well, I'm not
something-
like super good or anything. I take my time with all that shit. I'm not like a professional chef or anything.
Oh yeah, no, I figured you took your time, but yeah, it's not particularly good at getting consistent sizes and things, and I just like that a lot better. But I wouldn't
Honestly,
say
like I don't even like consistent sizes when I chop my vegetables. Fuck it, make the size variation. And the same with the meat. Like put the variation in there so like it's not uniform.
Oh yeah, like I could
I
see
think
that
makes
too.
it better personally.
Yeah, but like even close to the same size, I have a little bit of trouble with.
I even chop them into different shapes. Like when I'm cutting, for example, carrots. Like the tips I'll just like leave in little circles, right? But once you get like halfway up, it starts to get a lot bigger. And then I'll like cut those in half, and then like once I get to the end, I'll cut them into quarters.
Yeah, I could see that.
Make them all different sizes and shapes and shit.
Yeah, it deeply cuts down on prep time, and that's been very good for me.
Oh no, I just like it. I didn't like it like that.
Yeah, so I figure I will like an air fryer, even just to have, I don't know, fucking chicken wings, even.
Like I've had sliced chicken breast by hand. I'm starting to get kind of good at it, but I definitely like feel like I need a like a starch in there to help thicken up the breading, make it clump better.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's like I will like absolutely just fucking deep fry these things in a pan, not even like in a fucking like pot or whatever. And I don't give a shit.
Yeah, and while we're bullshitting, I can take my meds real quick.
Oh, that's a good idea. You do that. I'm gonna open another box of tea. I didn't take it out of the bag, so I gotta get up. Let me actually take it out of the bag right now while I have a minute. And try not to burn my arm on the steam coming out of my kettle. Stupidly, I have done that on camera before. Just wasn't thinking about it. Just like reached right over my kettle and just burned my arm on the steam.
Yeah, the entertainer's curse is real.
Yeah, I mean, I would have done it off camera too. I definitely have done it off camera. Even it's just
You are far
made
more
myself
likely
look like
to
an idiot
make...
on the internet.
Yeah. You are far more likely to make mistakes when you're talking to an audience.
There we go. Actually, speaking of talking, I was on a fucking Discord call with a colleague the other day, and he described my voice as smoky and sultry. I'm like, oh my. First off. Secondly, I don't think anyone's ever described my voice like that before. That's funny.
I wouldn't have said sultry, but I get smoky.
Which is funny because, like, my voice isn't like this because I smoke. This is just just the voice that I got, you know?
Yeah.
And of course, like, we talked about it on stream before, but, like, my voice used to be much deeper and more gravelly, actually. It's just that, I hurt my throat when I was, like, 14 or 15 or so, and I had to up the pitch of my voice some.
Yeah.
Just to be able to continue talking.
Yeah, for that vegetable chopper, though, you do need to be careful. Because those blades are no joke.
Don't put your fingers on the blades.
Yeah.
Just like a general rule of thumb in the kitchen, do not put your finger on the blade.
Yeah, no.
I do it, but that's because I'm a fucking lunatic, alright?
Yeah, and I did it all at once, and I learned my lesson.
Yeah, I imagine so. So for anyone who wants to know how to handle a knife, you do not run your thumb or your fingers down the blade, you run it across the blade to test the sharpness. This way, you basically scrape your thumb across it, but not at an angle where it digs into the motion, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So imagine a knife sitting in front of you and the blade is pointed straight up, like the blade is towards the ceiling, more or less, the sharp edge. you tilt it to if you're using your left hand to test it, you tilt the blade to the left about 15 degrees, and then you run your thumb across the blade, not down the blade, from the right to the left, and you can test how sharp a blade is like that without cutting yourself.
Yeah. Also, speaking of blades, because I can say something for context about that scene with not canon. If a blade is sharp enough, you won't actually feel the cut. You'll feel the subsequent pain after the cut. But the actual pain from being cut is from basically defects and resistance. But if the blade and the cut is smooth, you won't feel the cut. You'll only feel
it's
after
nerves
pain.
damaged by the bullshit.
Yeah.
Just, be careful when you're handling bladed objects in general.
Yes.
I know most people don't need to be, told that, but just in case, people need to be taught how to handle a knife properly. Always cut away from yourself, not towards yourself. Tilt the blade away from, into the direction that you're going into when you test the blade. Don't run it down the blade, run it across, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, point it down if you have to walk across a room with it.
Down and away, Always keep your knives clean as well.
Yes.
It's not like a thing of infection, but when you don't clean and sharpen your knives properly, they won't cut as smoothly, and they may jump around you go to chop, which can cause some real problems.
As you could possibly imagine.
While the thing about human fingers taking as much force to bite through as a carrot is an old wives' tale, it does not actually take that much force to bite through a finger or cut through a finger either. So just be careful.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially when you're chopping stuff. The way it's done is you curl your other hand into knuckles and put it right there, so there's nothing for the blade to catch onto, and then you keep the tip of the blade on the cutting board and then press down and forward with the thicker part of the blade to cut through smoothly and cleanly.
Yep. And yeah, it is an old wives' tale, but it ain't that far from the truth.
Yeah. The old wives' tale bit is mostly about that our brains will stop us from biting through. No, that's absolutely not the case. If you were determined, you could just bite through your fingers.
Yeah, I mean,
it does not take that much force.
Yeah.
Obviously, don't fucking test it.
Yeah.
But,
But, I mean, yeah, logically you can go, oh yeah, my fucking finger isn't even as thick as a chicken wing.
Yeah. And of course, it's still bone, right? So, imagine trying to chew through the bone of, a T-bone steak, and it's like that. You're not going to bite through the bone, but what you will do is you'll bite through the joint in the knuckle.
And, of course, your brain does stop you from hurting yourself.
Generally speaking, yeah.
Generally
because
speaking,
you are
to an extent.
Mostly your brain. And I put that emphasis on mostly there because there is evidence to state that, our thinking is affected by our gut bacteria and our spinal cords.
Yep.
Which makes a lot of sense because, why would thought necessarily stop at the brain stem, right? There's nervous tissue all over your body. If neurons can think, why do they have to be inside your skull to do so?
Yeah.
They can be in your spine.
We have so much built-in redundancy.
Way more than people think.
Yeah, way more.
We don't have, redundant organs for the most part. We do have a couple, but for the most part, we don't have redundant organs. But we do have redundancy in, how our muscles function and how our nervous system works.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, intentionally falling forward or backward, yeah. It's something you've got to train into yourself.
Yeah. And that's a big thing for pro wrestlers and, gymnasts and everything, is learning how to fall properly.
Yep, learning how to fall properly. Especially for pro wrestlers, catch yourself without looking like you caught yourself.
Yeah. And of course, you still have to like tumble properly, otherwise you're gonna bash your fucking skull on something.
Yep.
And you don't want to do that.
Yeah. And it is still, like, fucking hell on their bodies.
Mm-hmm. Like, it's not just because of his pituitary gland issues that Andre the Giant died so young. It's all the extra stress that he had from, like, doing all those tumbles and falls.
Mm-hmm.
Being an athlete is not easy on the body.
Yeah.
There's a reason why we die so much quicker in nature than we do, like, now. It's not just medicine, it's also, like, you know, all the fucking running and fighting and shit.
Yeah, all the stress.
Even if you don't actually get injured, you're still kind of...
Yeah, like, getting muscles is like a bunch of micro injuries to an extent. It's because it is a strain on your body, and then your body has to have time to rest and build up better and stronger.
Also, Rika, thank you for telling us that we are interesting.
Oh yes, thank you very much.
I appreciate that. Believe it or not, I'm not aiming for like entertainment things. I'm aiming for like interesting conversations.
But hey, that's kind of the thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm aiming for. So like hearing that makes me feel like I've done my job.
Yeah, same here.
Because believe me, I could be entertaining, but also it's just that's not what I crave in my life. I crave like interesting conversations and like, I mean, my go live notification on Twitch is I would like to talk about things questioning the fabric of reality for a reason.
Yeah. So
like, I've had that for like 4 or 5 years now. I have it there for a reason.
Yeah. So we like talking about stories. Something else we'll be playing in the future other than Final Fantasy XIV Drawn Trail will be Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree.
Woo, fucking world trees. I don't think world trees get enough, like, love in fiction.
They really don't, because...
Like, even when they're included, they're just so fucking simplified.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like... I imagine they plan to do more interesting things with it, but Secret World, it is mainly just a hub area. Granted, a great idea for a hub area, but
yeah, it's a beautiful hub world and like a fast travel system and everything. But like that game's been out for like 10 years now. I don't think they're gonna do anything more interesting with it than they've already done.
Yeah, just I think they intended to do something interesting with it, but.
And then, like, the company got sold or something like that, and the game got rebooted or rebranded or some shit. And, like, it's just super disappointing because I loved the investigation and puzzle missions in that game. Oh my gods.
Yes.
Like, the part where you actually had to literally fucking die as part of the main story quest to figure out, like, the answer to this puzzle. Oh my gods, that was so good. That was inspired.
Yeah, that was super interesting.
Because almost no game actually uses death as an actual game mechanic in the narrative. But that one did, and I'm so into it.
Same.
Like, even Dark Souls and Bloodborne and Elden Ring don't actually use it as part of the narrative like that, right? You don't actually have to die at any point. You can do the entire thing deathless.
Yeah, at least not for puzzle solving. There is the part where you do have to die to Seath to then get locked up in the jail cell.
Yeah, but that's also not like an actual death either. Because you get locked away. And the same thing in Bloodborne when you get hit by the sack dudes. It's not an actual death. You just get kicked in the head and knocked out.
In the case of Seath, there's at least an argument because it has a bonfire in there.
But you didn't touch it.
You lose your souls. Well, yeah.
Well, I think the loss of souls is more like just an oversight, you know?
Yeah, but I mean, you don't have to touch the bonfire in the hub area. I'm trying to think.
Firelink Shrine?
Yeah, Firelink Shrine. You don't have to touch it to be tied to it.
I think that's just because, like, they changed the Undead Asylum after you leave into a different place.
Yeah. Which
so, like...
Yeah, I mean, that makes
sense.
You
can't have the character, like, get, punted back there and then have to, like, leave again.
Yeah.
Although it would be very funny if they did that. I think I would like that a lot if they had done it, and then just like tied the trigger to change the undead asylum to something else.
Yeah.
But yeah, like even like most Souls games do not use death as an actual part of the narrative and something that you have to do mechanically to proceed like that.
Yeah. Dark Souls, I will also mention Dark Souls 3 kind of requires it for one of the endings.
Yeah. But like it also just doesn't like come up aside from that ending.
Yeah, exactly, for sure. Like, it's definitely not utilized much. I do agree with that.
Yeah, like, nowhere does that guy actually say that you need to die to get the dark sign, right?
Yeah, you just need to collect darkness, which the only way you do that is fucking eating yourself off a cliff.
Yeah. So, you know, it doesn't actually, like, tell you that. It's like, hey, you need to, like, succumb to death a couple of times to make the curse, like, function.
Yeah.
Whereas the secret world for that one particular mission, this is like, you have to be in the spirit world. And the only way to get to the spirit world is to die.
Mm-hmm.
Thankfully, you're blessed by the Erd, or not the Erd tree, but the world tree. So, like, dying is, like, more like a short nap to you.
Yep.
What would have been even more fun is if they had other things that happen in the spirit world as well. Maybe not combat, but like NPCs that you could only talk to in the spirit world, like spirits that are hanging on and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, make it like an actual world in and of itself, a place that you may actually go on purpose.
Yeah,
because like Dark Souls and shit gets praised a lot for like how its mechanics do not have a lot of ludonarrative dissonance between it and the story, you know. But the death thing, like, it's not properly integrated into the story. A lot of the games will say, like, characters say, it's like, oh, you died and come back again a lot, blah blah blah, but it doesn't actually check how many times you died for those lines, right?
Yeah.
Like, I was playing, during my hardcore run of Remnant 2, there's a character, the Oracle of Dran, that I told you about, which you haven't met yet, sadly. She says that, like, you live and die and live again, explicitly calling out the cycle of life and death, but I'm like, I literally can't do that. I can't die. Otherwise my run is forfeit. I can die in cutscenes as part of, like, events, but I can't actually, like, literally die.
Yeah.
To get arrested by the Empress, for example, I can die there, but that's because that's part of an event. But I can't just die in combat normally. I can't fall off a cliff and, like, you know, pop out of the fucking crystal. Although, you can if you are in multiplayer. You can die and then get resurrected by someone touching the fucking crystal, as long as not everyone dies in the party. Which means, of course, that one person can go into the boss room, and the other person can stay out. However, you're also fighting the co-op version of the boss by yourself with the improved stats and everything. So, that's a trade-off. Safety net, but trade-off. Which, that's the preferred method of clearing the cube boss for hardcore mode, is to have a friend, like, wait outside and touch the crystal if you get squished.
Yeah, that makes sense. Because it's not really that much else at that point.
After struggling with it a lot on Nightmare mode, I sort of, like, got the boss down enough where I can just, like, clear it, no problem. So, I didn't have any trouble when I was doing my hardcore run. Thankfully. I think I would have died a little on the inside, because I did a lot of prep work on that run to get, like, the Thane tree and get, like, a bunch of other stuff, like, set up in my ward. And if I had to do that again before going to the fucking cube boss, I would have died in real life. Like, my soul would have left my body.
Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa, what on earth are you talking about? Don't know why you're shocked in that You kind
This is
of
why
sent,
you sent them out there in the first place.
Yeah, you kind of sent them out there to die.
Shannon, 無事でよかった。
Oh, Shannon, thank goodness you're safe.
君に何かあったら僕は。
Something had happened to you,
庄司様。
Oh, George.
ジョージ君、少し静かにして。あなたたちの目の前で殺人が行われたんでしょ。
George, be quiet for a second. Murder occurred before your very eyes, right?
犯人を見たの。
Did you see the culprit or not?
それがその何と説明すればいいのか。
That is, how should I explain?
ケンジさん。
Genji?
So like looks at the old man. He's like, please help, help.
私たちに見たものをうまく説明できません。
Even we cannot adequately explain what happened in front of us, which is like fair because like saying like it was a phantom in the shape of canon, but it wasn't canon.
Yeah.
Like we saw it happen, and we recognized the thing, but it wasn't the thing. And like saying that it was a thing is gonna make the real thing, you know.
Mm-hmm. Certainly, happened right before our eyes.
私の目の前にいた。
It was right in front of my eyes.
だけれど、あれはその
Or it was
何だったんだ。
What was it?
私にもわからないんです。
Even I don't understand.
何を言ってるの。あなたが出会ったのは昨夜から所在不明の魔女ベアトリーチェか行方不明になっているカノン君かのどちらかしかありえない。
What are you saying? You couldn't have met anyone except the witch Beatrice, whose location has been unknown since yesterday, or Canon, who's gone missing.
男か女か。
Was it a man or a woman?
それだけでも答えられるでしょ。
Should be able to tell me at least that much, right? No, because
Are you sure?
Yeah, exactly. Like, I didn't exactly, ask for the murderer's pronouns.
Yeah, like we didn't ask the murderer to drop trowel and show us what they got, right? Like
Yeah.
ローザおばさん、少し落ち着けって。目の前で二人やられりゃ誰だって混乱だってする。
Aunt Rosa, calm down a bit. Anyone would be confused if two people were taken out right in front of them.
ゴダさん、ゲンジさん。
Oda, Genji,
焦らなくていいぜ。
no need to
何
rush.
があったのか、順を追って話してくれ。
Tell us what happened, one thing at a time.
それが何を
Is there a
私は
version
言
of
えば
this with an
いいの
English
か。
dub?
No, there is not.
Okay.
As to that, how should I say it? Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa have been killed. We understood that
I
much.
feel like with how much gamers and people who like this sort of thing like to mod stuff, that somewhere, sometime, someone was trying to put together a fan dub.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked.
Whether or not it ever actually came to fruition or was ever any good, I don't know. But I'm sure it's like someone somewhere was trying.
And it seemed that it had occurred in front of these people's eyes. Even so, they spoke awkwardly. Admitted that they had definitely seen the crime with their own eyes. When asked to explain what
let's
they...
let's shill each other's channels real quick.
Yep.
Since we're not doing like a squad stream or something like that, which we could, I think, because I have that option, but we're not.
Yeah, that's Cat's Details. If you should check out their channel.
There's Mal again. No one's been active in my chat for a while, but that's normal. I do lurkers that can lurk. I know you're there, but I'm not going to call you out. I do not demand your participation. You may simply listen to the sultry, smoky voice, apparently.
But when asked to explain what they had seen, their mouths went suddenly shut. I understand why Aunt Rosa was irritated and flaring up.
シャノン、君は見たのかい。 南條先生が襲われるところ。
Shannon, did you see it when Dr. Nanjo was attacked?
はい。
Yes.
僕に教えて、分かることだけでもいい。一体何があったの？
Tell me just what you understand. What in the world happened?
勝手口に来たんです。
Someone came to the back door.
そうです。勝手口に誰かがやってきたんです。そして誰だろうと私は扉を開けました。
I mean, true, it would not be a mystery. That's right, someone came up to the back door, then wondering who it was, I opened the door.
勝手口に誰か？それは誰？
At the back door, who was it?
最後まで言わせてやれ。それから。
Then finish. And after that?
そいつは血まみれで大怪我をしていました。
That person was stained with blood and had a large
私
wound.
たちは使用人室に運び、すぐに南條先生が手当てをしました。
Carried that person to the servant room, and Dr. Nanjo immediately began first aid.
とても深い傷でした。
It's a very deep wound.
だからそれは誰のことなの？
Like I said, who are you talking about? Ah, Rosa.
Rosa, please stop. Just let them finish.
Yeah, this is what we call fucking shock.
Okay, so just like a quick aside, because I just remembered this anime existed. But, Roka no Yusha. It's Braves of the Six Flowers. It's my favorite mystery anime thing of all time, period. And sadly, it was just a light novel ad. So, like, it never got finished as the anime adaptation anyway. And as anyone who's been here a while knows, I do not read light novels because, for a lot of reasons, actually, but the main one is that translators are not writers, generally speaking. And anyone who's been here long enough already knows that I've been criticizing the translation and the writing and all that of this specifically very heavily.
Yeah.
わからないんです。確かに最初はそうだと思っていました。
I don't know. Certainly in the beginning, I thought that was the case. No, I still think that. But what in the world was that?
わからない。わからない。
Don't know. I don't know. In a manner that didn't match his large body, Goda held his head and scratched at it. Didn't have a clue if he was confused because he couldn't remember, or because he'd seen something terrifying and couldn't accept it. Shannon looked the same way.
The latter.
She let her guard down. What she'd seen just a short while ago would quickly melt away like a daydream. She wouldn't be able to remember anything. What she looked like. Only Genji looked composed as usual, but the questions were naturally directed at him. However, even Genji took quite some time before he spoke, had to gather his thoughts.
源氏さん、あなたは見たんでしょ？
Genji, you saw it, right?
勝手口に来たのは誰？
Who came in through the back door?
Alright, let me pitch the Braves of the Six Flowers real quick.
Yeah.
So the basic premise is that there are 6 heroes, right? Which is why Braves of the Six Flowers. They each have a flower crest on their body. You know, that indicates that they have been chosen as a hero. This is all revealed in the first episode. And I think it's in the synopsis, like, of the description as well. Problem. Halfway through their journey to the Demon Lands to kill the Demon King, or reseal him or whatever, I don't remember what they're trying to do, whether they're trying to kill him or reseal him or what have you.
Mm-hmm.
A 7th hero with a flower shows up.
Oh boy.
So then, yeah. So, and I remember the end of the series as like really well too, because it made it even more confusing and fucked up. Because they found out who the 7th flower was, and that they were fake and everything, and then like some other shit went down, and it's like, and I really like it, but sadly, I'm never going to be able to finish that story.
Fair enough.
At first, we believed that person was Canon.
ほら、やっぱり生きていたでしょ。
You see, he was alive after all.
私の推理は正しかった。
My theory was correct.
初めはってことは、後にその認識は変わるってこと？
At first, you mean that your impression changed later, right?
はい。その後に起こったことは口では説明できません。
Yes, I cannot explain with words what happened after that. I think you can. I think you're just...
先生と熊沢を殺し、
Well,
そして姿を消しました。
I know what you're actually thinking here. It's like that they're never going to believe what you say, no matter what you say here. But you could totally describe that with words. In fact, the the visual novel already did. He killed Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa, then disappeared.
その時、彼は間違いなくカノンではありませんでした。
At that time, he was definitely not canon.
そうなんです。
Yes, that's right.
源氏さんの言う通りなんですよ。
Just as Genji said.
口ではとても説明できない。
Well, he couldn't explain it with words.
君も同じ意見なのか？
Yeah, it's like...
You have the same
It
opinion?
looked like canon, sounded like canon, moved like canon, until it didn't.
はい、私も同じことしか申し上げられません。
Yes, I can only say the same thing.
Which I love that kind of horror, by the way. It's like, it looked like this thing, moved like this thing, sounded like this thing,
Until it did.
and then it didn't. Then it didn't do any of that, and it's like,
Yeah.
that's terrifying. I love it.
Oh yeah, absolutely, you know. Classic is, that looked like a friendly dog, it moved like a friendly dog, and then it didn't move and look like a friendly dog.
Yeah, there's this one a Tumblr post about it, about the idea with using deer as the example.
Mm-hmm.
Like there being a difference between a thing that was a deer at one point and a thing that never was a deer, but that's all you can think of it as.
Yeah.
That's some good fucking capitalization on what I said there, Captioner. Thank you so much.
That's
A
actually...
thing that never was. Yeah, there you go. It must be like a book or a movie or something for it to be doing that, but that's it just, you know, coincidentally worked out very well in my favor. Let's see. Let me see if I can find that. I know I posted it in Discord. Yes. Yeah.
We give their claims the benefit of the doubt, means that Aunt Rosa's first conclusion was correct. Cannon had appeared near the back door to the kitchen with a serious injury, then he had been taken to the servant room and cared for, and after that, something terrifying had happened. Were these people so convinced that Cannon couldn't possibly have done such a thing, that they started to suspect whether it had been Cannon at all? In other words, that means Cannon did appear. No matter how confused they are, no matter how they muddle their words, that's what it means in the end. Does that mean that, after all, Cannon used some trick to escape that room, even though it was locked? That doesn't matter anymore. The problem is that Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa were killed. Rosa had claimed that Cannon was behind this from the very beginning. No matter how confused these people are, no matter how they try to deny it, they're halfway confirming that she was right. Even so, for some reason I felt like their awkwardness couldn't be explained by confusion alone. What did they see? They said, did they really see something that couldn't be explained with words? Aunt Rosa, who decided that further talk wouldn't get us anywhere, concluded her questioning and said she wanted to check the 2 bodies. That's...
Okay, I found the post, but I also found some other cool shit, too.
Yeah, fair enough. That was something I'd been wanting to do, too. Witnesses had been unable to figure anything out, but they'd been shaken. Those of us who hadn't been at the scene calmly looked at the corpse as we might find something. It was a little surprising to learn that Aunt Rosa was also concerned about the bodies. And at this point, I still wanted to use any clues I could find to expose the culprit and the truth myself. But it should have been different in Aunt Rosa's case. And Aunt Rosa prioritized staying safe over finding the culprit. I didn't really see why she would go to all the trouble of leaving our barricade in the parlor. It's because she wanted to check the bodies.
みんなで一緒に使用人室に行きます。
We will all go to the servant room together.
全員一緒に行動すれば安全よ。
All move together. It'll be safe.
マリア、落書き遊びはおしまいになさい。
Maria, stop playing with scribbles.
おお、落書きじゃベアトリーチェの問題を解いてるの。
Not scribbles. I'm solving Beatrice's puzzle.
There is a specific and terrifying difference between never were monsters and are not anymore monsters. The thing that was not a deer implies a creature which mimics a deer, but imperfectly, and the details of which are wrong, are what makes it terrifying. The thing that was not a deer anymore, on the other hand, implies a thing that used to be a deer before it was somehow mutated, possessed, parasitically controlled, or reanimated improperly. And what makes that terrifying is the details that are still right and recognizable, poking out of all the wrong and horrible malformations. And the next reply is, hey, I totally fucked up and forgot the third type, which is not anymore and maybe never was monsters. The thing that which was no longer a deer and maybe never was implies a creature that at first glance completely appears to be a deer, but over time degrades very slowly until you realize, probably too late, that it is not a deer anymore, and had you seen it in this state first, you wouldn't have recognized it as a deer at all. And there's a decent chance that it was never actually a deer to begin with, but only a very good mimic. And what makes this one scary is the slow change from everything being right to everything being wrong, happening slowly enough that you don't even notice until it is too late, as well as the fact that something now so clearly not a deer could have fooled you to begin with. And that's the canon one right there. Yep. That one. It is not anymore and maybe never was canon.
Yep.
And I love it. It's beautiful.
Oh yeah, it's absolutely fantastic.
And the fourth type, which is, I don't know, but it sure ain't a deer. Which implies complete confusion about what the creature could be, to the point that even a person as comfortable in this world as someone who would use the word ain't unironically is uncertain, should horrify you to the deepest depths of your soul.
Yep. Beatrice's puzzle. What's that? Show me too.
俺にも教えて。ローザおばさん。マリアちゃんも、連れて行くんですか?
Aunt Rosa, are you bringing Maria too? Seeing that George was against the idea of bringing Maria to the bloody crime scene. Considering that Maria would be all alone if we left here, it'd surely be much safer to take Maria with us. And it was just George's irresponsible humanism. Decided that all of us, including Maria, would go to the servant room.
You can make more, like, fucked up horror monsters for my fantasy stuff.
The bed in the servant room was stained with bright red blood. Not just a bed. The whole room was covered with gruesome paint from countless blood stains. That dreadful scene alone was enough to give us an idea of the repulsive sight they'd been trying to describe.
Oh, Maria も見る!
I want to look too!
マリアちゃんは僕と一緒にここで待ってよね.
Maria, wait here with me. George was standing by the entrance, covering Maria's eyes with his back to the room. He didn't want to dirty an innocent girl's retinas with the repulsive blood in this room. George, I understand, but she also was staring directly at the candy-coated bodies.
Yeah, like she saw that shit already.
That was surely the correct decision. Acting tough right now, so I didn't mind. But for the rest of my life, whenever I see red paint scattered around, I'll remember this room and start to bomb it. The retinas have already had this room burned into them. In other words, it's already too late for me. Huh?
どこへ?
Where did they? Right after they entered the servant room, Goda and Shannon trembled. Shook, wondering what horrible new situation had arisen to make them tremble again.
どうしたの？何事？
What happened? What is it? Aunt Rosa also shuddered, raised her gun high, and searched for whatever it was.
You just
that made
fucking
them
prop the
shudder.
lever again. Like, I could understand the first time if there wasn't one in the chamber, right? But like the second time, it means that she just dropped it like a perfectly good bullet on the floor.
But you couldn't find it. It was only natural. They were trembling because they couldn't find it.
なんだなんだ。どうしたってんだ一体。
Hey, what in the world's going on?
二人の遺体がありません。
Two bodies.
The two bodies aren't here.
どういうこ
You
と
start
なの？
with me.
Does this mean...
Oh, I don't know if you knew this, but you're still unangry.
そんなはずないです。
That can't be.
確かにお二人はここに。
Those two were definitely here.
おいおいおい。
Wait.
なんだよ。死体がどこかへ歩いてったってのか。
Hell, are you saying the corpse has just walked off somewhere?
そんなわけないだろ。だってこの使用人室は施
Didn't
錠されて
happen,
たんだ。
right? I mean, wasn't the servant room locked?
それを今、ゴーダさんが開けて入ったわけじゃないか。
You unlocked the door when you came in just now, Goda?
ってことはなんだ？
And there are no signs of dragging the bodies out, I assume.
Yeah, I would assume so. So what does that
Because they would
mean?
have said like there was a huge like fucking drag tracks into the hallway.
Isn't this the same as Jessica's
また
room?
密室の中から消えたってのかよ。
Someone's disappeared from inside a closed room again.
そんなバカな。
That's ridiculous.
私にも何のことやらさっぱり。私たちはこの部屋を出るとき、確かに鍵をかけて。
I don't have a clue what happened either. When we left this room, we definitely locked
私
it.
こそ何が何やら。
I don't have a clue what's going on anymore. The timid, pitiful smile on Goda's face that he definitely wouldn't have let show normally. Shannon was the same.
二人の死体が消えた。しかも鍵をかけたのに消えた。
Two corpses disappeared, and furthermore, they disappeared while the door was
仮
locked.
にカノン君が犯人だとしても、カノン君はマスターキーをもう持ってないはず。
Even if Cannon was the culprit, he couldn't have a master key anymore.
違います。カノン君は犯人じゃありません。
What's wrong? Cannon isn't the culprit.
シャノン。僕はシャノンを信じるよ。カノン君
Yeah,
は
like
犯
this
人なんだ。
this is definitely one of those cases where it's just like that looked like canon, and at first it sounded like canon, but then it didn't.
Yep.
So we were pretty sure it was not canon. We just don't know what it actually was.
Shannon. I believe Shannon. Cannon is not the
きっと
culprit.
これは彼によく似た何者かの仕業なんだ。
Must be the doing of someone who looks a lot like him.
いえ、カノン君はマスターキーを手に入れられたわよ。だって彼のマスターキーはジェシカちゃんの遺体のポケットから見つかった。そしてその鍵は誰が手に入れた？
No, Cannon could have gotten a master key. After all, his master key was found in the pocket of Jessica's corpse. Who took that key?
そうだ。南條先生が。
Oh, that's right. It was Dr. Nanjo. That's right. Back then, it definitely was Dr. Nanjo who searched through Jessica's clothes and found the master key. So if someone had the opportunity to search Dr. Nanjo's corpse, it would have been easy for them to take the master key back. Rosa searched under the bed and in the locker. Now I also understood what that meant. And there are two culprits that can be easily explained. First person was Cannon, or maybe an imposter who looked like him. Finished off Dr. Nanjo and ran off somewhere. Second person was probably the 19th person, Beatrice Shea, whose location was unknown. That person hid under the bed in the servant room beforehand. While Dr. Nanjo's body was enshrined here, they waited for Genji and the rest to leave. Then, later, they crawled out, took the master key back from Dr. Nanjo's pocket, and carried the two corpses away for some reason. They then locked the door with the master key. You'd end up with this room.
Like, sure, Battler. Sure, but also, she's so fucking small. There's no way she picked up that giant dude.
No.
This rotund fucking doctor.
ジェシカの部屋の推理を前提になかなか素早く組み立ててきたものよ。
You constructed that one pretty fast, basing it off your reasoning from Jessica's room.
その方法なら魔法でなくても密室は作り出せよう。
With that method, you could create a closed room even without magic.
まずは及第点というところか。
Should I give you passing marks?
しかし、実に面白いが、お前は一つ忘れてはならぬことがあるぞ。
There's one thing you mustn't forget.
お前の言う方法で犯人がマスターキーを取り返したなら、
If the culprit took back the master key as you suggest,
その犯人はマスターキーを
they must have known that Nanjo took the master key from Jessica's body.
ことを知っていたことになる。
言われなくても分かってるぜ。
Don't have to tell me that.
あの時、あの場にいた人物以外知り得ない情報だって言いてんだろ？
Probably trying to say that it's information only the people in that place at that time could know.
この第三の密室があっさり破られちまったもんで、そういう手で俺に闇を言うしかねえんだろ。
Ah, this third closed room was crushed so fast that you're stuck trying to make hurtful remarks like that.
同じネタの繰り返しは芸がないぜ。
No art in repeating the same content over and over. I managed to bluff, but that move of the witches hurts bad. I can tell that I'm cracking under the thing I want to deny the most. The person's trying to close in on me from two directions. On one hand, there's the frontal attack where she tries to force me to believe there's a witch using closed room tricks that only a witch could do. On the other hand, the rear attack where she tries to lure me into wanting a witch to exist, strengthening my suspicions of those close to me. First closed room, the chapel, she used the frontal attack. It didn't work on me. By the second closed room, and now on the third closed room, she's definitely changing the direction of her attack. However, the fact that she is changing the direction of her attack proves that my resistance is having some effect. She must have given up.
He says that, but watch the next one. You know, in a couple more, she's just gonna hit him with the really big, beefy, closed room magic shit.
Yeah, and she must have given up on the frontal attack because she clearly can't win with it. Tried to settle my unease by thinking these things. Apparently the witch had seen through me long ago.
成功法は書かぬ。
I will not abandon my frontal attack.
絡めては成功法と同時に進めてこそ意味がある。
A rear attack only has meaning because it advances at the same time as the front. Well, that's not necessarily true.
Yeah. But I get what she's trying to say.
She's saying a pincer attack sort of deal.
手段が目的となった時に起こる愚策に過ぎぬぞ。
If I were to degenerate into using only the rear attack, it would merely result in a foolish plan where my means had become my goal.
そうですかい。じゃあ、お得意の赤で。 何者かが使用人室に隠れていたを復唱してもらおうじゃないか。
Really? Well then, won't you repeat someone was hiding in the servant room using that red you're so proud of?
その必要はない。お前の推理の前提は今から崩れる。
There is no need. The premise of your theory is about to be destroyed.
Oh,
really?
拒否かよ。
You refuse?
やっぱり誰かが隠れていたんだな。
Someone really is hiding.
That's not what that means, idiot. She can refuse for any reason. Remember that. Including just fucking with you.
Mm-hmm.
Rosa will destroy your premise right now.
まあ、耳を傾けてみよう。
Come, let's listen in.
信じてください、ローザ様。
Please believe us, Lady Rosa.
確かにここに2人の遺体を安置したんです。
Two corpses were definitely lying here.
この床の真っ赤な血は彼らのものなのです。
Bright red blood on the floor is theirs. Rosa began to search through various objects around the room. Back to Goda as she cried out in supplication, or as he cried out in supplication. Eventually, she found something and for a while stopped moving.
ローザ様、私たちは断じて嘘などついて
Ada
は
Rosa, we definitely aren't lying.
間違いなく二人の遺体はここにあったんです。
The two corpses were definitely here.
静かに。死体を隠した本人が死体はよそに持ち去ったと告白しているわ。
Be quiet. The person who hid the corpses has confessed that they took them to another place.
これでね。
With this, Rosa showed them a single sheet of paper over her shoulder.
それは一体
What on earth is that?
まさか礼拝堂にあったのと同じ紋章入りの封筒の手紙
Could it be a letter in a
It's hitting
sealed
that
envelope
fucking,
just like in the
creep
chapel?
ass Gregorian shit in the background.
Mm-hmm.
Listen to that. That's real good. Honestly, it reminds me of Bloodborne and the Upper Chapel.
Oh yeah, I
Upper,
could,
Upper Cathedral. There we go.
yeah, I could see that.
ここに堂々と置いてあったわ。
Yes, that's right. It was set here out in the open.
読むわね。
I'll read it.
後宮家の皆様、黄金の碑文の謎解きはいよいよ佳境に入りましたでしょうか。
Members of the Ushiromiya family and its household, have you now reached the climax of the riddle of the gold's epitaph?
皆さんに私を止めることができる唯一の方法が碑文の謎を解くことなのです。
There is only one way you all can stop me. By solving the epitaph's riddle.
それ以外のいかなる方法をもってしても、私と儀式を止めることはできません。
There are no other options left to you that will result in the suspension of my ceremony.
くれぐれも皆さんの目的をお間違いなきよう、よろしくお願い申し上げます。
I humbly ask that you take care not to misunderstand your current situation.
私を探そうとも無駄。
Searching for me will prove useless.
私から逃れようとも無駄。
Attempting to escape will prove useless.
私を否定しようとも無駄なのです。
Trying to deny me will prove useless.
黄金のベアトリーチェ。
Beatrice the Golden.
追伸。二人の遺
The
体
imp
を
laugh.
儀式に
Hell
お
yeah.
返しします。
Yes, I borrowed those two corpses for my ceremony.
後ほどご返却いたしますので、ご容赦をお願いいたします。
They will be returned to you in due time, so I crave your
あ
indulgence.
と、この鍵は皆様のものですので、
Also, these keys belong to you, so I return them to you now. Rose read that aloud, the contents of the envelope lay exposed on the palm of her hand.
The master keys.
Here, yeah, they were two master keys. Master key that Nanjo had found in Jessica's pocket, which had been cannoned. Kumasawa's master key.
なんだと
What the hell?
ってことは
Get fucked,
どう
Tatler.
いうことだよ
So what does that mean?
ふざけんなよまたかよ
You again?
またマスターキーを持ってる使用人しか疑えないってのかよ
You're saying I can only suspect the servants with keys again?
わらわは赤では言ってはおらぬぞ。
I won't say it in red, okay?
彼らがこの部屋に施錠をして去った時、この部屋に何者かが隠れていた可能性を否定してはおらぬぞ。
I won't deny the possibility that after they locked the door and left, someone was hiding in this room, okay?
ベッドの下にでも隠れれば死体をどこかへ運び出すのはできないことじゃない。
They hid under the bed, it still would have been possible for them to carry the corpses
し
somewhere.
かしそれじゃ施錠ができない。
But they wouldn't have been able to lock the
わ
door.
ざわざ手に入れたマスターキーをここへ置いてっちまってる。
Master key they went to all that trouble to get was left right here.
そうだ忘れてた。
That's right, I'd forgotten.
この部屋の本来の鍵である使用人室の鍵はどうなっている？
Oh, that's right, I'd forgotten. What about the keys specifically for this room, the servant room keys?
うん。それなら使用人室の奥のキーボックスに収められているぞ。
Indeed, those are kept in the key box in the center of the servant room.
使用人室の鍵は数本あるが、そのすべてがキーボックスに収められている。
There are several servant room keys, but all of those are inside the key box.
ってことは ジェシカの部屋の鍵の時と状況は何も変わらないってことか。
Which means the situation is exactly the same as Jessica's room.
使用人も便利なマスターキーがあれば不要な鍵はわざわざ持ち歩かないもんな。
Not like the servants would walk around with an unnecessary key when they have those convenient master keys.
キーボックスにしまわれっぱなしになってるのも納得だぜ。
Can accept that they're all kept in the key box.
その他の条件も何も変わらぬ。
And the other conditions remain unchanged as well.
出入りは唯一の扉と唯一の窓から以外は不可能。
Entry and exit are impossible except for the single door and the single window.
故に隠し扉などの不正規な出入り手段は否定される。
Therefore, hidden doors and irregular methods of entry cannot exist.
喜べ名探偵ども。
Rejoice, great detectives.
そしてそれらはいずれも施錠されていた。
And those were both locked.
扉も窓も施錠時にはいかなる出入りも許さない。
The door and the window do not permit any kind of entry or exit when they are locked.
つまり施錠を維持したまま扉を外す、隙間を作ってすり抜けるなどなどは通用しないということだ。
So it wouldn't work to remove the door and make a crack to slide in through or anything like that while the lock is still set. Yeah, with how hinges work, like that's just not.
Yeah.
Or at least how we do hinges now. It used to be that you could like pull the nails out of the hinge. And obviously, it is impossible to unlock the door without a servant room key or the master key.
毎回これを読み上げるのも面倒だの。
It's a pain having to read all these out loud every time.
今度これをまとめて一言に略す言葉でも考えよう。
Sooner or later, I should think of a word to put all this together and abbreviate it.
だが、この部屋に誰かが隠れていたことは復唱できねえだろ。しかしそれだけでは。
It's not can't repeat, but won't repeat. You don't know if she can or not. She might just be fucking with you.
But you can't repeat.
But she is. She totally is.
But you can't repeat that someone was hiding in this room. However, that alone won't break open the door of a closed room. Damn it.
ダメだ、ダメだ。全然ダメだ。
It's useless. It's useless. It's all useless.
お得意のチェス盤をひっくり返すとやらはどうした？
What happened to that spinning the chessboard around thing you're so proud of?
自慢の陳説をぜひ披露してみよ。
Please announce your boastful, strange theory.
チェス盤をひっくり返す。
Spin the chessboard around.
俺が犯人ならどうする？
What would I do if I were the culprit?
死体をどこかへ運び出す。
Carry the corpses off
手
somewhere.
紙を残す。
Leave a letter.
内側から鍵を閉める。
Lock the door from the
ここから
inside.
何かの方法で部屋を脱出すればいいんだ。
And I just have to escape this room by some means.
くそ、そんな方法はあるのか。
Damn it, is that even possible?
扉と窓以外からは外に出られないと赤で言われちまってる。
It's told in red that you can't get outside except through the door or the window. That moment, I got it. That's right. Culprit carried away the corpses, left a letter. Since they didn't use a hidden door, they weren't able to escape. That's it. This isn't a question, it's an answer.
ベアト、復唱要求の前にお前の言う隠し扉の定義を確認したい。
Beto, before I ask you to repeat anything, I want to check the definition of hidden doors that you're using.
何を思いついたやら。
What have you thought of?
よかろう。説明する。
Very well, I'll explain.
隠し扉とは、知らぬ人間が認識できぬ出入り口のことであろうが。
A hidden door refers to an entrance or exit that cannot be recognized as such by those who don't know of it beforehand, of course.
そんなこと子供でも知っておろう。
Even children know that.
つまり、部屋の外に出られなかったら、それは隠し扉じゃないってことだよな。
So, in other words, if you can't get outside the room with it, it isn't a hidden door.
ほう、そうきたか。
Oh, so that's your game.
俺は犯人は密室から抜け出したものだとばかり思っていた。
Kept thinking there needed to be some way for the culprit to escape from the closed room.
違うんだ。
That's wrong.
犯人だって密室から脱
Culprit
出できなか
couldn't
ったんだ。
escape.
だから隠れてやり過ごそうとした。
So they decided to hide until we all left. During the second closed room, I tried to applying this theory to Cannon. But after hearing Cannon was killed and Red, I gave it up. That I proposed that a third person might have been in the room before escaping through a hidden door. Then, for the first time, I was faced with the Red claim that no hidden doors exist. Now, move from there to what I've just learned. The term hidden door refers to things that make it possible to enter or leave a room. In other words, that category doesn't cover things that don't actually lead in or out of the room, even if these things could never be recognized by people who didn't know about them beforehand. So if we had something like a hidden shelf or a secret closet, for example, it doesn't count as a hidden door. That means the third person from Jessica's room is hiding here, waiting for us to leave. How pathetic. All just a bit of wordplay. It's like that technique should be enough to handle even this third closed room. A hidden shelf under the bed, or anything like that, that'd be enough. Culprit's hiding somewhere, waiting for us to leave. Culprit is also trapped in this closed room even now. It means at this very moment, Culprit is still hiding in the servant room, holding their breath. That means, what the hell, that we've been tortured by closed rooms 3 times. At the very moment, we've actually gotten the culprit in checkmate.
ようやく見えてきたぜ。
Finally starting to see it.
くらえ、ベアト。
Eat this, Beto.
負傷要求。
Repeat it.
この部屋には俺たち以外の誰もいない。
There is no one in this room other than us.
俺たちってのは、俺、ジョージの兄貴、マリア、ローザおばさん、ゲンジさん、ゴーダさん、シャノンちゃんのことだぜ。
By us, I mean George, Maria, Aunt Rosa, Genji, Goda, and Shannon. Got it?
どうだ言えねえだろ。
What do you think? You can't say it, right?
痛えとこ疲れただろ。
Bet that hit you where it hurts.
拒否なら拒否と言いやがれ。
You refused and say it, damn
次
it.
行くぜ。
Here comes the next one.
負傷要求。
Repeat it. Don't know how they are hiding in this room. If they are, then this resolves the second closed room, Jessica's room at the same time. I finally caught her by the tail. This I can explain
Hey,
everything.
don't grab and pull tails. That's rude.
You just don't exist, and I don't have to suspect anyone. Alright, starting now, spin it all around. I'll have her repeat that.
この部屋にはお前たち以外は存在しない。
No one exists in this room except your group.
お前たちの定義とは、バトラー、ジョージ、マリア、ローザ、ゲンジ、ゴーダ、
Excellent.
シャノンのことを指す。
Your group refers to Battler, George, Maria, Rosa, Genji, Goda, and Shannon.
Huh?
ジェシカの部屋に話を戻す。
Let's go back to Jessica's room.
ジェシカの死体発見時、ジェシカの部屋にいたのは、バトラー、ジョージ、
Okay, there
マ
we go.
リア、ローザ、ゲンジ、ゴーダ、シャノン、熊沢、南條のみだった。
When Jessica's corpse was discovered, only Battler, George, Maria, Rosa, Genji, Goda, Shannon, Kumasawa, and Nanjo were in Jessica's room.
おっと、死体のジェシカももちろん含む。
Whoops. The corpse of Jessica is also included.
よって、ジェシカの部屋の件、そしてこの使用人室の件の両方について、そなたが認識していた以外の人間は存在しない。
Therefore, both in the case involving Jessica's room and the one involving the servant room, no humans exist that you were not aware of.
誰も隠れていない。
No one is hiding.
さらに言おう。
And I'll say more.
扉は鍵を使用せずに外から施錠する方法は存在しない。
No method exists by which the door can be locked from the outside without a key.
窓については外からはいかなる方法でも施錠する方法は存在しない。
Regarding the window, no method exists by which it could somehow be locked from the outside.
ついでに言おう。
And let me also say this.
そなたは無能だ。
You are incompetent.
You've been waiting on this.
Yes. And I knew how it would start too because I looked up the screenshot. I was waiting as soon as those keys showed up. I love that she's laughing in the red speech too. Oh
yes,
my god,
I love
that's
that.
so good.
It is so good. I love Beatrice so much.
That's amazing. Oh god, imagine laughing in the fucking language of the world itself.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
それじゃあ本当に密室じゃねえかよ。
Oh, it's really a closed room, isn't it?
せっかく思いついたのに。
And just when I finally managed to think of a way out.
お前が隠れていたんなら全て説明がついたのに。
If you were hiding, that would fit
トリ
everything.
ックを打ち破れたと思ったってのに。
It's when I
くそ。
it's when I thought I'd broken through to your trick. Damn it.
I fucking love you, Beato. Thank you so much for that.
It's useless, it's useless, it's useless, it's all useless. For a second, I thought I had it. It's all useless. Damn it. So sure that I'd finally seen through her. I'd seen how she distracted me with her clever red wordplay and fooled me. And I thought I found a light in the darkness. Disappeared.
I feel so much better now.
It's disappeared.
It's like having a nice massage for my brain.
That's the one way to put it. Swallowed up by a blood-red sea. Red. 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 No one is hiding. There's no hidden door and no way to get past the door or window while they're locked. You just proven that it's all impossible? It's the devil's proof. And fulfilled. With a frontal attack? Impossible. It's impossible.
どうしたのだ後ろ宮バトラー。
What's wrong, Ushiromiya Battler?
魔女を否定する気で満々だったじゃない。
Weren't you so confident in your ability to deny witches?
そんなところで這いつくばって悔し涙を絞り出してどうしたんだい
Why are you groveling and bringing out bitter tears in a place like that?
ああ、それはとっても素敵な方法。
Yes, what a truly splendid tactic.
わらわを笑い転げさせて笑い涙の海で溺れ殺してやろうというのは確かに素敵。
How truly splendid how you're trying to make me fall over and drown in a sea of tears from my own laughter.
実はそうなんだろう
That is what you're trying to do, right?
わらわを笑って笑って笑い殺してやろうって手なんだろ
You're trying to make me laugh and laugh and laugh myself to death, right?
後ろ宮バトラー。
Thank you, Beto. Thank you so much. All her demons cackling with her.
What are you calling magic? I'll definitely prove that witches don't exist. Definitely won't believe in you. It's the power of magic? And bullied and killed everyone for fun? Definitely won't accept that.
なあバトラー、いじめすぎて悪かった。
Hey, Battler. Sorry for bullying you so much.
わらわ側からチェス盤をひっくり返してやるぞ。
I'll spin the chessboard around from my side.
お前に代わってお前側の最善手を教えてやるよ。
I'll stand in your place and show you the best possible move you can make.
聞きたい
Want to hear?
ふざけんな聞きたくねえ聞きたくね
Don't screw with me. I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear.
ジェシカの部屋の件
Consider Jessica's room.
そなたは実に良いところをついていたのだぞ
You were off to a good start, you know that?
隠れてやり過ごそうとした
All that about hiding and waiting for everyone else to leave.
これは実にいい着眼だった
That truly was well spotted.
だがなぜそれをカノンと19人目のワラワにしか考えなかった
Well, why did you only think of Kennen and me, the 19th person?
そうか隠れてやり過ごすの隠れてが邪魔だったから考えが至らなかったか
I see, so the hide part of hiding and waiting got in the way, which prevented you from getting any further.
ほらもうわかるだろう
Come on, you see what I'm getting at, don't you?
ジェシカだよ
It's Jessica.
ジェシカ
If Jessica were the culprit, a farce like this could be easily constructed. She killed Cannon and carried him off somewhere. Then she played dead and let us walk by. It's ridiculous. Dr. Nanjo definitely confirmed that she was dead. Was Dr. Nanjo an accomplice too? That's wrong. I also confirmed that Jessica was dead. Of course I've never examined a corpse before, but she was definitely dead. I think she was dead? Well, that's definitely what I thought, but certainly, wait. She was dead. She was dead.
ジェシカもグルなのよ
Jessica was in on it.
そして検視をした南條もグル
And Nanjo, who examined her corpse, was in on it too.
ならば第三の密室など茶番だろうが
And that makes the third room a closed room a farce, doesn't it?
Yeah, then it's simple. Dr. Nanjo was in on it, so in other words, he's on the culprit side, which means he was never dead in the first place. God, his body disappeared after he was killed, but what if he was never in the servant room to begin with? So if Kumasawa disappeared with him, does that mean she's in on it too? Not all, that's not all. Servants who all agreed to keep to that story, Genji and Goda and even Shannon were also in on it. The one who stole the key from Maria's handbag was Jessica. No, it could never have been George. For all, if Shannon is on the culprit side, that automatically makes George on the culprit side. Just wait a second, they're all wolves. They're all wolves. But only am I drowning in an ocean of bright red color. There are packs of wolves clamoring on the banks whose blazing eyes tell me that they'll eat me if I crawl out. Which way should I die? Should I deny everything and drown in a bright red sea? Or should I learn the truth and have my whole body chewed to bits by the wolves? Either one hell or the other. I can't choose. Ugh.
だからこそわらわがいる
That's why I'm here.
さあ後ろ宮バトラーひざまずけ
Interesting use of the red text there. I don't know how that's supposed to be like truth, but come, Ushiromiya Battler, and kneel.
そして永遠の忠誠を誓ってわらわの靴を舐めるがいい
Swear your eternal loyalty and lick my shoes.
わらわを認めれば全ての謎に決着がつく
That one can definitely be red truth. If you accept me, all of the riddles will be resolved.
わらわの力をもってすればどのような密室も生み出せそして打ち破れる
With my power, any kind of closed room can be created or destroyed.
バトラー力ある者に屈服する喜びに身を委ねたくはない
Battler, don't you want to abandon yourself to the joy of surrendering to one with power?
そなたはわらわの一番のお気に入りの家具にしてやるよ
I'll make you my favorite furniture.
そなたを愛して愛して灰になるまでわらわの玩具にしてやれよ
I'll love you so much and make you my toy until you turn to ashes. Laughing in the red text again. Oh boy.
Yep. Now it's clear.
もう疑いようもない。
There's no longer any reason to doubt.
Keep narrating. I'll be back in a second.
Oh, what are you saying?
あなたたちが死んだという二人はここにいない。
Kept saying those two were dead, but they aren't here.
ベアトリーチェからの手紙があり、親切にも死体は持ち去ったと告白してくれている。
Now we have this letter from Beatrice where she's been kind enough to confess that she carried the corpses
そ
off.
ういうことよ。
As simple as that.
もう茶番は飽き飽きしたわ。
I've had enough of this farce. Aunt Rosa yelled this. She looked at all of us with a fierce expression.
茶番ってどういう意味ですか？
What do you mean by farce?
私はジェシカちゃんの部屋で言った。信用できるのは自分自身と死体となって見つかった者以外いないってね。
Said it in Jessica's room. You can't trust anyone but yourself and those whose corpses have been found.
そして死体が見つからない以上、あの二人が殺されたことを認めるわけにはいかない。
Since we can't find the corpses of those two people, we must not accept that they've been killed. I mean, nobody knows death, but that's for fiction, and you're technically supposed to be in a reality.
Yeah, like, this is a lot of blood on the ground. Someone died. Even if it wasn't two people, someone fucking died.
Please wait, Aunt Rosa. What do you mean by that?
南條先生と熊沢さんは死んでないわ。生きている。
Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa aren't dead. They're alive.
殺されたということにして、この屋敷のどこかに隠れているのよ。
We're supposed to believe that they've been killed, but they're definitely hiding somewhere in this mansion.
私たちを襲うためにね。
So that they can attack us.
なんでそんなことがわかるんですか？
How could you know
大
that?
田さんたちが嘘をついていると言うんですか？
You saying that Goda and the rest are lying?
ローザ様、この強打。いえ、後ろ宮家使用人一同。
Lady Rosa, I, Goda, no, all of the Ushiramiya family servants.
誓ってそのようなことはいたしません。
We all swear that nothing of the sort happened.
あなたたちは南條先生たちは殺されたという。でも死体がない以上、それを信じるわけにはいかないわ。
You all say that those two were killed, but since there are no corpses, we mustn't believe
あ
you.
なたたちが口裏を合わ
Alright, let's do a quick head count so we, like, have a number of people who are still alive. It's Battler, George, Shannon, Maria, Rosa, then Genji and Goda. I think it's just the 7?
Yeah, it's just
Did I
the
miss
7.
anyone? Okay, so
2 more
just
need
7
to die.
Were there any requirements for the last two other aside from how they're killed?
Nope.
I mean, it seems like there's some requirements on Beatrice's end about like what stake she uses on who. But that might also just be like she just chose to use this particular demon for this particular sacrifice. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it just depends on what sin she's associating with them at the time.
Yeah, whatever would be like most ironic.
Yeah. Whatever's the most
Therefore,
relevant.
flummies are her.
Yeah.
あなたたちの無実を信じる方法はちゃんとあるわ。
There's a good way to prove your innocence, isn't there?
南條先生と熊沢さんの遺体が見つかることよ。
Find Dr. Nanjo's and Kumasawa's bodies.
それが見つかったら、私はあなたたちの話を聞いてみようと
If
い
you
う
find
話に
them,
な
then
る。
maybe I'll start listening to your
で
story.
も、見つからない限り、あなたたちは狼であることを否定できない。
But until you do, you cannot deny that you are all wolves.
あんたも黄金に目がくらんであの魔女に買収されたんでしょう。
You and you, I'll bet you were all bought by that witch, that your eyes were blinded by gold.
そんなに金が欲しい？
You really want money that much?
そうなんでしょう。
That's right, isn't it?
一生遊んで暮らしたいの？
You want to live that easy life for as long as you live?
そんな人生に何の価値があるのよ。
What value could a life like that possibly have?
ローザ様、私たちは
Lady Rosa, we couldn't have.
黙りなさい。そしてシャノン、それ以上近づかないで。
Be silent, and Shannon, don't get any closer.
10年も恩を受けながらそれをあだで返すなって。
Think you'd repay a
Yeah,
10-year-long
Natsuhi was
debt of
much better in
gratitude
this.
with betrayal.
Natsuhi was much better in this role than
Yeah.
Rosa is.
容赦なく引き金を引くわよ。
I'll pull the trigger without mercy.
そんなのって
How could you? Too cruel.
ローザおばさん、それは暴言だ。この部屋で殺人が起こった。
Rosa, that's horrible. A murder occurred in this room.
そして犯人が死体を持ち去った。
And then the culprit carried the corpses away.
彼女たちはそれを正直に申告しているだけだ。
All they're doing is honestly reporting what they saw. Shannon had finally broken down in tears. She had sacrificed 10 years to the Yoshiramiya family. She had sacrificed 10 of the most brilliant years of her life. She believed that she'd built
Don't describe it like that. Like, she's like fucking 16 or 17.
Yeah, though I think what they mean is like 10 of the most formative.
That would be a much better way of phrasing it, because calling it the most brilliant years of your life is just fucked up.
Yeah, I think formative and a time in your life where you really should just be having fun or doing something that you like.
Yeah. Having fun and learning about new things and experiencing the world and so on and so forth, as you should most of your life, but also especially then.
Yeah, especially when you're a child. Your only obligation as a child should be to learn. Oh yeah, you could never get those years back. It's just like, you know,
it's just calling those like the best years of your life is just like really fucked up and cruel. I mean, like saying that about someone else and like telling children that is just fucked.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not a way to actually think about the world, but I do sincerely think what they mean is, like, times when you should be having new experiences and experiencing the world and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I think this is like one of those situations where, like, I take issue with the translation specifically.
Yeah, not necessarily what as written in the Japanese. Granted, we don't know, but that's my guess, is that they mean, like, some of the most formative years that you can't really recreate.
Yeah, because like the rest of your life should also be filled with good things for the most part, right? Like everyone's gotta like do shit where they can, when and where they can, but also like people should be able to have good lives, period.
Yeah, absolutely.
The ages of 7 to 17 should not be the greatest time of your life.
Yeah. She believed that
either
she built
like
up a friendly relationship with Rosa.
If that's true, either like the rest of your life was really, really fucking awful, or something happened at the end of those 10 years that fucked you up permanently.
Yeah.
Right? Like, either way.
This is what she got in return. And kill a person without using a knife. Didn't have to be George. Realized that Shannon had been stabbed deep in the heart. Was shedding
That's a good
tears
line,
like
though.
blood.
You can kill a person without using a knife.
ローザ様、確かにこのゴーダはお勤めして日も浅く、信用を勝ち得ていないのはわかります。
Shannon, stay back. Lady Rosa, it's true that I go to not serve for many years, and I understand that I have not earned your trust.
しかし、せめてシャノンさんだけでも信じていただくわけには参りませんか。
However, could you not believe in Shannon at least?
彼女は10年間も後ろ宮家に奉仕を捧げて参りました。
Sacrificed a full 10 years in service to the Ushiramiya family.
このゴーダを信じろとは申し
I'm
ま
not
せん。
telling you to believe me.
せめてシャノンさんだけでも信じてやっていただくわけには参りま
This
せんか。
loop, Goda has gotten a lot of character development. Of course, it'll all be wiped away in the next loop. However, still, I just want to acknowledge that.
Yeah.
He is so much better now than he was at the beginning.
Yeah, we just saw, well, basically how vain he was in the first loop.
Mm-hmm. And like here he is like realizing that this is, you shouldn't treat kids like that.
Yeah, and especially like he acknowledges Shannon as a fellow servant when he was doubting her skills at the beginning of this.
Yeah, in the beginning of this loop, even not even the first loop, but in the beginning of this loop, he was upset with her.
Yeah,
because she was getting to do stuff with Beatrice.
Yeah, because she's actually higher ranked than him. But now he acknowledges, yeah, you put in 10 years of your life to this.
I've been here 2 years, and that can't compare.
Yeah, that can't compare, and she should respect and trust you. And the fact she isn't is actually bad. Or at least, can't you believe in Shannon? But even I don't understand anymore. I don't understand. Can't search for an answer without suspecting them. I bet I'm starting to understand. As we've been searching for an answer, why everything keeps going wrong. I don't need an answer. These are all strange murders committed with bizarre magic by the 19th person, the witch Beatrice, according to some creepy ceremony. Isn't that enough? I don't want to suspect anyone anymore.
Weakness. First off, like, I hate you, Battler, but also weakness.
Shannon and Go.
Like, if you're gonna, like, commit to this fucking, like, pig-headed, willfully ignorant bullshit, then commit to it, god damn it.
Fair enough. Shannon and Godo were protesting their innocence, half crying. Yes, as it says in the red text earlier.
Yep. He is very much incompetent. It's just, you know, just saying. Like,
Genji
if you're going to use this as a sort of rebellion against a more powerful entity that's been toying with your lives, commit to the spite, goddammit.
Genji quietly put a stop to that.
Enough. What Lady Rosa says is quite sensible. However, Genji, that's not the point. We use innocent until proven guilty for a reason. Until we find the corpses, we cannot prove Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa's innocence.
That's right. By Rose's argument, if their corpses can be found, then the innocent of those alone can be proven. That only counted for the corpses. And if the survivors searched the mansion and found the corpses, in the end, their own innocence would never be proven. Kidnapped Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa, killed them in another place, and locked the closed room with their own master keys. Unless the closed room could be broken by a method other than that one, it would be impossible to prove their innocence. It would be done. Only have one chance to prove their innocence. It can only happen if they meet with the culprit. Some corpses are then reunited with Aunt Rosa. Isn't that strange? Innocent if they die, but guilty as long as they're alive, just like a witch trial.
Mm-hmm.
Oh right, the enemy's a witch. So everything's cool, is that it?
Rosa-sama, 私たちは後宮家にお仕えする家具です。
Lady Rosa, we are furniture in service to the Ushiromiya family.
私どもを信用されるもされないもまた。
Whether you trust us or not is no business of ours. Damn.
たとえどのようなご評価をいただこうとも、最後の時までお務めを続けるのみでございます。
No matter what assessment you give us, we will merely continue to serve until our final hour.
あなたは本当に使用人の鏡ね。お父様が心を許すのもよくわかるわ。
Really are a model servant. I deeply understand why father trusts you.
そんなあなたまで疑わなくてはならないなんて。
Really is heartrending that I must suspect even you. Genji stuck his hand into his pocket and pulled out a master key. He set it on a nearby table.
私は信頼の証としてこれを預かっていると信じています。
I believe I was given this as a sign of the trust placed in me.
それを失ったなら、これをお返しするのは当然かと思います。
If that trust has been lost, I think it only natural that I return it.
それはいい判断ね。
That's a good decision.
今日、何度もあなたたちが疑われてきた最大の根拠は、このマスターキー。
Those master keys are the main reason you've been suspected several times today.
それを手放せば、疑いが晴らせるのではないかというのは、初歩的ではあるけれど。
May seem elementary that letting go of those might clear away that
ま
suspicion.
あ悪いことじゃないと思うわ。
I don't think it's a bad thing.
二人とも。
You too.
Genji looked at Goda and Shannon. Two of them nodded and set their own master keys on the table. Rosa laid the two master keys that had come out of the envelopes on top. All five master keys were gathered in this place. In other words, this was proof that all of the servants' service until today had been negated. Even the final hour they should have been permitted even the final honor they should have been permitted stripped from them.
マリア、その手提げを貸しなさい。
Maria, give me that handbag. Get back! Aunt Rosa snatched Maria's handbag, tossed the master keys in there, and held up one of them for all to see. It was showing us that she now had all the master keys.
これで満足かい。ローザおばさん、これでマスターキーはローザおばさんが持つものだけだ。
Satisfied now, Aunt Rosa. Now you have all the master keys.
これで満足なんだろ。
Doesn't that satisfy you?
ええ、満足よ。たとえ全員が信用できなくても、私は私自身だけを信用することができる。
Yes, I'm satisfied. Even if I can't trust anyone else, I can at least trust myself.
その私が銃とマスターキーを独占できた。
I've been able to get the gun and all the master keys for myself.
これで私はもう誰も疑わずに済むの。
Now I don't have to suspect anyone.
あなたたちも嬉しいでしょ？
You all are happy too, I take
これ
it.
でもう疑われずに済む。
Now you don't have to be suspected anymore.
Oh, the imp laugh in the background.
Yep.
The demons are having fun with this one. Alright, time for me then.
At that time, Maria, who alone seemed to be watching this as though it were a show, sneered at her mother. Aunt Rosa reacted nervously to that laugh and turned around.
鍵なんか関係ないよ。
I'm guessing what she said there is the keys don't matter. Yeah, there we go. Because there was a small hiccup in the Discord stream, so I couldn't read it.
Ah, gotcha.
Keys don't have anything to do with this.
ベアトリーチェは魔法で扉を開けられる。
Beatrice can open doors with magic.
鍵なんていらない。
She doesn't need keys.
そんなもの、誰が持っていたって持っていなくたって関係ないんだよ。
It doesn't matter who has or doesn't have something like that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Maria has some good faces too.
Yep. Especially the splash screen one.
Oh yeah.
The first loop. With that real like fisheye close up of her eye.
Don't I always tell you to stop laughing like that?
なーに、バトラ君。
What is it, Battler? I just cut in between the two of them. But that's not it. On my knees and hugging Maria's head. I was crying.
もうよしてくれよ、ローザおばさん。
Just stop it already, Aunt Rosa.
マリアが正しかったんだ。
Maria was right.
何を言っているの？
What are you talking about?
マリア、疑って。
Maria, I'm sorry
悪かった。
for doubting.
信じなくて。
I'm sorry
悪かった。
for not believing.
バトラ。
全部魔女の仕業だったんだ。
It's all the witch's doing.
魔女の
Witches doing.
This is over here fucking kneeling in a pool of blood.
Yep.
All that stuff about tricks and closed rooms didn't matter.
Yep, all that stuff about tricks and closed rooms didn't matter.
Yeah.
It's just...
He gave up way too easy.
It's just...
ベアトリーチェっていう魔女が実在して
Witch Beatrice actually exists.
本当に魔女だっただけなんだ
She's really a witch.
それも俺は信じなかったから
Because I didn't believe.
こんなにも苦しくて
It's been so painful.
悲しくて
And so sad.
バトラはベアトリーチェを信じてくれる？
Believe in Beatrice?
ああ信じる
Yes, I believe.
ベアトリーチェはいるんだ
Beatrice exists.
そして不思議な魔法を使う魔女なんだ
She's a witch who uses strange magic.
バトラ
Sadly, here I thought like Battler was like getting in the way of Rosa to stop her from hitting Maria again, but no, he's just like being a pathetic little shit.
Maria let go of my hand.
I mean, he is a kid, but also
And then
make your decision and keep to it, damn it.
Maria let go of my hand, and then she was the one holding my head.
それでいいんだよバトラ。ベアトリーチェはいたの。
That's enough, Battler. Beatrice existed.
バトラがなかなかそれを信じられなかったから見えなかったの。
I had so much trouble believing, so you couldn't see her.
魔女はいるの。
Witches exist.
いる。
They
もう
exist.
すぐ来る。
Will come soon.
バトラはベアトを
Don't
信じて
put
く
that
れ
in
たから。
quotes,
きっと黄金
translators.
鏡へ招かれるよ。
Yeah.
That's not.
Or at least, like,
The-
do arrive or something. Like, arrive isn't perfect, but it's at least...
Yeah, like they'll be here soon or something. Like something. Just don't put that in quotes.
You believed in Beto, so you'll surely be invited to the Golden
も
Land.
うすぐ、も
Very soon now.
うすぐだから。
It will happen very
も
soon.
う何も怖くない。
There's nothing to be afraid of anymore.
怖くないよ。
No need to be afraid, okay?
マリアと一緒にお手手をつない
Stay
で。
with me, hands
ずっと
joined.
一緒にいよ
Okay?
う。一緒に碑文の謎を考えよ
Let's think about the riddle of the epitaph
う。ベア
together.
トの問題を考えよ
Let's think about Beto's puzzle.
う。ベアトは最初から言ってるよ。
Beto's been saying it from the beginning.
この問題を解いて遊ぼうとしか言ってないよ。
He hasn't said anything other than let's play and solve this puzzle.
ああそうだったんだ犯人探しなんて全くの時間の無駄だったんだ
Right, she did. Searching for the culprit was just a waste of time.
俺たちは
If only we had
ただ魔女を
just believed in
信じ
the
ればよか
witch.
ったんだ
Gently brushing my cheeks as my tears kept dripping down. Maria kissed my forehead as soft as a feather. Just that instant, Maria's smile, which had once seemed creepy to me, looked like that of an angel.
マスターキーはお返ししましたが、私どもの後ろ宮家への忠誠は変わりません。
We return the master keys, but our loyalty to the Ushiromiya family will not change.
客前は以後、お許しがない限り立ち入りません。
From now on, we will not enter the parlor without permission.
どうかローザ様も、客間を内側より施錠なさってください。
Lady Rosa, please lock the parlor from the inside.
本当に首相な人ね。
You truly are an admirable
台風
person.
が過ぎ去ってこの島に再び私たちは再び互いを信頼し合えるのかしら。
When the typhoon passes, if the cries of the seagulls return to this island again, I wonder if we'll be able to trust each other once more.
もし、再びの信頼を賜えるのでしたら、これに勝る喜びはありません。
If you were to grant us your trust once again, there could be no greater pleasure. Oh, right, I forgot Kinzo in the head count earlier.
Oh yeah, Kinzo. So, 8.
I knew I was forgetting one. So yeah, 3 people have to die.
Yeah, 3 people have to die, which makes sense, because that's... Yeah, because it's 6, and then 2, and then another 2, and then 3. It was Nanjo, Kumasawa. And I think Genji last time?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
そうね。私たちは必ず分かり合えるわ。
The other servants had died earlier.
Yeah. See, we'll definitely be able to understand each other.
海猫の鳴く
When
声
the seagulls cry.
この部屋は警察
I think they're just using that sound effect to like indicate that she's moving it.
Yeah,
Even though this,
yeah,
your weapon should not be rattling like that.
yeah. But it,
If you're just moving it, like that's a bad sign if it is.
yep. But you know, you work with what you got. Probably be best if we left this room as it is until the police. Oh, yeah.
It would probably be best if we left this room as it is until the police come.
ローザ様、施錠をお願いいたします。
Lady Rosa, if you would please lock it.
私たちは厨房へ戻ります。
We will return to the kitchen.
何かございましたらいつでもご用命ください。
If you need anything, please command us at any time.
ありがとう。あなたが狼だったなら、なんてシャーシャーとのたまうのか。そしてあなたが羊だったなら、あなたを狼の檻に放り出して、ごめんなさい。
Thank you. You are a wolf. How shamelessly you speak. And if you are a sheep, then I'm sorry for throwing you into the cage of wolves.
家具は家に運命を委ねます。
Furniture entrusts its fate to the family.
命を落とすことになろうとも。それによってローザ様の信頼を再び勝ち取れるならば。
If I could regain your trust by giving up this life of mine,
それはとても光栄なことです。
I would consider it a great honor.
できることならば、あなたたちが台風が過ぎ去るまで元気でいることを願っています。
Hope you all manage to remain safe until the typhoon passes if such a thing is possible.
これはすべて台風が奏でる暴風と降雨の競争曲。
This is all a rhapsody of blowing winds and pouring rain performed by the
演
typhoon.
奏が終われば幕が下り、私たちは再び手を取り合えるに違いない。
When the performance ends and the curtain closes, we will surely be able to grasp hands together again.
海猫の鳴く頃。
Title drop.
Yay!
The seagulls cry.
Umineko no Kukoro ni.
Aunt Rosa nodded
Give me
in
the knuckle
response.
Koroni. Amazing, thank you.
Genji turned on his heels. He left the servant room. But his face was still streaked with tears. Maybe he'd managed
Hey,
to...
look, almost all of the characters that I voice are dead.
Yep. And maybe he'd managed to sort out his feelings as he listened to Genji's words. His face had been truly shameful. It had returned to the face of the Godo we knew well.
私も厨房に控えております。
We'll also be waiting in the kitchen.
何かございましたらいつでもご用命ください。
If you need anything, please command me at any time.
温かい食事をお望みでしたらいつでもこのゴーダ最高のお料理を用意させていただきます。
If you wish for some warm food, I, Godo, will have the very best prepared for you.
ありがとう。あなたには明日の朝食を頼みたいわ。明日の昼前には船も来るでしょう。今までありがとう。
Thank you. I can't wait for your breakfast tomorrow. The boat will probably come by midday tomorrow. Thanks for everything up until now.
六軒島で唯一の楽しみがあなたの食事だったわ。
Your cooking was my only pleasure on Brokenjima. Okay, Broken GMA.
Ah, fucking close enough.
かしこまりました。このゴーダ最高の朝食を用意いたします。
Nah, 3 people are leaving this room. 3 people are ending up dead.
Oh yeah, all 3 of them are gonna be dead in the fucking kitchen.
Certainly.
I knew it was gonna happen that way. I just didn't know like how they were gonna be separated.
Yeah, certainly. I, Goda, will prepare a supreme
どう
breakfast.
か明日の朝を楽しみにしてください。
Please look forward to tomorrow morning.
Although it would be very funny if
シャノンちゃんも明日の朝に
if
美味しいコーヒーを飲みながら
Beatrice went and killed
仲良
everyone
りをしましょう。
in the other group except for Maria and Battler.
Yeah.
Just like just to fuck with Battler super hard.
Yep.
That's what I would do.
Thank you. And Shannon, tomorrow morning, let's make up and have some delicious coffee.
ジョージ君
George?
僕も彼らと一緒に行く。
I'm going with
I
them.
figured that was going to happen too, so it might be the other three. But I don't know if Beatrice would kill Maria.
Yeah, I don't suspect.
And Battler, because Battler needs to survive to the end of the loops to do the, like, logic thing, right?
Yeah.
So.
It's alright, George.
どうか客間にお戻りになってください。
Please return to the parlor.
もうマスターキーは他にありません。
There are no more master keys.
だからローザ様とご一緒に客間にいれば誰にも脅かされません。
So if you're with Lady Rosa in the parlor, you won't be threatened by anyone.
そうね。そういうことになってる。
Right, that's how things have sorted themselves out, isn't it?
客間に私と一緒にいるのが客観的に考えて一番安全だと思うわ。
Objectively speaking, I'd say you'll be safest staying with me in the parlor.
でも無理に一緒にいろとは言わない。ジョージ君はジョージ君の安全だと思う場所にいればいい。
But I won't force you to stay with us. George, you must stay in any place you feel is safe.
ジョージ君ももう大人だものね。
You're already an adult.
明日の朝までどこで誰と過ごそうと自由だもの。
Up to you where and with whom you spend the time until tomorrow morning.
そうさ。僕は誰と夜を過ごすか決める。
Yes, I will decide with whom I'll spend this night.
兄貴。
George.
バトラ君はローザおばさんと客間にいるんだ。
Battler, stay with Aunt Rosa in the parlor.
きっとそれが一番安全なんだ。
I'm sure you'll be safest there.
客間の外はそれに比べたら安全ではないと思う。
Where outside the parlor is dangerous in comparison.
なら、そんな場所にいる彼女を僕は一人にしておけない。
So I can't leave her in a place like that alone.
俺は決してシャノンちゃんや他の使用人を
Not like I suspect Shannon and the other servants.
いや
Or anyone
誰
at
かを
all.
疑った誰も疑いたくないんだ。
Don't want to suspect anyone.
遺産
Inheritance?
黄金
The gold?
そんなのくだらねえ
That's
じゃ
all
ねえかよ
nothing.
そんなので殺し合いなんてあるわけねえじゃねえかよ。
There's no way people are killing each other over things like that.
バトラ君の心が美しいことは僕が一番知っている。
Yes, I know better than anyone how pure your heart is, Battler.
誰も君を責めない。
No one will blame you.
誰も。
No one.
兄貴。
George.
大丈夫。バトラはマリアが守る。
The 9-year-old's gonna protect you, Battler.
That's alright, I'll protect you, Battler.
マリアと一緒なら、ベアトリーチェでも手出しできない。
If you're with me, even Beatrice won't be able to lay a hand on you.
だってマリアはちっちゃくても魔女だもの。
Maybe small, but I'm still a witch.
Small child.
マリアちゃん、バトラ君をよろしく。
Yes, Maria, I'm leaving Battler in your care.
さあ、シャノン。
Alright, Shannon.
行こ
は
う。Let's go.
い、ローザ様。それでは失礼させていただきます。
Yes, Lady Rosa, if you would excuse
ご用
me.
命がございましたらいつでもお呼びつけください。
If you have an order, please call me at any time.
さっきはひどいことを言ってごめんなさいね。
Sorry for saying something so cruel just
明
now.
日の朝まで許さなくてもいい。
I don't expect you to forgive me until tomorrow
で
morning.
も明日の朝になったら
But when tomorrow morning
Well,
comes,
it's
let me apologize again.
You shouldn't expect forgiveness at
あ
all
りがとう
ever.
ございます。
Not on a timer.
Yeah. Yes, thank you very much. George and Shannon left the servant room together. Now only Maria, Aunt Rose, and I were left in this disgusting, blood-stained room. Until Genji disappeared, until Goda disappeared, until George and Shannon disappeared. Stood there, shocked. Their presence and their footsteps had completely disappeared. Aunt Rosa giggled as though she'd just remembered something pleasant.
何も信用できないわよ。
Can't trust them for a moment.
家具どもが。
Fuck you, Rosa.
That damned furniture. That one sentence made me choke.
なんでそ
そんなことを言うんだよ。
Why are you saying something like that?
マスターキーは5つで全部。そんなの誰が信じるの？
There are 5 master keys in all? Who would believe that?
どうせ複製の鍵があるに決まってるのよ。
It's obvious that some duplicate keys exist.
彼らが懐から鍵を出したくらいで信用なんかできるものか。
As if we could trust them just because they pulled keys out of their pockets.
そりゃあねえぜ。
I hate to say it, but she's actually right here. Like, without the red truth telling us that there were only those 5 keys, I would also be saying the same thing.
Yeah. Unfortunately.
But that's what dramatic irony is.
Yep. We, the audience, know, but she don't. I wouldn't go that far, Henry.
No, yeah, it's just like one of those, like, heartbreaking, the worst person you know has made a great point sort of deal.
Don't mean that, right? By setting down those keys, they weren't just letting go of them.
彼らの今日までの苦労
Made all their hard work count for nothing, disgraced it, trampled it.
その挙句としてその鍵を手放
And
さ
in
せ
the
たん
end,
だ
you
ぜ。
made them give up their keys.
その捨て台詞は何だよ。
What's with that parting
こ
line?
こまでして見せてなおまだ信用できないってのかよ。
They've shown that they're willing to go this far and you still can't trust
あ
them?
んまりだぜ。あんまりだぜそんな
Too
のって。
much, that's just too much.
悪魔の証明なのよ。マスターキーは全部で5つ。
It's a devil's proof. There are 5 master keys in all?
そんなこと証明不能なのよ。
Impossible to prove something like
マ
that.
スターキーが5つあることはここに置けば示せる。
And show that there are 5 master keys by placing them
でも
here.
5つ以上存在しないことは証明で
You
きない
can't。prove that no more than 5 exist.
そんなことは悪魔か魔女にしか証明できないのよ。
Only a demon or a witch could prove something like that, right?
もうやめてくれ。もうやめて。
Stop it already. Stop it already.
頼むよベアトリーチェ。今すぐ現れてくれ。
Please, Beatrice, show yourself right now.
そしてローザおばさんに赤でマスターキーは5本しかないって言ってやってくれ。
And tell Aunt Roseanne Red that there are only 5 master keys.
頼むよ5章だよ。悪魔にしか証明できないんだよ。魔女のお前なら証明できるんだよ。
Please, I'm begging you. This can only be proved by devils, by a witch like
頼
you.
むからベアト。ここに現れてローザおばさんに。
Please, Beato, show yourself here and tell Rosa that those are
I'm
all
sure
the
she'll
master
say,
keys.
like, more words than just this, but I want her to just, like, laugh and look at him and say, no, and leave it like that.
That there's no need to suspect anyone anymore.
マスターキーは5本しかない。マスターキーは
There are
5
only
本しかない。
5 master keys. There are only 5 master keys.
これはどうしたことか。
How's that?
わらわがいくら口にしてもローザに届かぬ。
No matter how often I say it, it won't reach Rosa's ears.
どうやらわらわの存在を否定しているやつがまだいるから聞こえないみたいだな。
After all, it seems there's still someone who denies that I exist, right?
後ろ宮バートラー。
認める認めるよ。お前はいる確かにいる。
I accept it. I accept it. You exist. You exist. You definitely exist.
だから5章だよ。
So I'm begging you, stop this already.
もうやめてもうやめて。
Stop it already. Stop it already.
言葉だけでは届かぬぞ。態度で示せ。
Words alone are not enough. Show it with your actions.
わらわの家具になると心から誓え。
Swear from your heart that you will become my furniture.
できるか？服を
Can you do it?
裸になるんだよ。そして両手をついて地に這え。
Take off your clothes, be naked, and then put your hands on the ground and crawl.
Alright, so there's gonna be some warning for man-assed.
I love how you phrased that, man-ass.
Yeah.
Oh, holy shit.
Yeah, you'll be seeing more Battler than you would care to, but there will be no full frontal nudity. But if anybody walked into the room within, like, the next 10, 20 minutes, they would have a different thought about what you were watching.
I was about to say that I hope it happens. It, like, shows it on screen, too. That's amazing. Alright. Oh, fuck. Content warning, man ass.
You know what? I kind of have to change my title to that.
That's amazing. I love that. Alright, hold on. I gotta title change too. Let's see. In which we see more of Battler than we ever wanted or needed to. There we go. Clothing is proof of one's humanity. I'm sorry, I'm still fucking giggling over that.
I'm not surprised. I've been waiting
From now on, you
to give this warning.
That's pretty good. From now on, you will become furniture, so it's only natural that you will lose that right. Although, like, furniture does also have dressing. A fancy furniture does anyway. And kneel, make your tongue crawl on my shoes. What a fucking way to phrase that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can you do it? You can do it, right?
Butler.
Yeah. When you do, I'll appear and say it in red. I'll tell Rosa that there are only 5 master keys. See, that would actually be a problem for me, because I don't know why. It's definitely not like a pride thing, but I just cannot kneel before someone else. I don't know why I've got that block in my brain. I don't get it either. It's just... I can't, like, give in to someone else, more or less. It's weird. Oh, but of course, you'll never abandon that lordly pride of yours. But you've done well. You've done more than enough. And you're starting to get that tingly feeling, aren't you? For just an instant, you thought maybe licking my shoes wouldn't be so bad, didn't you? And you immediately denied that and felt ashamed, right? Just looking at your expression feels just heavenly. That face of yours is so pathetic, so go look in a mirror. You'll see how low you are, naked and licking my shoes, right? Can you see it, Ushiromiya Battler? Asler is also a good one. Not Bachelor, Asler. Oh, whatever. It's not gonna get that. It's a portmanteau.
Yeah. Can't believe it. Are you saying that's the truth?
はい、私たちは見たままのことをお話ししています。
Yes, we've told you everything as we saw it. George folded his arms and started mumbling again. The kitchen was once again wrapped in a long silence.
ジョージ様がにわかには信じられない気持ちも私はよくわかります。
Yeah, so they were lying about not being able to describe it. They just knew they wouldn't get believed.
Yeah, I assumed as much.
Lord George, I'm fully aware how hard it must be for you to believe all that so
何
suddenly.
しろこの目で確かに見たはずの私ですら、あれが何だったのかわからなくなる。
And though I saw it with my own eyes, I grow less and less sure what it was I actually saw.
私は確かに見た。
I'm sure I saw it.
そして取っ組み合いまでしたはずなんです。
I'm sure I got into a fight too.
なのに
Yet,
あれが全部幻だったような気すらする。
I almost feel like it was all an illusion.
なるほどね。あのローザおばさんに詳しく話せないわけだ。
See, so that's why you couldn't go into the details in front of Aunt Rosa.
今の話を本当にしてたら、もっと面倒なトラブルになっていただろうね。
If you actually told her what you've just told me, you'd probably be in even more trouble.
なるほど。源氏さんが随分冷静な対応をしていたのが分かりました。
Yeah, Genji really did handle that one composedly, didn't he?
私にそれを説明するだけの力があればよかったのですが。
If only I had the power to explain it myself.
George had not actually seen it, and even when pressed to believe, he just couldn't imagine it. It's only natural, because even the people who had actually seen it had given up asking themselves what it was.
話を少し巻き戻すよ。
To rewind the story a bit,
シャノンはカノン君が偽物かもしれないと思った時、クモの巣を取ってきたと言ったね。
Shannon, you said when you thought Cannon was an imposter, you picked up some spider webs and came back,
どう
right?
してそんなことを？
Why did you do that?
そうだ。それは私も思っていました。どうしてクモの巣だったんです？
That's right, I was thinking about that as well. Why spider webs?
前に熊沢さんに聞いたことがあるんです。
Yeah, so she knew what was going on.
Hmm.
Happened to hear it from Kumasawa once.
大昔の六軒島には悪霊が住んでいて、その雲の巣を恐れたって。
Long time ago, evil spirits lived on Brokenjima, and they feared spider
それ
webs.
で雲の巣を魔除けと尊んで大切にしたという昔話があるんだそうです。
And they say there's a legend that people treasured spider webs as amulets.
それでその土佐に私も少し混乱していたんだと思います。
Right at that moment, I think I was also a bit confused.
そんな話が。熊沢はそういう昔話に詳しかったな。
When it comes to those old stories, Kumasawa was very knowledgeable.
クモは永久ですからね。
Apparently. Thank you, Captain.
確かにそういう信仰があってもおかしくないかもしれない。
Well, spiders are very useful bugs, after all. Yes, it wouldn't be all that strange for a belief system like that to come into being.
きっとその悪霊の力をあの鳥居の祠が封じ込めてたんだと思います。
I'm sure that the Torii shrine was suppressing the power of those evil spirits.
そして霊境が割られたのでその力が蘇って
Because the spirit mirror was broken, that power came
ベア
back.
トリーチェ様を蘇らせる力となってしまったに違いないのです。
That power must be what allowed Lady Beatrice to revive.
私が心の弱かった私があんな大それたことをしなければ。
I, weak-hearted as I am, hadn't done such an outrageous thing.
シャノン、その話はもうしなくても大丈夫だよ。僕は君を責めたりなんかしない。
Shannon, you don't have to worry about that anymore. I don't blame you for it. Long ago, Shannon had often suggested that there was some kind of occult cause for her meeting with George. After listening to her, George had grown to think that she was being a typical girl, associating love with fate, chance, and miracles. That's what you get for not
That's
listening.
Sexist, George. That's also sexist, George.
Yes. He did think that smashing the spirit mirror offered at the Torii shrine was taking it a bit far, but he laughed it off and forgiven her, thinking it as just a prank that showed how serious she was about her relationship with him. Breaking a mirror in some musty shrine wouldn't have changed the fate of our meeting. Never caused any curse. tried to cheer her up, saying it was only a musty mirror covered in dust.
ベアトリーチェ様という霊のような存在がいるという話はこの島に勤めるようになってからたくさんの同僚に聞かされました。
Ever since I started working on this island, I've heard the story of a spirit called Lady Beatrice from several co-workers.
最初はバカバカしいと思っていましたが、
In the beginning, I thought it was ridiculous.
それを批判する
But
と
since it would appear
なんだか不
indiscreet
謹
to say
慎そうな
anything
空
out
気があった
loud,
もの、私も表向きは信じているように振る舞っていきました。
outwardly I conducted myself as though I also believed it.
しかし、まさか本当に。
But could it really?
いたんです。ベアトリーチェ様はずっとこのお屋敷におられたんです。
She existed. Lady Beatrice was in this mansion all along.
でも、ベアトリーチェ様は力を失っておられて、私たちの前に姿を現すことができなかったんです。
She lost her powers and wasn't able to appear before us.
ずっといた。
It exists all this time,
私たちが見えなかっただけなんです。
just that we couldn't see her.
源氏さんの意見を聞きたいです。
Like to hear Genji's opinion.
私には何も意見は一つだけ申し上
Well,
げた
that's
いの。
rude.
私たちはあの時ここに5人いた。
I have no opinion. All I want to say is that at that time there were 5 of us in this room.
そしてカノンが勝手口から帰ってきたと思った。
Then I thought that Kenan had returned through the back door.
そして
Kevin this
使
time.
用人
Okay,
室に
fair enough.
運び、
After that, we carried him to the servant room.
何かが起こって南條先生と熊沢が帰らぬ人となってしまった。
Something happened, and now Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa will never come back to us.
それだけです。私たちは見たものを
Donjo.
全て説明
Dr.
しました。
Donjo. That's that's not bad. That is all. We have already explained everything we saw.
それを見ていないジョージ様に信じろというのはとても無理な話だと理解しています。
I understand how unreasonable it would be to try and force belief from one who didn't witness those events, such as yourself.
信じられるわけがない。あれは間違いなくカノンさんだと思った。
How could he believe it? I was sure it was canon.
でも、あいつがベ
But
ッ
he
ドか
got
ら
up
起き上
from
が
the
って、
bed.
そう、
That's right.
こんな風にしながら胸の傷をまさぐり始めたとき、
That's right. When it started to grope around that wound in its chest in that manner.
こいつはカノンさんじゃない。誰か別の存在なんだと直感しました。
I felt sure that it wasn't canon, but something else.
ジョージ様にはわからないでしょ
Now, you'll be able to understand, George.
う。よく知っていると思っていた人物が、
Terror of that
実は
moment when
別
the
人であ
person I
ることを
thought
さ
I
らけ
knew
出した
well
瞬間の
exposed that it was in fact
恐ろ
someone
し
else
さというもの
entirely.
は説明できない。
Can't explain.
とても説明できるわけがない。
Can't explain it at all.
わかるよ。ゴーダさんがそれほどまでにショックを受けるどんな恐ろしいことがあったのか。
I
僕
understand.
は察するよ。
Tell that whatever happened, it was terrifying enough to give you such a shock.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very
ジ
much,
ョージ様。
Lord George. And they all fell silent again. Shannon kept crying no matter how many times she was consoled, thinking that listening to the witch's sweet whispers and breaking the spirit mirror on that day, a mistake that ruined everything.
君に囁いたという魔女は、その鏡があると力を失うんだね。
Witch who whispered these things to you loses her powers if that mirror exists, right?
少し説明してくれた気がしますが、よく覚えていません。
I think she explained it to me a little, but I don't really remember.
あの鏡があると力が出せないというようなことを言っていたと思います。
I think she said something about it how she couldn't release her power as long as that mirror existed.
君が割ったというその鏡はどうしたの？
What happened to this mirror that you broke?
覚えていません。多分割ったまま立ち去りましたから、そのままそこに残ってたでしょう。
I don't remember. I left it behind when I broke it, so it's probably just how I left it.
ということは、岩礁が雷で撃たれて消えたとかいうときに海の底か。
So when, as they say, the reef was struck by lightning and disappeared, must have sank to the bottom of the ocean.
まあ、拾って接着剤で貼り付けたところで、ご利益は 戻らないだろうけどね。
Well, I doubt picking it up and taping it together would make it start working again. It'd be funny if it did.
Oh yeah, that would be fucking hilarious. I would enjoy that a lot.
Just be a cliche, undone by the power of duct tape.
Duct tape and dreams. Done, bitch.
私は
Not dumb.
本当
Done.
に
I took this dumb anyway. Okay. Twat.
What have I done?
ごめん、
Sorry.
失言したよ。
Shouldn't have said that. I didn't know if Shannon breaking the mirror really had started all this off. Though the servants didn't blame Shannon, they all seemed to believe that her actions had been the root cause. Even now, George wasn't able to go that far. All this talk about witches and evil spirits just sounded fake to him, even though he was trying to be open-minded. Though he listened seriously to Shannon's story, trying to find a hint, might relieve at least a little bit of the pain in her heart.
そういえば、その鳥居にあったものとは違うでしょうが、奥様がお守りとして霊鏡をお持ちになっていると聞いたことがあります。
Come to think of it, though it's surely different from the one in the Torii, I have heard that Madame keeps a spirit mirror as a charm.
夏日おばさんが
We? Aunt Natsuhi?
はい、おじい様の形見分けか何かでもらったものだそうで、とても強い魔除けの力を持つ由緒正しい。
That may also be one of the reasons why Beatrice couldn't get into the room last time.
Yep, that would make sense. Yes.
Like between the two charms, like I think that might do enough.
For sure. Though it seems like the charm of the tentacle is enough. Considering the doorknob burnt her hand pretty good.
Yeah, but that was on the properly made one, not the plastic shit heap that the one that Maria gave her was, or gave Jessica, who then gave it to Nazi.
True. Granted, she is a dedicated autistic girl engaging in her special interests, so it might...
Absolutely true.
So she might have made it exactly the correct shape.
Yeah, but like it's also a thing about materials and shit like that, right? Like,
Fair enough. I don't know what materials it has to be made out of, if any.
most of the time, those sorts of things need to be made of like bronze or iron or silver.
Fair enough.
Just like in general. There's a couple times where I've seen copper and gold as the choice, but generally you have to make it out of metal for it to work properly.
Yes, I believe she received it as a memento from her grandfather or something, and that it functioned as a powerful ward against magic.
霊鏡だとかなんとか。
In fact, Roman magic was actually curse magic. Roman folk magic. You would write your curse, or rather, not write, but like carve your curse into a copper tablet and then bury it near a shrine of some kind.
Yes, I do recall that. Spirit mirror of high pedigree, I think.
同じ話は私も聞いたことがある。
I have also heard the same
良く
story.
ないものを反射して弾き返す力があるのだとか。
Something about the mirror having the power to reflect that which is not good and send it back. Not like curses. A charm against
その
curses and
霊鏡
hexes.
があれば魔女のベアトリーチェに対抗できるかな。
We had that spirit mirror. Could we resist Beatrice since she's a witch? When George proposed this, the servants looked up.
祀っていた鳥居と祠はもうないかもしれないけれど、霊鏡がもう一枚あるのは重要なことだよ。
Shrine in the
I actually don't know what a spirit mirror is. It's got to be like a concept that's in Shinto shit. Or Buddhism, maybe. But I just don't know. I've never heard of a spirit mirror before. I've heard of similar things, like a pool of water being considered like if for lack of a better term, a spirit mirror. But never actually like a spirit mirror by itself, you know?
Yeah. Basically, it is a representative of the kami.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough. Dude, I would be looking so fucking, like, right now, if I were George or, like, any of these people, I'd be looking so fucking hard for, like, a local spirit or something. It's like, please, Inari Kami, please, send me. Just send me a fucking familiar or something, please. Help.
Yeah, it also acts as...
I'll give you all the Inari sushi that you want, please, for the rest of my life. Just send me something.
Yeah, it also can act as the spirit body of the kami. The idea is that the spirit enters into the mirror to take physical form. The mirror thus acts as an interface between the physical and spiritual realms of existence.
Oh, yeah, okay, I've heard of these before. Not in the terms of spirit mirror, but just like...
the regalia,
like
for
a spirit
one thing.
medium.
Yeah.
Yeah, regalia, spirit mediums, stuff like that. But I know of them in the context of, like, 1800s Victorian spiritualism. Not Japanese spiritualism, which is probably why I didn't fucking get it. Interesting. Okay, yeah. That makes so much more sense. Because that's also, like, what the other spirit mirrors type things that I know of are considered to do, is to, like, act as, like, a place for the spirits to inhabit. And in the cases of that I know of them, they're used as traps rather than, like, ways for the spirits to manifest. Is you get this, like, blessed, still water, and you put it out under the moon and catch a spirit in it, and then cover the fucking thing so you trap the spirit inside. It's like one of those classical gotcha bitch sort of moments, and then you just leave it there for a month, and the spirit sort of, like, starves, so to speak. That one specifically is a Native American one, and I don't remember which tribe it's from, but that's an exorcism method from I've talked about it on the street before, actually. From a Native American tribe. I just don't remember which tribe off the top of my head right now.
But yep, that's kind of the origin, so, you know. The kami was in that, and was dealing with shit. And then it didn't have a body anymore.
Mm.
I had to guess, possibly a storm one.
Could be, or a sea one.
Yep.
Although it could also be a forest one, but, like, I think that's less likely considering where it was placed on the island.
Yeah, I just kind of remember the storm really got going after she broke it.
Mm.
Granted, the storm was also what was used to break the peninsula, so maybe not.
I don't know.
夏日おばさんの実家は神職にも通じていると聞いたことがある。
Oh, heard that Aunt Natsuhi's family is descended from Shinto priests.
それは本当に単なる鏡ではないかもしれない。
Maybe that isn't just a simple mirror.
確か奥様は
That is actually some good fucking intel on Natsuhi.
とおっしゃっていたような気がします。
Not on Nazi, on Natsuhi.
Thank
Hey,
you.
it actually got the name. It
Yeah.
didn't capitalize it, but it got the name.
I'm sure.
Damn it! Stop making me sound like I'm calling fucking Natsuhi a Nazi.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Sure, I've heard Madam say that she keeps it in a treasure box.
そんなに大きいもの
Might
では
not
な
be
い
very
のかもしれま
large.
せん。
大きさの問題ではなかったと私が割った鏡も一見大したことのない小さな鏡に見えました。
I don't think its size is a problem. Even the mirror I broke was just a small, insignificant looking thing.
相手がオカルトならこちらもオカルトの手段で対抗するしかない。
Our opponent is occult, then we'll have to use the occult to fight
ただ
back.
こうして座っていても
Sitting around here won't solve anything.
単なる気休めだとしてもやってみる価値はあるよ。
Worth trying, if only for some peace of mind. Of course, this didn't mean George had accepted the witch. However, he thought it'd be necessary to have some kind of purification ceremony. Heal the wounds in Shannon's heart. This story about Natsuhi's spirit mirror was really convenient.
行こう。魔女をやっつけようなんて大それたことは言わないよ。
Let's go. I won't say anything crazy like let's go get it and finish off the witch.
でも魔女から身を守る魔除けがあってもいいと思う。
However, I think it'd be useful to have some sort of charm that can protect us from her.
前にマリアちゃんに聞いたんだけど、おじい様の部屋の扉は 強力な魔除けが施されているんでしょ。
Maria told me about it earlier, but the door to Grandfather's room was supposed to be able to repel magic, right?
さすがおじい様だね。
That's our grandfather for you.
オカルトに対する防御も十分だったわけだ。
Means he was pretty good on defense when it comes to the
行
occult.
こ
Let's go.
う。夏日おばさんの部屋へ。
You want Natsuhi's room.
しかし、奥様の部屋には鍵がかかっていると思います。マスターキーは
Break the fucking
ロー
door.
ザ様にお返ししてしまいましたし、
But I think Madam's room is locked. We could return the master keys to
キ
Lady
ーボックス
Rosa.
のある
Even
使
the
用
key
人室
box in
も
the servant
施
room is
錠
now
さ
locked
れてし
away.
まいましたし、
ならば、その鍵は夏日おばさんが持ち歩いているはず。
Oof.
Yep.
But yeah, she would.
In that case, Aunt Natsuhi should have had a key on her person.
礼拝堂にはまだ夏日おばさんの遺体があるはずだ。
Aunt Natsuhi's corpse should still be in the chapel.
警察が来る前に勝手にいじってしまうのは悪いことだけれど、それについてはちゃんと説明しよ
We probably shouldn't be disturbing it before the police come, but we can give a full explanation later.
しかし、礼拝堂の入り口も鍵がかけられておりま
However,
す。
the entrance to the chapel is also locked.
う。ゴーダさんの腕力じゃガラス一枚割れないのかい？
Oda, can't you break a single glass window with your physical
そ
strength?
の辺の石で叩き割ればいい。
You could smash it with a nearby rock.
So, just a PSA, if you want to break a window, wrap your jacket around your hand. That's how you do it. Don't use a rock.
よろしいのでしょうか。
Yeah,
Because the jacket around your hand will also allow you to pull the glass shards out so you don't cut yourself climbing through.
yep. Would it really be okay to break the window of that important chapel?
おじい様に怒られるときは僕が責任を持つよ。
When Grandfather gets mad at us, I'll take responsibility.
僕はもともと今日後宮家の全員と戦うつもりでいた。
From the beginning, I've been ready to fight the whole Ushiro-Miya family today.
君との婚約を許してもらうためにね。
Not to get them to accept my engagement to you.
だから元よりその覚悟はある。
So I've been prepared from the start.
ガラスを割ろう。
Let's break the
そ
glass.
して夏日おばさんの遺体から鍵を借りよう。
And let's borrow the key from Aunt Natsuhi's corpse. George's announcement that he'd take responsibility seemed to have given the servants a great deal of courage. Shannon and Goda looked at each other, then looked at George's face again.
オカルトに詳しいおじい様だもの。夏日おばさんの霊境の力だってきっと理解してくれる。
Grandfather knows everything about the occult. I'm sure he'll understand if it's the power of Aunt Natsuhi's spirit mirror we're talking about.
大丈夫。怒られたりなんかしない。
Don't worry, he won't get mad at you.
奥様の鏡で本当にベアトリーチェ様をもう一度封じることができるでしょうか。
Wonder if Madame's mirror will really be able to seal Lady Beatrice once again.
わからない。
It's a boring
でも
badass.
試す
I
価値
just
はある
glanced
と
over and saw your title again.
I don't know, but I think it's worth trying.
なら行こ
So let's go.
う。表はどんどん暗くなっちゃうよ。
It's getting darker and darker outside.
急ごう。
Quickly.
シャノンは懐中電灯を、ゴーダさんはガラスを割れそうな道具を、ゲンジさんはすみません、傘の用意をお願いします。
Shannon, get a flashlight. Goda, find something that looks like it can break the glass. Sorry, Genji, but can you be on umbrella duty?
はい。
Yes, sir.
Sir, yes, sir.
Servants who had been rejected by Rosa gained a new master and started the move. George, who was normally calm and gentle, was now radiating dignity. Shannon checked the
If that's
emergency.
all it takes to fucking radiate dignity, I wonder how I look to everyone else.
Shannon checked the emergency flashlight, just in case she changed the batteries. Goda was testing several heavy-looking cooking tools. Normally, a highly praised chef like him wouldn't want to use them for something other than their intended purpose. Now he was frantic to fulfill the orders of the one he accepted as
A
his
heavy
master.
cooking tool. The only thing I can really think of is a meat tenderizing hammer, because most kitchen tools are not heavy at all.
I would have actually thought a Dutch oven.
I've got a Dutch oven, actually. It's not heavy. Not at all. It actually weighs less, I think, than, like, the fucking iron pans I use to fry things.
Fair enough.
Like, maybe it was, like, a full, like, old-fashioned cast iron Dutch oven, but, like, this one's, like, fucking aluminum or tin or something like that.
Yeah. Since Goda's a giant, I don't know, he could just fuck the microwave, I suppose.
Yeah, he absolutely could do that. I'm just thinking. What you really want when you're breaking a window is something that has a sharp, not necessarily sharp, but like a pointed edge somewhere. And you, ow, I bit my tongue a little bit. And you hit with the point of the thing. It's why like window breakers on knives and everything have like this. They're basically just like this bit of metal that just sticks off and comes to a corner. So you can just jab it onto the thing real quick and crack the window all the way through.
Oh, there we go. After some worrying, he took a large, thick feeling frying pan.
I would have taken like a griddle or something with a sharper corner on it, but that's me. He's a fucking like cook and a like hotel worker servant sort of thing. Like I'm the rogue over here. All right.
Genji removes several umbrellas from the umbrella stand set in the corner near the kitchen door. Took 3 of them.
Genji-san?
私はご一緒できません。ご用命の時に全員がいないようなことがあっては。
Cannot go with
Genji, you're gonna die!
恥ずかしいことです。
That's me.
Yep. I stopped when I was like, oh wait, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Genji, you're gonna die, but also, I cannot go with you. It would be embarrassing for me as the head servant of the Ushirume family if we were all gone when the order is given.
そんな源氏さん。
Genji!
今のこの屋敷で一人でいることがどれだけ危険か、あなたもわかるでしょう。
And you must understand how dangerous it is to be alone in this mansion now.
私はいいけど、親方様からいつお呼び出しがあってもいいように。
I cannot go. I must remain here so that the master can call for me at any time.
源氏様。
言って、ジョージ様におつくれぐれも粗相のないように。ゴーダ、手本となるようよろしく頼む。
I would obey Lord George.
What?
Careful not to make any...
What?
Oh, yeah. Whoops.
Don't obey Lord George. Be careful not to make any blunders. Goda, I am counting on you to set an example.
はい、お任せください。
Yes, leave it to me.
必ずやお役目を果たします。
Surely fulfill my duty.
本当にいいんですね、源氏さん。
You're sure about this, right, Genji?
はい、私はもうこの年です。今日までの人生はすべて親方様に受けたご恩をお返しするための日々でした。
Yes, I'm already at this age. All the days of my life until now have been spent repaying the debt I owe the master.
このような老いぼれがどうなろうと、すべてはルーレットの熱しだ。
The roulette will decide the fate of a senile old man like myself.
私はどのような結果が出るのかをここに座って見届けたいと思います。
I will sit here and see what the result will be with my own eyes.
Genji said that he sat down. As though saying that he didn't intend to discuss this anymore, his gaze fell to the chessboard that he played Nanjo on. George saw this, he decided to leave Genji there.
I assume Genji and Nanjo were like friend-ish.
Yeah, at least they probably they probably talked almost as much as Kinzo and Nanjo.
And they play chess together, and like they actually like they've known each other for a good like 20 years now, probably. So I'm sure they were at least like friendly-ish.
Yeah. Let's go.
And even no matter how much like he says it, like I'm sure Genji is hurting right now because of that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Let's go, everyone. It looks like the wind has died down a bit for now. George took an umbrella and dashed down the hallway. Shannon and Goda chased after him, each holding a tool. After they flew out of the room, Genji quietly stretched his hand out to the side of the chessboard. Softly pulled something there towards himself, covering it with his palm. Genji killed his breathing even more than before. He did, something flashed gold. From inside an ice pail set on the counter, a small gold butterfly appeared softly and silently, almost as though it had seen George and the rest off, trying to secretly chase after them. Happened in an instant. The elegant gold butterfly flapping its wings was pinned to the wall by the knife Genji threw, just like a butterfly in a bug collection. After the gold butterfly beat its wings several times, looking like it was in pain, it accepted the fact that it couldn't break free. became fine gold powder and smoke and disappeared as though it had melted into water.
Interesting that the physical objects he's throwing are actually interacting with the butterflies.
Absolutely. That either means Genji has some shit going on, or the border between magic and humans is even more demolished. Genji still gazed down at the chessboard as though nothing had happened. Maybe he would think up a brilliant move very soon. No matter what move he made, his opponent would not be able to respond for all eternity. And though he knew that, Genji searched for a brilliant move. In the perfect way to kill time, during the short period before some fate would be given to him. He didn't know what result the roulette would bring about. That decision would be made very soon. No one could interfere with the tumbling roulette ball. The door to the parlor was not only locked, but blocked with a barricade made of sofas and the like. Because of that, Aunt Rosa seemed to suspect that any suspicious person approaching would break in through the window. Sitting on an one-person sofa, her back to the door, she continued to hold onto her gun. Didn't know what was what anymore. Even though my body and mind were worn out, I played with Maria as she wanted. Maria had said it. Beatrice was testing us to see if we could solve the epitaph of the gold. We had to try and figure out this riddle. In the beginning, I was a little interested and tried to solve it. I didn't even have a clue where to start in this weird text. I doubt that there was some riddle hidden there. I seriously doubted I'd be able to suddenly leap to an answer. Middle part of the epitaph.
Yeah, as we were talking about last time, look at this. Look at her face. She's 12. She's just 12 in this.
Yeah, it is very childlike. Or doll-like, depending on which way you want to say it. The middle part of the epitaph, there were lines going from the 1st to the 10th twilight, telling us the journey to the Golden Land. First twilight offered the 6 chosen by the key of sacrifices. Second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. Obvious that this hinted to the 6 murders that had already occurred in the chapel, and Jessica and Cannon's murders. Being followed, we still had to be prepared for 5 more people to be killed. 4th twilight gouged the head and kill. 5th twilight, the chest and kill. The 6th twilight gouged the stomach and kill. The 7th twilight gouged the knee and kill. 8th twilight gouged the leg and kill. Anjo and Kumasawa's corpses still hadn't been found. However, if this follows the pattern and they're the sacrifices for the 4th and 5th twilights, they'll surely be found in pill state with their head and chest gouged. So can we expect that 3 more of us will be gouged in the stomach, knee, and leg and killed? Who will it be? Around the room, noticing that there were 3 people here, but should I put it, my emotions seemed paralyzed. Strangely, I didn't feel frightened. Leaned against the sofa with the top part of my body gazing up at the ceiling, Maria noticed. Apparently she felt I was slacking off in my riddle solving. Got mad at me for not taking this seriously enough.
Na, Maria.
Hey, Maria.
ベアトリーチェは確かこれを解いたらどうするって言ってたんだっけ
Was it again that Beatrice said she'd do if we solve this? Sure that the witch wrote in her letter that she'd give up on collecting interest or something abstract like that. I optimistically took that to mean she'd give up on killing the whole family. Was it really written with that meaning? For some reason I couldn't convince myself that solving the riddle would really save me. I feel like maybe, even if we did solve it, just be doing what the culprit wants and it'll all be a wasted effort.
そんなことはない。この碑文が解けたら、ベアとの儀式はおしまいになる。だからもうそれ以上、誰も死ななくなる。
No, that's not true. If you solve the epitaph, Beato's ceremony will end. So after that, no more people will die.
そういうルールを奴が提示してるだけだろ
Really? Isn't that rule just something she made up?
この謎を解けば多分じい様の隠し黄金のありかがわかるんだろ
Well, yeah, that is part of the riddle, literally.
Whoever solves this riddle will probably learn the location of Grandfather's hidden gold.
奴はきっとそれを狙って
Then she'll definitely go after it and
狙わないよ。
won't go after it.
なんでそう断言できるんだよ
Can you be so sure?
黄金は 初からベアトのものだもん。自分のものを狙ったりなんかしない。
Gold has been Beatrice's from the beginning. She wouldn't go after something that's hers.
じゃあ、どうしてベアトは俺たちにこんな大ヒントを授けてくれたんだ？というか、どうしてこんなゲームじみたことを仕掛けてきたんだ？
Then why is Beatrice giving us all these big hints? Not just that, why did she even set up this game-like thing?
魔法にはリスクが必要なの。
Risk is essential for magic.
リスク？よく意味がわかんねえな。
Risk? I don't really know what you mean.
例えばマラソン。完走すれば誰でももらえるメダルと、一番になった人しかもらえないメダルって同じ価値だと思う？
For example, in a marathon, do you think a medal anyone can get by running the whole thing is worth the same as the medal given only to the person who gets first?
思わねえぜ。つまりなんだよ。
Oh, I don't. So what does this
遊ん
mean?
でるってことなのか？
In the end, she's just playing with us?
わざとこっちにチャンスを与えるようなことを
Purposely
して。
giving us a chance?
違う。それがね、魔法というものなの。
Wrong. That's how magic works.
どんな大きな魔法にも絶対にリスクや弱点があるの。
No matter how great a work of magic is, it'll always have risks and weak
う
points.
ん、ないといけないの。
No, it must have them.
魔法って言われるとピンとこねえが、ギャンブルだって考えれば少しは理解できるな。
I don't get the stuff you call magic, but if I think about it as a gamble, I can understand a little.
でかく失う覚悟がなきゃ、でかくは勝てない。
If you aren't prepared to lose big, then you can't win big.
そして、勝ち目の薄いギャンブルであればあるほど、配当はでかくなる。
And the slimmer the chances of winning, the bigger the payoff.
その通りだよ。だからベアトは儀式のリスクをちゃんとみんなに説明したの。
That's right, and Beto really did explain the risk of the ceremony to everyone.
だからこの謎を解けばちゃんと儀式は中断される。
So if this riddle is solved, the ceremony will be
だって
suspended.
それを約束違反したらリスクにならない。
After all, if she breaks her promises, there wouldn't be any risk.
これを解けば、奴は本当に約束を守るのか？
We solve this, will she really keep her promise?
花は枯れるのにどうして美しいの？
Why are flowers beautiful even though they wither?
造花は見分けがつかないほど精巧でもどうして美しくないの？
Why is it that an artificial flower isn't beautiful, no matter how elaborate it is, even when you can't tell the difference by looking?
人間は死を賭すから奇跡が起こせる。
Humans can bring about miracles by gambling on their deaths.
不死の人間がいたとして、その人物に何の奇跡も起こせる道理はない。
If an undying human existed, they'd have no way of bringing about a miracle.
私たちも人生も魔女も儀式も。
It goes for us, life, the witch, and the ceremony
私
too.
たちはリスクを負わなければ何も成し遂げられないの。
If we don't bear a risk, we can't succeed in anything.
謎が解けたらどうするんだ？ピンポーンって鳴らして挙手して、回答を魔女に伝えて答え合わせをするのか？
What do we do if we solve the riddle? Should we raise our hand and cry, I got it, tell the witch our answer and see what she says?
ああ、それは知らない。でも解けばきっと自動的に儀式は終わる。
Don't know about that, but if we solve it, the ceremony will surely end automatically.
マリアは詳しいな。そいつはみんな、ベアトリーチェに習ったのか？
You sure know a lot, Maria. Did you learn all of that from Beatrice?
うん。
So if you don't bear a risk, nothing can be gained. Is that it? That definitely is the way of the world, but it's sort of in conflict with the chessboard thinking I like so much. At least when making moves in chess, players grope for the best move, always trying to avoid risk, hoping for an advantageous turn of events. You don't trust the chance like in gambling. That's right, there's no room for gambling in an intellectual game. Yet this person...
Yeah, like the problem with like his chessboard thinking is that it assumes all actors are rational and performing at their best at all times.
Yep. Which is also the issue with game theory. In general.
Which is just like straight up not true for the most part. Like almost no one is ever always rational and performing at their best at all times.
Yep.
even people who lack emotions are never like at their best at all times, you know? Like people get tired.
Yep, mistakes happen. And yet this person called Beatrice was created such an outrageous crime, or maybe a ceremony, while purposefully imposing conditions for her own loss and announcing them to us. In chess, you always play your best move. By putting yourself in your opponent's position, you can predict their next move. Or we can't be sure that Beatrice's moves are always the best moves possible. She was probably making us focus on the epitaph to fool us in some way, speaking in riddles. According to Maria, that alone was impossible. That this was a genuine risk that the witch had taken, and therefore proof that this was a formal ceremony for magic. Can't understand this witch called Beatrice. She's committing this chain of murders with some goal in mind. Why did she go to all the trouble of exposing the conditions for her defeat? No matter how I spin the chessboard around and think from my opponent's perspective, I can't understand why she'd give up if this riddle is solved. Isn't it almost as though Beatrice doesn't care whether she wins or loses? Of course, chessboard reasoning won't work against an opponent like that. I don't understand. What is Beatrice after that's making her carry out this crime? Just wanted to massacre us all, she could have done it quietly. This whole crazy setup. No need for that kind-hearted advance notice. All this self-aware, closed room stuff or any of the rest. All overacting. I have no clue what it means. Will I be able to understand everything as long as I keep thinking of Beatrice, the greedy human culprit? I won't accept her as a witch. Will my chessboard thinking be stuck before and lined up the pieces? Really is a witch, and everything Maria said is true. There's only one thing for us to do. Theory building a discord and searching for the culprit was all been pointless. We should have all gathered in the dining hall, combined our knowledge to solve the riddle. Combining the knowledge of that many people, we might have been able to grasp at least a thread of the answer. Greedy humans each desiring to gain something over their opponents, getting offered up as sacrifices one by one, gathering their knowledge together. In the end, did the humans get what they deserved? Thought they were using their brains, but they were actually thinking only of their greedy selves. In the end, chessboard theory is a thinking technique where you project yourself on your opponent. So greedy people see their greedy selves inside their opponents. Lazily at Aunt Rosa. She's probably tired from being under all this tension the whole time. Didn't sleep, but she kept staring vaguely at some point off in the space. Rosa had announced that we couldn't trust anyone who hadn't been killed. But Rosa's chessboard thinking saw myself inside opponent, or saw herself inside her opponent. In other words, maybe Aunt Rosa was an isolated woman, unable to trust anyone and unable to let her guard down. Oh, I think I heard about it from my dad. Rosa was originally a very obedient child. Her age was too far separated from the other siblings. They often made conflicting demands of her during their confrontations. Thanks to this, she'd undergone a lot of psychologically harsh experiences in her youth. Often when she copied one of her siblings, another sibling would give her a hard time. True, Aunt Rosa said many things today that could be taken as abusive. That means those words were once showered upon her. Why they were engraved in her vocabulary. And the abusive words that she'd spoken were also words that she'd been showered with in the past. When I think about it, I had the feeling that her style of speech sometimes has traces of Uncle Krause or Aunt Ava in it. I understood it as them being similar because they were siblings, but maybe it wasn't just that. First time, I truly sympathized with Aunt Rosa, but I always assumed was just quiet and gentle. And what about Maria? She's been making a certain claim for a while now. Solve the riddle, the witch displayed to us, the ceremony will be halted and will definitely be saved. I think she also said that Beatrice will never break a promise. This is Maria we're talking about. She herself never breaks promises, and she has the most innocent heart. At least Beatrice also won't break her promises. Able to believe that. Isn't that just an image of Beatrice in Maria's mind? No proof that the real Beatrice always keeps her promises, right?
I keep my promises.
気分の謎を解けば 黄金鏡へ至ることができるだろう。
If you solve the riddle of the epitaph, you should be able to reach the Golden Land.
さすれば儀式は終わる。
When you do, the ceremony will end.
それ以上誰も死にはせぬ。
No more people will die.
お前みたいな外道の極みがルールを遵守するっての
So
か。
you're saying a complete monster like you follows the rules?
わらわが残忍で卑劣で外道であることを否定はせぬ。
I won't deny that I am brutal and unjust and a monster.
だが、わらわは魔女だ。
However, I am a witch.
魔法を使う。
I use magic.
魔法を使うには守らねばならぬルールがある。
In order to use magic, there are some rules that must be followed.
わらわは魔女だからこそ、それをないがしろにできぬのだ。
Because I'm a witch, I cannot neglect those.
それだけは信じるがよい。
You should believe at least that much.
これだけめちゃくちゃやってきて、それでもルールだけは信じろってのかよ。
So even after all the crazy stuff you've done, you're still telling me to believe at least in the rules?
わらわはたぶらかしはする。もちろん人も騙す。
I do play tricks. Of course, I also deceive people.
人間と変わらぬ。
I'm no different from humans in that regard.
だが、約束として口にしたことを保護にしたことは一度もない。
But not once have I disregarded a promise I've spoken.
人間はどうか、約束を。
What about humans? Do you always keep your promises?
約束を守ろうなんてキャッチフレーズがある以上、ちゃんと履行されてるかどうかは疑わしいな。
Since we have catchphrases like keep your promises, hard to imagine that we always follow them properly.
わらわから見れば、人間の方がよっぽど利己的で外道な存在よ。
From my experience, humans are the truly selfish monsters.
人間の約束ほど疑わしいものはない。
There's nothing as dubious as a human's promise.
わらわも時に人間と契約するが、くだらない願い一つ叶えるのに、どれほど厳重に取り決めをするか想像もつくまい。
Even I sometimes make contracts with humans, but you wouldn't imagine how strict an agreement must be just to grant a single foolish wish.
少しでも隙があると、連中はすぐに、叶える願いの数を100に増やせとか、小さな豆粒に変身してみろとか言い出す。
Okay, so it's explicitly acknowledging her, like, extreme experience in contracts and wordplay and everything like that.
Yep.
So, like, again, I cannot believe that her displays earlier of her facial expressions and how she was acting and getting quote-unquote cornered were actually real. I can't believe that just because of this right here. If that is true and that's exactly what was happening, then Ryukishi is the one at fault there. Because, like, that's just... You can't write an entity like this doing something like that and then claim that they have all of this experience and expertise. Especially, like, with, like, one of the fundamental rules of their existence being, like, that they can't break a promise and so on and so forth. You know? Like... Anyway, if there's even a small loophole, they'll immediately say something like, increase the number of wishes to 100, or go turn yourself into a bean, which is kind of funny, actually.
There's this thing Dad always says. He says there's nothing as scary as contracts.
よく読まずにハンコを押すやつは骨の髄までしゃぶられて当然だって言って
According to
たぜ。
him, it's only natural that people who sign without reading them thoroughly will get chewed to the bone.
悪徳で荒稼ぎしてやがったんだな。
He's made a killing through vice.
察しろ。人は生まれながらに詐欺を知りはせぬ。
Imagine it. When people are born, they know nothing of fraud.
どこかで被った。
They get it from somewhere,
だから覚えた。
and so they learn it.
押し付け合わずにはいられぬ人の世の罪か。
Yes, the crimes of the human world, where people must press up against each other.
はて、どこの魔女に聞いたやら。
Let me see. I've heard that from a witch somewhere.
まあいい。そなたが思っているほど、わらわも無慈悲ではないぞ。
Oh well. I'm not as heartless as you think, see?
嘘をつ、これだけの大勢を。しかも
Liar,
ま
you
た
killed so many
こ
people.
んな残酷な方法で殺しておいて何が無慈悲ではないだ。
And you did it in such horrible ways, too. How could you not be heartless?
約束は守るだと。
You say you keep your
いい
promises.
加減なことを言うな。
Don't say stuff like
俺
that.
はお前を認めな
I
い。
won't accept
断
you.
じて
Ever.
それを譲らないことだけがお前への抵抗だと俺は信じてる。
I believe my only way to resist you is never giving up on that.
なるほど。永遠の苛波であるのは、わらわに対しても同じであるというわけか。
I see. So you're saying this eternal torture will be the same for me.
かもしれぬな。
Perhaps.
千年は長い。
1,000 years is a long time.
魔女の強さは、魔力より我慢強さで決まるのかもしれんな。
Maybe a witch's true strength is decided not by their magical power, but by the strength of their endurance.
なるほど。ベルン教の恐ろしさもうなずける。
Yes, I can accept how terrifying Lady Byrne is.
何をわけのわかんねえ話をブツブツ言ってやがる。
Damn you babbling on and on about this incomprehensible stuff.
さっさと永遠の苛波とやらを
Let's
続
quickly
け
get
る。
back to this eternal torture.
俺は1000年でも1万年でも付き合う覚悟だぜ。
Here to stick around for 1,000 years or even 10,000 years.
よいよい。
Good, good.
少しは戦う気力も戻ってきたようだな。
It looks like you've regained some of your will to fight.
そうでなければつまらない。
It would be boring otherwise.
ほら、対戦ゲームでもよくあるだろう。
Come now, don't you see it often in competitive games?
乱入したけど、相手があまりに弱くて拍子抜けで、わざと負けて最終ラウンドまで延長させて。
Sometimes one player intrudes on their opponent's territory, but the opponent is so weak it's a bit of an anticlimax. So the first player loses on purpose to extend the game until the last round.
最後に本気でフルボッコにすることとかってあるだろう。
During which they get serious and shower their opponents with blows, right?
例えの意味がわかんねえよ。
I don't get what that means.
ワイ
That's
ン
because
と
you're a
同
fucking
じ
idiot.
よ。よく熟成させねば輝かぬ。
It's the same as wine. If you don't let it age well, it won't sparkle.
お前はそれに耐えられるワインだ。
You're the same as that
わ
wine.
らわがじっくり熟成させてやる。
I'll carefully make you age.
そなたをわらわの優雅な時間を彩る最高の美酒に育て上げてやるぞ。
Okay, now it's sounding like now it's starting to sound like she's gonna groom him.
Yeah.
Sort of. I'll raise you to be the best alcohol to adorn my elegant time.
だからこの程度で屈服などするな。
So don't give up after only this much.
わらわを引き続き否定してくれよ。
Keep on denying me.
何しろわらわはそなたが認めぬ限り儚き幻想に過ぎぬのだから。
After all, as long as you don't accept me, I'm nothing more than a fleeting illusion.
No matter how many times I see it, it's awful.
教中、お察しします。
Truly sympathize.
シャノンさん、鍵を頼みます。
Cannon, please get the key.
お亡くなりになられたとはいえ、 奥様はレディーです。
Though she is dead, Madam is a lady.
私には触れることができません。
Not touch her.
はい。
Of course. Shannon nodded sharply, her expression filled with a sense of duty. George, Goda, and Shannon had broken a suitable window and were inside the chapel. Since they really hadn't wanted to break one, they'd searched for another way in just in case. In the end, after proving once again that there was nowhere they could slip in through, it only became more obvious that this chapel was a mysterious closed room. Inside the chapel, time had stopped ever since the last time they'd left it. And George wasn't able to approach that gruesome Halloween party again. Only natural. Reminded him again of the sadness of losing both parents at once. Goda, thinking of the possibility that those corpses might have changed in some horrible way now that half a day had passed, didn't want to let George get near them. Shannon followed Goda's instructions and approached the party table. Normally, Shannon might have resented having another dirty job forced on her. Now she could truly understand Goda's mental state. And though Goda had prodigious skill, he'd gotten dragged into trouble, losing his job and ending up left out in the streets before Natsuhi gave him a new life. Though it had been just a casual employment decision for Natsuhi, Goda must have thought it was a turning point in his fate.
Alright, give me a minute. I'm gonna feed my cats, but keep on narrating. I got my headphones on.
Alright. Those around Goda could see that he felt a special kind of loyalty to Natsuhi. They probably didn't want to lose that feeling, even after her death. Now that half a day had passed, the bodies of Natsuhi and the rest had changed completely. Small bugs sniffing out the smell of death had started to gather. It wasn't something you'd want to look at directly. Madam, excuse me. Because of her long experience as a servant, Shannon had an idea of which pocket Natsuhi kept the key to her room in. Will it be this pocket? Her guess didn't fail her. By touching the outside of the pocket, she was immediately able to feel it. It's here, the key to Madam's room. Shannon held the key up high, showing the others that it had been found. George and Goda watched her, their eyes opened wide. It wasn't the expression Shannon was expecting, so it startled her. After all, Shannon hadn't noticed. Goda, watching from afar, noticed it first.
My children.
When Shannon had held the key up high, a blizzard of gold leaf had seeped up from around the table. Were countless gold butterflies.
Run, bitch, run!
It was the first time George had seen them, so it might have looked like some kind of illusion. Goda already knew. He knew that those gold butterflies were far from beautiful, and that they would bring about some kind of misfortune. Gold swell trying to suck Shannon in.
Shannon-san! Hashite!
Shannon, run! What? Shannon also realized that the gold butterflies were trying to swallow her up. She ran unsteadily, her expression still shocked. She did, the gold butterflies danced around her all at once, grouped together, tried to swallow her up.
Shannon!
Damn it, what is this? Are these the gold butterflies you guys were talking about? No, we were talking about completely different gold butterflies.
Yeah, these ones are more like copper gold. What we were talking about was more like titanium gold. Idiot.
Aside quickly, you bastards. Damn it. Damn it. George and Goda rushed up to Shannon, driving off the clouds of butterflies. While the butterflies were scattered, they ran towards the broken window, where they needed a good footing to get out the window, which was surrounded by shards of broken glass. They entered, they had
Shouldn't you be able to unlock the fucking door from the inside? Like, there should be like a fucking switch on the inside. Not switch, but like, you know, a little knob.
It might be, because it's older, it might have an older door still that's, you know, a lock on either side.
That would fucking suck.
When they'd entered, there had been enough time to prepare for that, but now there was none. Oh, never mind. Let's go out through the door. There's no time to look for a footing. It won't open.
貸してくそこのオンボロが
Me, damn this piece of crap.
ジョージ様、お早く。くそ、なめるな。
Or George, quickly. Damn it, don't take me lightly. Yoda took off his jacket, swinging it around and scattering the group of butterflies. Saying he was outnumbered would be a real understatement.
Oh yeah, I wonder why.
It was doubtful that it even bought them a short amount of time, or struggled with the broken handle. Fade showed and it didn't turn well. Can't leave it to strength, it needs the right angle or there's some trick to it.
Yeah, I've had doors where it's like that, where you gotta like lift the fucking door up in the frame and then turn the handle and then push it out. You know? Like, it's... I fucking hate those things.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I get it. Or George, damn it, you monsters. That moment, Goda saw it. It was seen by it. In other words, their eyes met. On top of the party table. Now, with the stained glass behind it, floating, laughing, was the figure of the witch. He saw the figure of the laughing witch in the center of the golden whirlwind, with the gold butterflies fluttering around at the ready.
Beatrice.
It should have been Goda's first meeting with her. He knew her at a glance. Just like the other servants had said, this was certainly the witch of the portrait herself.
そろそろ晩餐の時間ではないか。
Almost time for dinner, is it not?
すでにわらわはこの屋敷のホストである。
I am the host of this mansion now.
そなた
Look
ら
at
を
me.
素
I
晴
am the
らしき
captain
デ
now.
ィナーで歓待しなくてはならぬというもの。
So I must give you a warm reception before your wonderful dinner.
おあつらえ向きに3人ではないか。
And look, we even have 3 people fit to order.
これは実に好都合。
My, how truly convenient. Fucking, like, go beast mode, pick up a pew and throw it at her, you fucking nerd. Hurl that shit. Like, throw it like a Scottish taper, you know? Like, pick it up by the end and just whoop. You gotta do something here. Like, it's not gonna do anything to her. It's...
Goda, quickly. Beatrice.
足を止めてもよいのか？ここがそなたらの墓場にふさわしいというなら、それもよかろうぞ。
Are you sure it's a good idea to just stand there? If you think this place will make a fitting cemetery for yourselves, then be my guests.
かつての主の傍らにて死後も仕えたいというその心意気はたたえようぞ。
I must praise your spirit for wanting to stay by your former master's sides and serve them even after death.
The golden whirlwind that wrapped around the witch burst. It was like an evil hand that had literally spread its fingers and was trying to attack them. A cloud of gold butterflies attacked with a fluttering sound.
急ぐんだ。足を止めちゃいけない。
Hurry, we can't stay here. George's voice brought Shannon and Goda back to their senses. Standing here now would make them like frogs getting stared down by a snake. Had to resist. Had to fight this incarnation of the new, brutal, and frightening order in which Broken Jima had been enveloped. There was no time to take out their umbrellas.
This is like some early 2000s fucking like MMORPG battle music right here.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like the kind of shit where you play set characters that are from like some weird anime universe you've never fucking heard of before.
Mm-hmm.
Like that kind of thing.
No
and it's great because I love that kind of music. That shit always goes hard, but also it just reminds me of like playing Rusty Hearts when I was like 12.
There was no time to take out their umbrellas. The 3 of them dashed out into the pouring rain. 3 of them never realized because they didn't turn around. Little butterflies apparently couldn't handle the rain too well. This hampered their ability to chase after the humans.
I doubt that. I think they're probably just, like, terrifying them on purpose. Because Beatrice definitely gave them so many opportunities to fucking leg it.
Oh, yeah. The 3 people...
And we've already seen that she can kill people without them, like, even realizing she's there, so...
Oh, yeah, 100%. The 3 people ran from their golden pursuers and flew into the mansion.
Oh, nice. How nice. It wouldn't be as fun any other way.
They unlocked the door and dashed into the room. A bit of the scent from Natsu's favorite gentle incense remained in there. However, there was no time to let that calm them down. Where is it? Said it was a treasure box, right? It's just a story I heard. I never heard exactly where it was. I think it'll probably be in her dresser or next to the bed. Kenneth's womanly sensibilities led her to conclude that.
No.
That's just
no, stop it. Stop it.
Yeah, that's just where people put shit.
Yeah, like, my keepsake box is like, so I don't have, like, drawers on my desk, right? Because it's just an L-shaped corner glass top desk, so there's no drawers on it. So what I did is I put a bedside table underneath the part of the desk that I don't use and use that as my drawers for the desk, right?
Yeah.
So my keepsake box is on top of that bedside table, between it and the fucking glass top, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's it. Like, this is the kind of place that people put their shit.
But next to the bed, there was only an incense burner, a half-read novel, and glasses. However, the dresser was elegant and had many drawers, and it would be understandable if she'd kept some of her valuables there.
Yeah, like, you keep it on the bedside table, in your closet somewhere on a shelf. Like,
yeah. Yeah, like, there's these
are these obvious places where you put your keepsake boxes, right?
Natsuhi, sorry. He had to violently open each one of the drawers. Had to hurry. Couldn't actually hear footsteps, but he had the feeling that the witch was approaching. Had the feeling that her laugh was approaching. He emptied the drawers one by one and examined their contents. Every small box for makeup looked like a treasure box. And the amount of effort it would take to inspect all of them made him feel a little dizzy. Maybe it's this box. It's locked and I can't open it. At a glance, it looked slightly larger than a music box. When shaken, it rattled as though various small objects were inside. It was locked and it didn't open. Normally, you'd hide the key somewhere
get a
nearby.
knife and just, like, slip it into the... Get a knife, slip it into the, like, gap there and just pry it the fuck open.
Though some people would carry it on their person. I don't know. There's no choice. Break it. But we can't do it with force, right? We might break the mirror inside. Okay.
The best option would be like a flathead screwdriver.
Could there be a tool to pry it open? Damn it. Oda looked all over the room trying to see if there was some tool that they could use. He noticed the door, which had been left open ever since they'd entered.
On like a small, like, delicate box like these treasure boxes, like, you know, these keepsake boxes or whatever, what you do is you get a screwdriver, a flathead specifically, and put the head into the gap between the lid and the box itself.
Yeah.
Right beside the lock, and then you twist it. You don't, like, lift the screwdriver or anything or pry it, you twist it to make a little bit more room. And you just keep doing that and digging the screwdriver in deeper and deeper and deeper until you get all the way in, and then you pry it open.
Gotcha. He approached the door to close it and saw the abominable shadows of people approaching from beyond the darkness in the hall. No, it wasn't shadows of people. They weren't humans at all. Lord George, hurry.
The way you do this sort of thing with a knife is, like, you put the edge in first, but lengthwise along the side of the box with the tip near the lock, and then you, instead of, like, wiggling it to get it deeper in, you just pry it the fuck open at that point, because you've got all the leverage of the entire side of the box.
Oda's voice trailed off. It was the shock of seeing a procession of those not of this world. It was a servant. He knew all the servants working for the Ushiramiya family. Didn't know about these, but they were definitely servants. Not servants working for Ushiramiya Kinzo or Ushiramiya Kraus. These new servants who work.
Hey, big lads.
Yep. These new
the absolute fucking size of these lads. Look at him.
Absolute units. These new servants, who worked for the new master of the mansion, the Golden Witch Beatrice, had goat heads and bright red, boiled eyes of lava. As the new master laughed loudly and trimly directed 6 of the new servants, he saw them approach, piercing the darkness as they came. Of course, she was clad in gold butterflies that were her symbol. But hurriedly closed the door and locked it.
That's help.
However, just as he locked it, it returned to normal, just as though a spring or something had knocked it back. Yeah.
I love the sound effect. Boing, boing, boing.
It gave the illusion that some prankster beyond the door was unlocking it every time he locked it. He couldn't have reached the other side of the door yet. He was doing it. Oh, how was it doing that? Or who was doing it and how? It almost felt like playing with a broken toy. Click, boy.
I love like the cartoonish sound effect on that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It won't lock. Even if I lock it, it unlocks. What's going on? Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it.
Did you think a lock would stop me? Did you think the door to that room could hold back that room's new master?
It's like the witch could see Goda's frantic effort toward the door. Even now, the footsteps continued to approach. And when not just their footsteps, but even their breath could be heard, Goda gave up on the lock and slammed into the door, locking it using his own large body.
That's a bad plan.
Or George, quickly, quickly, quickly. George, what about this? Letter opener? That's better. Let me have it. Fountain pen isn't working.
Been trying it with a fountain pen. Oh my god. Those are so fragile.
Yeah. George took it and once again dug into the crack under the lid of the treasure box. Looks like it's working.
Are they just banging on the door instead of stabbing him through it, just like to fuck with him?
Yeah,
that would be great. I would love that.
Yeah, I think they're trying to rip the door open, or at least get it to crack open so they can stab him through it without, you know, being the poor sports of just busting through the wood.
Yeah, because they could, like, it's a magic sword, dude. They could just go straight through.
Yeah, they could probably
would not be a problem.
Yeah, they could bust through right through the wood. Unless it had a metal core, then maybe it depends on the metal.
Well, I was just thinking, like, you know, the fucking magic blade just going through, you know? And just stabbing him in the gut from the other side.
But yeah, they're not going to be that poor sports about it.
I guess Beatrice likes her prey to fight back. Which, like, fair. I understand.
Pressure from across the door grew even stronger. Goda screamed. This wasn't a war cry during a test of strength. He was terrified. Simply terrified that nothing but a single wooden door was stopping him from touching something not of this world. But he was still lucky. He wasn't touching the things directly. They were on the other side of the door. If he were to touch them directly, Goda's cry would surely turn from something brave into a pathetic, piercing scream. Therefore, one that was more real. Oh dear, that's definitely one of the stakes.
I don't know which one,
But it is
like I can't see her face, but that's one of them.
Yep. Goda couldn't believe what was happening right before his eyes. Coming through the door, and an arm was flipping right through the wood like it was water. And so doing this was the most natural thing in the world.
I love that it's just like a section of the actual character art.
Oh yeah,
of the pose with them with their blade out.
Oh yeah,
but like faded out. it's so good.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Just use what you have. Do not use an extra asset if you don't have to. that is key to game design.
Like, I love it. It's so goofy and janky.
Yep.
It's beautiful.
And it rubbed the back of Goda's hand as he frantically tried to hold the door shut. It lit up his arm, his chest, and then up his chin. By now, Goda's scream wasn't even audible anymore. You could hear a sweet whispering voice from across the door. Just feeling the man up.
Yeah, just like a quick, hey, big boy.
It wasn't coming from a witch, but it sounded like a young woman. However, that didn't change the fact that came from someone not of this world. Beelzebub.
It's like, oh, you're a big one, aren't you? Sort of thing. So cute. Hey, you see it, right? Your life flashing before your eyes. Let me know when it's over, okay? Beelzebub is gluttony, which fits for him.
Yep. I mean, yeah.
Cool. Like, surface level only, because, like, that's not what gluttony means. Gluttony does not necessarily mean consumption of food.
Yeah, but they don't have a direct vanity. Though there used to be a vanity.
That was pride.
Sense. I mean, yes, pride does kind of fit in. But there was straight up vanity before.
Yeah, it's a little too specific to be, like, considered to fit with the rest of them, I think. So it probably just got folded into pride.
Yeah, probably.
Which, like, gluttony, greed, and lust are all, like, very closely related in the first place.
Yeah.
And same with envy, honestly. Like, those four could be folded all into something. But, like, the main distinguishing factor is what the motivation is behind the desire for more.
Yep, exactly.
Thanks. It's already over, isn't it?
That lewd arm burst. Then they heard the sound. Then they heard the sound of something jumping around the room at an incredible speed. They didn't know what it was. Incredibly fast, small like a steel or maybe like small like steel or maybe a beetle. And it buried itself right in the center of Goda's chest and stopped. They realized for the first time that its true form was something like a stake with a strange design on it. Goda's large body shook, bent backwards, and fell over. As it did, the door opened softly even though no one was pushing it. Helping in, the new master of this room looked up almost as though the door itself had accepted her. The goat attendants came in, one after another, 6 of them. And that witch came in, and the gold butterflies came in. The room was wrapped in a blizzard of gold leaf, which fell and piled up, turning it more and more into a world of gold.
Shannon, ルーレットはそなたとジョージを選んだ。
Shannon, the roulette has chosen you and George.
解放の日に感謝せよ。
Thank me for your day of release.
未練はあるまい？
Do you have any regrets?
ないよな。
You don't, do you?
惚れた男から婚約指輪をもらって 夜も共にしないうちに殺されてしまっても未練なんかないよな。
Receiving an engagement ring from the man you fell for, and then being killed before spending your first night together, that hardly counts as a regret at all, right? You wanted to hold him, didn't you? Or you wanted him to hold you, didn't you?
女の幸せを教えてもらいたかったんだろう。
You wanted him to teach you a woman's joy, right?
ああ、シャーノン、ダメダメ。垂れてるぜ。お前の口元から未練が。
Don't phrase it like that.
Yeah.
Because my brain went places that it really shouldn't have.
Yeah.
No, Shannon, you're dribbling, see? Your regret is dripping down from your mouth.
だらだら垂れてんのが見えるぜ。シャーノン。
I can see it dribbling down from your mouth, Shannon.
Crack. It was the sound of the lid to the treasure box breaking open. When George turned it over, accessories, charms, very small objects that Natsuki had treasured when she was a girl fell out. Mixed in with that was a pouch that stood out from the rest. Picked it up and was immediately sure. This was it.
見つけた。これだ。
I found it. This is it.
いいって及ばなかったの。
So close and yet so far.
死ね。
Die!
くそ。
Didn't it? All at once, the gold butterflies attacked George, who was hurriedly trying to remove the contents of the pouch. At that time, a bright red flash seemed to light up the room. For an instant, that red flash seemed to cut a hole in the cloud of gold butterflies raging around the room, drawing a circle with Shannon at the center. Okay, so same as last time, magical fights equals flashing lights.
Mm-hmm.
Just, if you have issues with that, do what you think is appropriate.
Also, it's fun that, like, the first ability she uses, as opposed to Cannon, is, like, a defensive skill.
Yep.
Whereas Cannon drew a blade, she pulled a shield.
Yep. That red flash seemed to cut a hole in the cloud of gold butterflies raging around the room, drawing a circle with Shannon at the center. So the resulting scene looked truly divine, almost as though a single streak of light had cut through the clouds in this world of gold. George, who was curled in a ball trying to protect himself from the group of butterflies, didn't have a clue what was going on. Then he noticed that Shannon was standing guard in front of him, shielding him. She glared at the witch and the rest with a serious face she'd never shown him before.
Custom art for this. I'd forgotten. You're another sample of Kinzo's outstanding furniture. And you've matured much more than Cannon.
How could you do that to Cannon? I don't mean killing him. How could you erase his remains? And even try to disgrace his honor?
おやおや、シャーノン。それを怒ってるのか？
I'm now Shannon. Is that why you're mad?
カノンに会えなくて寂しいなら、わらわに頼めよ。いつだって会わせてやるというのに。
If you're lonely because Cannon hasn't been around, just let me know, and I'll let you see him whenever you like.
When the witch snapped her fingers, one of the 6 goat attendants glittered gold and changed into Cannon.
I'm sad that it wasn't one of the major demons that turned into him, but apparently one of the fucking shitty ones.
Yeah, it's definitely a sight to make one doubt their eyes. Definitely Cannon's face. However, in those eyes, the glint of Cannon's integrity was nowhere to be seen. They were the hazy eyes of furniture that only obeyed the orders of the witch. George couldn't understand the scene right before his eyes. Finally understood why Goda and the rest had been unable to talk about what they'd seen in the servant room.
楽しいですか?
Are you enjoying this?
Yes.
ああ、楽しいぞ。
Yes, I am.
死が引き裂いた二人を再会させるのはいつだって
Although what she
楽しい
said was more like, yeah, I am. Or, yeah, I'm enjoying this. That's how I'd
Yeah.
translate it, at least, because like she used specifically a casual yes. It's always fun to reunite a pair that have been torn apart by death.
死で引き裂いて一度、合わせて二度、もう一度引き裂いて三度楽しめるのだからな。
After all, I get to enjoy tearing them apart by death, reuniting them, and then tearing them apart again.
さあ、カノン。姉と遊んでやりなさい。
So, Canon, go play with your sister.
もし痛めつけられたら、思いっきり苦悶の表情を浮かべてやるといい。
If she knocks you about, let her see you suffer with all the anguish you can manage. Sorry, Canon. All of my sauce goes to Beatrice.
From the imposter cannon's arm, a strangely shining curve extended. And to tear Shannon apart with that. Single stroke, he would attack Shannon, who still hadn't prepared her heart, and...
許さない。一度ならず、二度までも死者を汚すなんて。
Won't forgive you.
許せない。
I'll never forgive you for dishonoring the dead not just once, but twice.
ほざくな。弟に殺されろよ、シャーノン。
Enough battling. Go get killed by your brother, Shannon.
きっといい夢が見られるぜ。
I'm sure you'll bear witness to a wonderful dream. Flashbangs.
Yep. The imposter cannon certainly seemed to lunge at Shannon, drawing several purple curves. When he flew at her, as though some kind of invisible wall had been placed in front of her. The wall repelled the imposter, leaving a bright red ripple on its surface. When it didn't repel him, it smashed him, knocked him back, turning him into broken dust into little bits, scattering him. That foolish furniture who had taken Cannon's form and even disgraced his honor after death broke into countless gold butterflies. And then those butterflies themselves broke into pieces, and those pieces were broken into pieces. They were no longer butterflies, but a golden splash that faded away.
シャロン。
ジョージさんはそこから動かないでください。
George, please don't move from that
中
spot.
心軸をずらしたくない。
I don't want to shift the central axis.
これは驚いた。
Well, this is certainly a surprise.
虫一匹殺せない面をしてこれだけの力を見せたか。
So though your face makes it look as though you wouldn't hurt a fly, you can display such power.
なるほど。霊境がそなたに力を貸しているというのか。
I see, so that spirit mirror is lending you strength.
しかしその霊境の本当の力を引き出すには準備も時間も足りないな。
But you don't have the tools or the time to draw out its true power.
そのどちらもわらわは与えはせぬ。
Oh, silver butterflies this time. I won't let you have either of those.
Spirit mirror George gripped had let out a divine glow, displaying a strength powerful enough to not submit to wicked forces. But that glow was no match for the witch's sinister nature.
これだから家具は怖い。
This is why furniture can be
予
frightening.
期せずしてタンスの角にぶつける足の小指のような気持ちよ。
That feeling, like unexpectedly stubbing your little toe on the corner of a cabinet.
これだから家具は怖い。
Yes, this is why furniture can be frightening.
家具が家具。
You furniture.
私は家具じゃない。そしてあなたを今はとても哀れに思う。
I am not furniture. And right now, you seem very pitiful to me.
何？ほう。1000年の魔女に100年も至らぬ家具が今何と言ったか。
What? What did this furniture, who hasn't even lived 100 years, just say to a 1,000-year-old witch?
あなたはとても哀れな人。
You're a very pitiful person.
愛し合う二人に未練がないわけがない。
Of course, two people in love will have regrets when they're separated.
でもあなたの期待するような未練はかけらほどもない。
But don't feel none of the kind of regret you're hoping for.
語るか家具の分際で。
You dare to speak furniture?
ジョージと結ばれたくてわらわの靴を舐めた日々を忘れてわらわにそれを語るか。
Have you forgotten the days when you were so desperate to be tied to George that you licked my shoes?
愛に生き泥濘を這うが人間。
Living with love and crawling through the muck is what humans
それ
do.
を嘲笑い見下しているつもりで、あなたはそれにはるかに劣る。
You sneer and look down on them for that, then you're far inferior to them.
私は今こそあなたを哀れに思う。
Especially now, I pity you.
愛し合う二人にとって添い遂げることにどれほどの意味が。
How precious is it for a loving couple when they bring their love to fruition by sleeping together on their first night?
意味はある。
Girl.
きっとある。
It does have meaning. It definitely
でも
does.
それはあなたの言うこととは全然違う。
But it's completely different from what you're
も
saying.
っと新鮮にして。あなたごとき邪悪が口にする資格もないほどの新鮮な意味がある。
It means something so sacred that one such as you has no right to speak of it wickedly.
だから。
Alright, Shannon, you're a powerful mage, but also, like, what the fuck are you talking about?
So I no longer have any
ジョージ
regrets.
さんと愛を誓い合った。
George and I have sworn our love to each other.
その証として指輪を受け取った。
As proof, I accepted his ring.
それで永遠の誓いは完了した。
With that, our eternal vows were completed.
あなたがどんな邪悪な魔法や悪意で私たちを災難だとしても永遠は汚さない。
No matter how you torture us with your wicked magic and your malice, you cannot disgrace eternity.
Shannon, I think there's a small problem with that. She's the eternal
英語と
witch.
詩人のように語るな。
She literally can disgrace eternity because she controls eternity for you. Don't speak in cheap ideals like some poets.
愛は情欲なんだよ。少女漫画見たく綺麗事ばっか
Although
り
she
で語
doesn't seem to
れ
get
ねえ
human
んだ
emotions
よ。
either, so, fair enough.
Yeah.
Love is lust, totally meaningless unless you're sleeping together.
男どもはお前の匂いに惹かれて群がるウジバエどもなんだよ。
Men are mere flies and maggots that get drawn to your female scent and crowd around you.
That says a lot about the men she's been around, which, the only man
Kizzo!
Yeah.
そんなこともその年
Sorry
で
for
まだ
peeking my
理解
mic a little
で
bit
き
there,
ね
but,
えの
I
か
had
よ。
to.
Yeah.
Do you still not understand that at your age?
お前は失望するぜ。その後ろのメガネ男のどす黒い欲望、一度でも覗いちまったら。
Beatrice, most people like it a lot when the person that they care about and love, like, looks at them with lust in their eyes. Most people really, really like that. That's just a normal thing. I think you find that disgusting because you don't care about the people who look at you like that, which is fair.
Yeah.
Because, like,
Kinzo.
Kinzo, and also, like, no one likes getting catcalled.
Yeah.
Or, like, leered at or anything like that. No one likes that shit. I mean, okay, look. Some people like that. Some people are into it. Most people are not like that, though.
No.
it's understandable that the Beatrice is not, you know?
Yeah.
Look, if you're into that sort of thing, you do you. I don't care.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna bash you for it either. I just misspoke there.
Yeah, just, you know, do it in a safe place and not with men who just do that to any woman that, you know,
etc., etc.
You know, did not consent to it, etc.
It goes for men too, honestly.
Yes.
Like, if you like that, do that where you pretty sure you're gonna be safe.
Yeah, you know, do it where your consent is part of the process.
Yes. You'll despair the very first time you witness the dark lust of that glasses man behind you.
がっかり愕然唖然呆然全然ダメだぜショーノ
You'll be crushed, shocked, dumbfounded, stupefied, and it's all useless, Shannon. I think I can see this part actually being heard genuinely, like, put off by what Shannon is saying.
Yeah.
Because of the kind of life that at least we know of, that she's led.
Yeah, exactly.
ああもういいや語るな家具がこの家具
So, like, I talk about, like, how, like, different immortals are compared to, like, normal people, at least in terms of perspective and experience and everything like that. But it is certainly still possible for people to be hundreds, if not thousands of years old, and still have some very, very deep flaws. And in fact, I would find it more and more likely the older they get for them to have those flaws.
Yeah. Deep flaws and deep amounts of trauma, judging from Beatrice.
Mm-hmm. And not just Beatrice, but, like, every immortal that you ever see in a fucking show or a book or what have you is probably going to be deeply traumatized by something that happened hundreds of years ago, right? And that's, you know, I think that's relatively realistic because trauma doesn't just disappear after, you know, a decade or 3 or 4 or 5. Like, carry that shit for a very long time. And for most people, like, it gets smoothed over, you know, like buffed out a little bit, enough to where you can live your life relatively normally after a while. But that doesn't mean it's like gone, you know?
Yeah.
Like, my father lost his older brother to muscular dystrophy when he was like 17 or something like that. And every time I like talk to him about my legs or what have you, he has a small panic attack about like whether or not I have muscular dystrophy, which I don't, because I don't have any of the symptoms. No, don't worry about that. But you know, and it's just like I keep having to tell him every time that I don't have these things. But this man is like in his mid-60s. This shit happened literally like 50 years ago, and he still got that. So like, you know, just because like it doesn't affect your day-to-day life any, doesn't mean it's not going to rear its head at some point like 40 years down the line. And the same is true of immortals here, you know? Like, just because like, for the most part, they're very wise, mature, or whatever, experienced individuals, it doesn't mean like in 400 years something's not going to happen and have them just like have a complete fucking meltdown.
Yep.
Because it might. It can and might, and eventually will if they live long enough. Yeah, that's enough talk out of you, you furniture.
何様のつもりだよ語りやがって愛なんて結局はど汚ねえ汚物をどう綺麗に見せようかって欺瞞なんだよ
Hey, is Beatrice ace?
I don't think it's that she's ace necessarily, though.
Probably not.
You know, from everything I've seen, it's, you know, if you have that headcanon as a viewer, I don't see that as a problem.
Yeah, from all this, like, it seems like she definitely just at least does not get it. Or maybe, possibly, she did love at one point in the past and was horribly, horribly hurt because of it.
Yeah, I think it's definitely, like, trauma related to love.
Hmm. Who the hell do you think you are talking like that? No matter how beautiful you try to make love sound, in the end it's a fraud because love is filthy filth.
そいつに気づいて人は大人になるんだろう死ねよクズ家具スクラップ
Actually use the word English word for scrap there. Distracted me for a second. Don't people become adults when they realize that? Die, you trash. Furniture, scrap.
お前を汚らわしいウジ虫に変えてやるよ。それでもそのメガネがお前を愛するか試してやるよ。
I'll turn you into a filthy maggot, and then we'll see whether that glasses guy still loves you.
Taking the "Will you love me if I was a worm" thing to
honestly just unnecessary levels.
Yeah.
そいつの愛のどぎたねえ現実ってやつを教えてやるよ
Amber, please. I'm yelling at the mic right now. You shouldn't be on my lap. Hi, buddy. In response to that, he leaned his head back into my nose. Hi, buddy. Yes. Alright. Fuck out of here. I'll show you that this guy's only had his eyes on your flesh.
死ねよガラクタがてめえが愛を語る
Yeah, this is definitely like a trauma response.
Yeah.
Die, you piece of crap. Don't you tell me about love. And probably not just the one time either. Probably, like, burned by it a few times.
Yep. The invisible column of light with Shannon at the center started to have bright red ripples drawn all over it at once. Walls did its best to withstand the unseeable malice that tried to corrode it in on them from all directions.
Encroach, I would say, rather than corrode. What do you actually think you're resisting?
安っぽいんだよ薄っぺらいんだよお前の綺麗事と同じなんだよ見せかけだけの薄っぺら
I don't think so, but was that a little bit of Italian there?
I think it might be.
Because, like, some of that did not sound like Japanese. Maybe she's just, like, speaking in a specific accent and angry enough that it was difficult for me to understand, but, like, that sounded like a little bit of Italian there. You're insignificant, you're frail, just like your cheap ideals, just a frail
見
pretense.
たくないものをベールで覆って隠してるだけなんだよまだわかんないのかよだから家具なんだよ家具
You're just hiding what you don't want to see by covering it with a veil. Do you still not understand that's why you're furniture, you furniture?
Give me just a moment.
Yes. Welcome, Diggs. Hello. But yeah, I've never seen, like, Beatrice. I know we're very early on in the whole story as just overall, but I haven't seen Beatrice, like, just drop grammatical rules. Right? Not like this, at least. Sometimes she, like, does run on sentences when it's typing for her, but this is just, like, there's barely any punctuation at all.
Sorry about that, had to take a phone call.
Welcome back.
Yep. And thank you very much, Diggs.
I have an image to show to the stream because this is very funny, and one of my colleagues just posted it in their Discord.
Oh, okay.
Small and squeaky and full of rage. I like this a lot. This is like a very good, like, little frog. Anger frog, let's call it.
Excellent.
This is beautiful. I love it. Look at him. He's so mad. right, anyway, back to it.
Yep. And I'm still feeling pretty good, so we might keep going for a little longer than we usually do.
We're already, like, gone on a little longer than we usually are.
True. But, yeah, so it's up to you, Kat.
End of the scene, maybe. We'll see how we feel at the end.
Okay.
Because we have been live for 9 hours and 10 minutes now.
Yeah, true enough.
We've already been going a while.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I'm assuming you finished up that line while I was...
Yes.
Yeah.
ほらほらほらほらほら削られてるぜ。カリカリコリコリガリガリゴリゴリなんて薄くて情けないんだよ。
See, it's being erased. Crunch, crack, smack, snap. How thin, how shameful.
お前のその薄っぺらな抵抗に比べたら、パルミジャーノレッジアーノの方がまだ削るのに苦労がいるぜ。
Yeah, there was more than just the cheese there. In that as Italian. I definitely heard it that time. Parmigiano Reggiano would be harder to cut through than your frail resistance. Fucking flashbang me like 5 times.
Yep. This is why I warn about it for photosensitivity.
Yeah. You're absolutely right, but there's nothing I can do about it because it's up on all 3 of my screens.
Yeah. The golden windstorm that covered the room gradually began to shave the walls off the column that protected Shannon and George. The bright red ripples frantically drew a resisting pattern, but that just turned it into a red wall of despair that began to wrap the 2 of them up. George, I'm sorry. It was too much for me. After all.
One of my colleagues just like pinged me in the Discord and was just like, "Hey, how'd the stream go?" And I'm just like, "Still on!" Confused screaming.
Yeah, thank you. You fought for my sake. That alone makes me happy. The round wall that had once protected them was assaulted and covered with a curve of bright red ripples as it seemed to scream. And it began to suck the 2 of them up instead.
There are 4 lights. Not everyone will get that. However, I hope many people get that. Most of our audience seems to be about our age, so they should get it.
Yep. George, can I ask a favor? Shannon grasped George's hand behind her, but George hugged her shoulders just as strongly. What is it? In the end, please let me hear you say, I love you. Sayo, I will forever...
Oh, the glasses red this time too. Fuck. Fucking Paige, she just got pissed off there. Damn.
More in a little bit. Alright, well that is that scene done, so what do you think? Are we going to continue, at least until we see Man-Ass?
Sure, yeah. It would be a shame to keep our titles like this without seeing the Man-Ass.
Alright, then I'm going to take a quick bio break first, and then we'll be right back.
Mm-hmm. Meow yourself, fuckbag.
Alright, we're back. So, I don't think we have too much long in this episode to go, so I think what we'll probably do is get through this and then save the tea party and everything else for next time.
That makes sense. Because the tea party and, like, any additional stuff will take, like, an hour by itself.
Yeah, or at least a significant enough amount of time to go, yeah, no. After Genji finished his late meal, he went out to do the nighttime rounds inside the mansion. Eating some reheated soup that Goda had made, some random leftovers from the refrigerator. Those were all things Goda had made himself, and were of course delicious. He had half-heartedly gone to ask Rosa and the others what they would do for dinner, but he'd been yelled at by a voice telling him that the canned food they had would be enough, and the door wasn't even opened for him.
This is about Genji now, right? Yeah.
Yep. So ironically, the servant Genji was able to eat a more delicious meal. Why was it that Genji wasn't afraid to do the rounds all by himself? Even though all of those crimes had been committed, many people had already met a brutal end. Judging by his appearance as he carried out his usual task without a trace of fear, though everything was normal. I'd think all of the horrible events that they had been no more than a dream or an illusion. Was he taking a philosophic view, or had he just accepted his fate?
Great fucking question, nerd.
Let's see.
Everything good?
Yeah. Genji must have considered it a virtue that, when that fate awaited him, was unavoidable. He carried out his duty systematically until the last moment. The depths of his heart would probably remain hidden for all eternity unless he spoke of them himself. He had returned his master key to Rosa, so the places he could reach were extremely limited. All he could do was walk around the hallways, checking to make sure all the windows were closed. He made his rounds go a lot faster than usual.
He dies.
The sound of a reserved knock. Aunt Rosa, who had been falling into a doze, jumped and woke up, pointing the barrel of the gun at the door as she yelled. Who is it? Snapping on the sofa. Voices also brought me back to reality.
Rosa-sama, Genji de gozaimasu.
Lady Rosa, it is I, Genji.
Have some business? Don't worry about opening the door. Tell us from there.
はい。それではこのままで失礼させていただきます。
Yes, ma'am. In that case, forgive me for speaking in this fashion.
南條先生と熊沢の遺体を見つけました。
I have found Dr. Najo and Kumasawa's corpses.
What did you say?
そう、わかったわ。確認に行きましょう。死体を見ない限り、私は誰も信じない。
I see. Very well. Let's go and check them. Until I see the corpses, I won't believe anyone.
大丈夫だよ、バトラー。マリアといれば絶対に大丈夫。
It's okay, Battler. If you stay with me, it'll definitely be okay. Maybe my face seemed to be darkened with anxiety. Maria grasped my hand with her small hand and spoke softly, trying to give me courage. Since it was Aunt Rosa's job to ready the gun and stand guard, it fell to me to remove the barricade of sofas. When I finished, I took a backwards glance at Aunt Rosa, who was pointing the barrel of the gun over my shoulder, and opened the door.
ケンジさん、二人の死体はどこに？
Genji, where are their corpses?
中庭です。ご案内いたします。
In the courtyard, I shall guide you.
バトラ君待って。念のため部屋の戸締まりを確認していくわ。
Adler, wait, just in case, let's check the doors and windows of this
ちょっ
room.
と待ってね。
Wait a second. Aunt Rosa called me to halt to prevent me from going on ahead and began to carefully check the locks on each of the windows. Those locks had already been checked once. It felt kind of unpleasant, as though she suspected that I might have secretly unlocked them when she wasn't looking. Well, maybe Aunt Rosa was right to be this cautious. Though it was called a courtyard, it wasn't really a pretty place you could take a walk in, like the Rose Garden. On the contrary, since it was surrounded by the mansion on all sides, it made you feel a little uncomfortable, as though it was telling you that there would be no escape from the mansion, no matter where you tried to run.
True.
On the other hand,
I don't think Matrix is gonna let you guys get out of here no matter where you try to go. So, like, I think you're fucked.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. On the other hand, that meant that even though you could still hear the violent winds, the wind itself was blocked. Genji held out an umbrella, but Aunt Rosa ignored him. He was probably hinting that the gun with two hands and it would be dangerous if she took the umbrella. He didn't need Genji pointing for us to notice. Right in the center of the courtyard, we could see where Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa lay. Aunt Rosa entered the courtyard without even opening an umbrella, though Genji and I also entered the courtyard without opening one. Only Maria opened hers.
これはあれだな。
Maria, is this, you know?
おお。第7の番と第8の番だね。
It's the 7th and 8th Twilights.
なるほど。
I see.
確かに源氏さんたちが言っていたように二人の首にはひどい傷があるわね。
Certainly, just as Genji and the others said, there are horrible wounds on their necks.
すごく鋭利な。
The cuts are quite sharp.
まるで日本刀か何かで切ったかのようにすっぱりね。
Almost as though they were sliced with a katana or something. Those gaping wounds on their necks definitely made me want to avert my eyes. But after seeing that Halloween party in the chapel, even though they looked horrible, they were no longer enough to make me feel sick. More importantly, our gazes fell to their legs. Dr. Nanjo's knee, Kumasawa's ankle. Driven into each of them was something like a knife or stake with a demonic design. They must have been the same thing as that had pierced Jessica's back.
これは何なの？ジェシカちゃんの時と同じね。
What is this? It's just like what happened to Jessica.
何かオカルトの儀式のつもりなのかしら。
Is this supposed to be some kind of occult ceremony, I wonder?
Rosa!
わかりません。彼らの遺体を最後に見たときには、このようなものはありませんでした。
I do not know. The last time I saw their bodies, there was nothing like these.
使用人室から運び出された後にやられたのでしょう。
Maybe it was done after they were carried out of the servant room.
The one stuck into Dr. Nanjo's knee was still standing erect. The one that had been thrust into Kumasawa's ankle might have been a little shallower. Come out and fallen over. By looking at the one that had fallen over for the first time, I realized that it wasn't a knife. Something like a stake. Its full length was probably about 30 centimeters. Probably made of bronze or iron or something of the sort.
You should be able to tell if it's made of bronze or iron. Maybe not like more than that, but like between the two by looking at the fucking thing.
Yeah, admittedly, it is a rainy, dark courtyard.
True. Shouldn't they have flashlights though to be able to see right now?
No one
Like
accused.
some light on the inside of the courtyard.
Yeah, there did seem to be some lights, but not a lot. Even without touching it, I could tell it had some weight to it. Composed of a grip and a cone-shaped part, it was obviously made to be a piercing weapon.
That's actually a good, like, theory.
Oh,
Dang, Bella.
yeah, that's not a bad idea, actually, yeah. Maybe it was like a miniature version of those lances Western knights used on horseback. Spiral-shaped ditches in it made it look like a small drill. However, the grip had an occult design modeled off a demon or something. So instead of a weapon used in war, it felt like something that would be used in a ceremony to offer up living sacrifices.
間違いない。生贄のつもりなんだな。
There's no mistake, they're meant to be sacrifices.
第7の番に膝をえぐりて殺せ。第8の番に足をえぐりて殺せ。
You or me for this one.
Oh, you go ahead.
Alright. On the 7th twilight, gouge the knee and kill. On the 8th twilight, gouge the leg and kill.
待てよ。
Wait a sec.
それじゃ、第4、5、6の番が抜けちまう。
It means they've left out the 4th, 5th, and 6th twilights. It'd be...
まさか。
Of course. Why is Genji alone? Something like this was what's happened? Why aren't George, Goda, and Shannon here? Is Genji alone?
どういうこと？
Interesting. So the sacrifices do not need to be killed in order, they just need to be staked in order.
Apparently so.
We don't actually know.
ジョージ君たち3人はどこへ行ったの？
What's going on? Where did George and the other two go?
夏日奥様のお部屋を探し物に行きたいと言われましてお出かけになりました。
They said they wanted to search for something in Madame Natsuhi's room, and they left.
まだお戻りになりません。
They have not returned yet.
なんだって。
What did you say?
その出かけたってのはいつ頃の話なんだよ。
You say they left, but when was that?
2、3時間前のことだと思います。
2 or 3 hours ago, I believe.
そんな。
No
なん
way.
でそんな大事なことを。
Didn't you tell us something that... Wait,
な
no.
んで不審に思わなかったんだよ。
Why didn't you think that was
常に
suspicious?
一人使用人は待機していなくてはなりません。
There must be at least one servant on standby at all times.
彼らが戻るまで待機しているのが私のお務めでしたもの。
It was my duty to wait for orders until they returned. Yes, Battler. He is, in fact.
Is Genji really this much of a robot? This is bad. This is bad. It's really bad. Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa were killed like this, which means that 3 people had already been killed. We ran towards Natsuhi's room with a touch of anxiety and just as much resignation. Before we even saw the inside of Aunt Natsuhi's room, we were forced to resign ourselves to a certain fact. On that door was a bizarre scribble. No, filth. Anyway, the room wasn't in an ordinary state, and without even opening the door, we could imagine what we'd find inside. It's a door, how should I say it? Handprints done heavily with same red paint as the magic circles from before.
They've seen this much blood and they're still calling the paint.
Yeah. I banged on the door, scratched at it, dirtied it. It looked like the aftermath of a kindergartner playing in the mud. Didn't know what it could mean. Bright red paint that had been slathered on was dripping down, and even though no one had said it, it made a stink of blood.
That's probably because it fucking is.
Genji, please open it. Aunt Rosa held her gun up high and ordered Genji to open the door. Genji approached it without seeming particularly troubled by that stuff on it and turned to the knob. He immediately turned around, shaking his head. It was locked. At the moment, there was only one person in this mansion who could lock and unlock doors at will, Aunt Rosa. This time, Genji asked Aunt Rosa to unlock the door instead of the other way around. Frowning slightly for a second, Rosa handed me a master key and told me to open the door.
Battler-kun, これで開けてもらえる?
Battler, would you open it with... Battler, would you open it for me with this?
そのくらいのこと、ケンジさんを信用しても。
Just trusting Genji with something like that wouldn't... Aunt Rosa glared at me intensely. Getting into a fight here would only make the mood turn even more sour. Without talking back anymore, I approached that creepy door and tried the knob. It didn't open. Definitely the resistance of the lock. Stuck the key into the keyhole. Plunk. Slight resistance. Rosa told me to be on my guard, and I opened the door without really guarding myself in any way.
He's just like sitting there like, fuck it, take me. I don't care.
And then there was a scene laid out before us that didn't betray my expectations at all. Horrible.
やっぱり第4、5、6の版の再現だったな。
As I thought, it's a reproduction of the 4th, 5th, and 6th Twilights. The inside of the room looked as though a robber had just broken in. Doors had been flung open, pulled out, and had their contents thrown about all over the place, leaving the room so cluttered you'd never believe it belonged to the methodical Aunt Natsuhi. The very first thing that caught our eyes was Goda's corpse lying face down right in front of the door. Right in the center of chest, almost as though it had been stuck there to finish off a vampire, was the one of those demonic stakes from before. Exactly how far...
I'm gonna send you a GIF, but it's just because I found it and I want to like keep it.
Fair enough.
I have no idea what's happening in the background of this GIF, and like I was hoping that like I could zoom in on it after I sent it to you, but no. It doesn't make it any better. It's got that JPEG ass fucking compression on it.
It really does.
I have no idea what's going on there. Like I can see the demons doing something with what's probably a body, but I don't know if that's actually a body or not. It could be just like them putting some cakes on the table or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I can't tell for absolutely certain.
It almost looks like they've got like two identical heads in their hands and they're sort of trying to like smush them together. But I have no idea.
I feel like those will be answered on Thursday.
Probably.
Exactly how far could it have reached after being stuck that deeply into his chest? Just imagining it would make anyone's chest hurt. Wasn't gouging the chest the fifth Twilight? Maria grabbed my hand. Her expression looked just like normal. Maybe she really was afraid of the aura in this room where 3 corpses lay. And along the wall farthest into the room, George lay dead. This time, one of those stakes had been rammed right into the center of his stomach. Wasn't gouging the stomach the sixth Twilight? Shannon's corpse was face down in front of the dresser, lying in a sea of blood. And she'd seen her own face at the end, in that horribly broken mirror stained with blood. She was lying in that way, couldn't see her face, but I could guess even without seeing it. Nearby in the sea of blood she lay in, demon stake had fallen. Only the poor Twilight was left, gouged the head and kill. Maybe my heart was totally worn out and dead. Even though I knew it was wrong, I lifted her head and checked. I confirmed that my guess had been right on the mark. There was a gaping hole in Shannon's head, and the insides were dripping out. Not only that, but you could even see inside her. After seeing that, finally realized I was doing something wrong. Immediately averted my eyes, but by now it was probably pointless. Hey Battler, you mustn't touch anything until the police come. Do you think you're doing touching it? What will you do if our precious evidence on the scene gets disturbed? Rosa got violently mad at me and even tugged at the back of my collar. I tottered limply and fell on my butt, gazing dimly at the ceiling.
Maria.
With this, even the 8th Twilight is over. What was the 9th Twilight again?
第9の晩に魔女は蘇り、誰も生き残れはしない。
The 9th Twilight. The witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. That was way more growly than I expected. It's just because I hadn't opened my mouth and said anything for a couple minutes, but damn.
Yeah. I see. After this, the Golden Witch Beatrice will be revived.
That was not fitting for a 9-year-old, even in witch mode. Fuck.
On the final 10th Twilight.
第10の晩に旅は終わり、黄金の里に至るだろう。
On the
10th Twilight, at Journey's End, you shall attain the power of the Golden Land's treasures, and once and for the last time.
黄金鏡の扉はもうすぐ開かれるんだよ。
Very soon, the door to the Golden Land will be opened.
もうすぐ。
Very soon. Hi, buddy. Handsome young man. There you go.
The witch shall be revived and none shall be left alive, huh? We're gonna die now? Or does this mean that the ceremony of sacrifices is over, and that now at Journey's End we'll reach the Golden Land?
何が俺たちは今日一日犯人を見つけよう事態を打開しようと散々頭をひねって
It's our journey. We spent the whole day trying to find the culprit, spinning our heads as we tried to break out of this situation.
何も至れなかった
And we haven't gotten anywhere.
バカの考え休むに似たりってやつだ
It's like they say, thinking stupid is no better than sleeping.
そうさ俺たちは今日一日
You better sleep all the time then, Battler.
That's right, we spent the whole day burning ourselves up with hatred and paranoia. We We were so sure we could only trust the dead. And we came all the way here just to confirm these 3 deaths with our own eyes. If we're like this, why should we be able to make it to the Golden Land? That's right, if we couldn't resolve any of our problems anyway, it'd been so much better if we locked ourselves up the whole time without thinking at all. Grandfather's the wisest of us. Been shut up in his room since yesterday without any contact with anyone. That was the right decision. Grandfather was the most correct of us all.
Didn't save him in the first Twilight, though.
Nope.
I don't know how Beatrice got in there, like, got him to come out or whatever, but, like, she did.
It's okay, Battler.
It's okay, Battler.
Oh yeah, this is actually you.
If you're with me, you'll be okay. The witch is very fickle, and she's a terrifying being who might kill humans partly for fun sometimes. However, if you're with me, you'll be okay. So, don't be afraid.
Thank you. Even if you're just saying it to console me, I'm glad. After Aunt Rosa finished investigating their corpses, she announced that she'd sealed this room again. Chased the rest of us out, stole back the master key she lent me, and locked the door again. Apparently George had been holding the key to Aunt Natsuhi's room. She also collected that. Wait a sec. She's got all of the master keys on her person. Natsuhi's own key was locked up inside this room. Doesn't that make it another closed room? What is this 4th closed room? Now that the suspicion surrounding those 3 had been cleared, returned to the parlor once more. I don't have a clue what's going on anymore. Only the dead are innocent, and everyone alive is a wolf. It leaves only me, Aunt Rosa, Maria, and Genji. Besides us, there's only Grandfather and that 19th person, the guest we've seen no trace of, Beatrice. 13 people have died and 6 are left. What would a wolves and sheep puzzle with only 6 people end? Even though a puzzle that started with 19 people had been reduced to 6, can't think of an answer.
I'll rush to the bathroom real quick.
Yep.
There's my other sample. There we go. Sorry. Lost it for a second.
Alright, and you'll still have your headphones so I can narrate, correct?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yep. We
You're
returned.
wireless. I can be in the kitchen and hear you. It's great.
Excellent. We returned to the parlor. I was a bit worried that while we were gone, a creepy magic circle or something might have been drawn on the parlor door. Thankfully, we didn't find anything like that.
Arigato, Genji-san. ここまでで結構よ。
Thank you, Genji. This is far
あ
enough.
なたも今日は休んでください。
Please rest for the day.
かしこまりました。これで休ませていただきます。
Certainly. Then please excuse me.
おい、ローザおばさん、この状況下で、ゲンジさんをたった一人で過ごさせるっていうのかよ。
Hey, Aunt Rosa, are you saying you'll leave Genji all alone in a situation like this?
そうね。とても危険なことだと思うわ。
That's right, I do think it's quite dangerous.
でも、ならなぜ彼は無事なの？
But in that case, why is he safe?
彼は3人が夏日姉さんの部屋へ向かった後、ずっと一人でいた。
After those 3 headed to Natsuhi's room, he was alone the whole time.
なのに無事だった。
And yet he's safe.
狼と羊のパズルよ。
It's a wolves and sheep puzzle.
最も弱い立場となる孤立した羊が無事な理由は何？
Why would a sheep be safe if it was all alone and therefore in its weakest possible position?
Because Genji is actually kind of a hard ass.
I mean, yeah, there's that as well.
He did literally protect himself by like killing that butterfly, so
Yeah.
not that like Beatrice couldn't just summon more if she wanted to, but it's just sort of like, you know, there is that.
Probably because by coincidence there weren't any wolves around.
違うわ。それが羊じゃなかったからよ。
Wrong. It's because it wasn't a sheep.
ゲンジさんが狼だって言うのかよ。
Are you saying Genji's a wolf?
彼は一人で厨房にいたそうだけど、それは証明不能よ。
Said he was alone in the kitchen, but that's impossible to prove.
南條先生たちの死体を運んだり、ジョージ君たちを殺したりできたのは、彼かベアトリーチェだけなのよ。
The only ones who could have carried Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa's corpses, who could have killed George and the rest, were him and Beatrice, right?
待てよ。その論法じゃ誰だって。
Hey, with that argument, anyone.
バトラ様、お気遣いをありがとうございます。
Lord Battler, thank you for your concern.
私は信頼を勝ち得るのは常に100の言い訳ではなく一つの誠実であると信じています。
I believe trust is won not with 100 excuses, but with simple faithfulness.
たとえ信頼をいただけなくても私は最後まで誠実でありたいと思います。
Even if I am not able to gain their trust, I wish to be faithful until the end. Get you a friend like Genji, but don't treat him like furniture.
Yeah, please don't.
Just get you a friend like him. Just to have a friend like this man.
なら決まりね。
But of course, you also have to be deserving of that kind of faith. So, be a good person, and then find you a friend like this.
Then we're decided. If you truly are innocent, the police will prove that for us when they come tomorrow. So until then, we cannot remove you from suspicion.
I don't think any of you are going to survive tonight. Like, I think literally everyone's just going to be fucking dead.
After your long years of service, I find it truly painful to treat you so poorly.
You can just not do it, Rosa.
But please understand
you
about
have a
tonight.
Fucking gun.
Please let us make up again. Genji gave his head a small shake.
今日も明日も私は後宮家の使用人であり続けます。
Today and tomorrow, I will continue to be a servant of the Ushimomiya family.
ご用がありましたらいつでもお申し付けください。
If you need anything, please say so at any time.
それでは失礼させていただきます。
Then, if you will excuse me.
After hearing all that, there was nothing left to say. Genji bowed deeply and left down the hall. Then we entered the room. Even though Aunt Rosa still held all of the master keys herself, she thoroughly checked the inside of the parlor again. She opened the curtains and checked again to make sure that the windows were locked. Watched, how should I say it, I felt like it didn't really matter anymore. If I said anything careless, it would turn into another fight. For a while, I gazed at her from the corridor, figuring I'd waited just about long enough and entered the parlor behind her. She doesn't trust anyone but the dead, since she just go around killing everyone with the gun she's got in her hand. And then...
Because she's a little bitch?
And then, in the end, she'll realize that she herself is the wolf. And she can just blast through the head of the final wolf and close the curtain on this insane murder drama. As I thought that bitterly, I returned to the sofa where I'd been encamped before, rudely resting both of my feet on the table. When I tried to do that, I found something there and stopped moving my feet. What is this? Right there, almost as though it had been addressed to me, was a Western envelope. It was that envelope from before with the seal of the one-winged eagle. It was unopened.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Wait. What is this? Who put it in a place like this and when? Till I went with everyone to check the corpses, I was sitting here the whole time. There wasn't anything there then. And when I returned, it was... here. It's okay. Everything's still locked up securely.
You turn around like a Steve Battler just like making the whack face at this fucking envelope and just be like, shit.
Yep. This room is safe. Heard Rosa muttering that. Wait. I We made sure this room was safe when we left it. We checked that the windows were all perfectly locked. When we locked it up, came back, and the windows were still locked. And wait, who put this letter here and how? Open the letter. 2 pieces of stationery came out. The first page had a magic circle drawn in it with something like blood. I asked Maria, she probably know what it meant.
Is this the Mars one?
Yeah, it's the one about Discord and not trusting each other kind of stuff. And there was writing on the other page. Have you made progress in solving the epitaph? Just a short while, your time will be up in a flash. Night's twilight will begin quite soon. There was no mistake. A letter from Beatrice.
ほう、バトラー、それは
Atler, what's that?
ああ、今ここに来たら
When we came here just now,
置いてあった。
it was sitting right here.
どうしたのマリア？
What happened,
バ
Maria?
トラ君、その手紙は？
Atler, that letter.
ここに置いてあったんだ。どうしてだ。この部屋はちゃんと戸締まりをしていたのに。
Wait, it was sitting right here. Why? Even though we checked to make sure this room was locked. Why? Why?
マリア、いらっしゃい。
Maria, come here. Rosa closed her eyes just a little. After thinking silently for a moment, told Maria to come. Maria obeyed her mother's words. She did. Something unbelievable happened. Aunt Rosa pointed the barrel of that gun at me. Because of course she's going to go back on saying, oh, I'm going to treat you just like my child.
バトラ君、あなたを狼だと断定するわ。
Atler, I've concluded that you are a wolf.
どうして？
Why?
私はこの部屋にたった今帰ってきて、そのテーブルの上に何もないことを見ているわ。
When I came into
It was in the first one.
Yep. When I came into the room just now, I saw that there was nothing at all on the
そし
table.
てマリアがそのテーブルに近づいていないことも知
I
ってい
know
る。
that Maria did not approach that
わ
table.
ずかな時間よ。
Talking about a short stretch of
で
time.
もこのテーブルに近づき、そして手紙を見つけたと主張するのはあなただけなのよ。
But the only one who claims to have approached the table and found the letter is you.
そんなのって。いや、めちゃくちゃだ。
How can you... Wait, that's all screwed
なん
up.
で俺がこんなものを置くんだよ。
How did I put something like this here?
おいおい。俺は不審なものを見つけて報告しただけだぜ。
Wait, I just found something suspicious and reported it,
なん
right?
で俺が疑われるんだよ。
Why are you suspecting me?
あなたにしかその手紙をそこへ置けないからよ。
Because only you could have set that letter there.
そう、これは自作自演。
That's right, this is all a charade.
あなたが懐から封筒を取り出し、たった今見つけたかのように振る舞った。
Pulled an envelope from your pocket and then acted as though you just found it.
密室の中に魔女が入って手紙を置いていった幻想を作り出すためにね。
To create the illusion that the witch entered a closed room, set down a letter, and left.
バカ野郎。またそういう考えなのかよ。
So are you thinking like that again?
そんなことで。
Are you gonna suspect
俺ま
me?
で疑うのかよ。
Because of something like that?
いい加減にしろ。
Cut it out.
俺は親父たちを殺されてるんだ
My
ぞ。
dad and everyone else were
そ
killed.
んな俺がどうして犯人の片棒を担がなければならないんだよ。
How would I take part in the culprit scheme?
そうね。たとえ莫大なお金がもらえるとしたとしても、そんなことで肉親の命を切り売りできるような悪魔がいるなんて信じたくないわ。
True, even if you
Hey, if
were.
anyone wants to pay me like $60 million to like sell out my mom, like, give me.
True, even if you were offered a large sum of money, I don't want to believe in the existence of the sort of demon who would sell out their own parents.
でもね、いるかもしれない。
And again, maybe such a demon does exist.
言い方が悪いわ。
No, that's a bad way
Hi,
to say
Rosa.
it.
例えば、バトラ君にとってルドルフ兄さんたちが親でなかったとしたら。
What if you didn't view Rudolph and Curie as your parents?
はあ
What?
何を言い出すかと思えば。
About what you're saying?
親父は親父だろうが。
Dad is dad,
確か
right?
にキリエさんと血縁はねえが、俺の姉貴も同然の人
Yeah,
だ。
he said it here. That you mentioned it a couple streams ago that he sees her like a big sister.
Yeah. Of course, I'm not related to Curie by blood, but she's like a big sister to me.
そこだけは聞き捨てならねえぞ、この野郎。
No way in hell I'll let a comment like that slide, you bastard.
うう言うの をやめなさい。ごめんなさい。言い方が悪かったわね。
Stop saying ooh. I'm sorry, that was a bad way to put
確
it.
かに後宮バトラ君はルドルフ兄さんの子供かもしれない。
True, Ushiromiya Battler may be Rudolph's kid.
でもあなた本当にルドルフ兄さんの息子のバトラ君なの？
But are you really that Battler?
何をわけのわかんねえこと。
What the hell are you talking about?
俺がバトラーじゃねえんなら誰に見えるってんだよ。
I'm not Battler, who the else do I look like?
ルドルフ兄さんも含めて私たちは6年ぶりにあなたに再会しているわ。
All of us, including Rudolph, are seeing you for the first time in 6
あな
years.
たが本当に後宮バトラーかなんて誰も証明できないのよ。
No one
Yeah,
can.
and anyone that like he can like trade memories with right now that's not Rosa herself is dead.
Yep. No one can prove that you really are Ushiromiya Battler, right?
あなたは本当は
However, he does also just like look like his dad.
財産をうまく騙し取ろうと
Yep.
紛れ込んだ何
He
者なの
wouldn't
かも
like
しれない。
hearing that, but he does look like his dad.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Maybe you aren't Battler, but someone who snuck in making a skillful bid to steal the wealth of the Ushiromiya family.
自分が後宮バトラーだとはっきり証明
Can
で
you
きる。
clearly prove that you're Ushiromiya Battler?
今この場で
Right here, right now?
Like he's like 17 or 18, right? So he probably has photo ID. But whether or not she would believe that is entirely different.
Yeah, she's not gonna believe anything right now.
Mm.
Cut it out, damn
俺
it.
は俺だ。
I'm me.
後宮バトラーだ。そこまで疑い出したらあんただって本当に後宮ローザなのかよ。
We're gonna suspect even things like that. Are you really Ushiromiya Rosa?
自分だ。
I'm myself, no one else.
ああ、そうだな。あんたの言う通りだぜ。
Yeah, that's right. It's just as you say. You can't trust anyone but corpses and
自分だ
yourself.
けってわけだ。そこまで言うなら反論させてもらうぜ。
If you're gonna go that far, let me make an objection.
ジョージの兄貴たちが死んでいた。夏日おばさんの部屋には
George,
鍵がかかってた。
George and the others were found dead, and Aunt Natsuhi's room was
部
locked.
屋の鍵はジョージの兄貴が持っていたんだろう。
George had the key to that room,
そ
right?
してマスターキーを持ってるのは今やローザおばさんだけだぜ。
And by now, the only one with the master key is you, Aunt Rosa,
あの
right?
部屋に施錠できたのはあんただけじゃねえかよ。
Aren't you the only one who could have unlocked that room?
俺の推理じゃこうだ。あんたは真犯人と通じ合っていて俺たちの目を盗み5つのマスターキーのうちの1つをこっそり貸し出したんだ。
My theory goes like this. You're in contact with the real culprit, and while I wasn't looking, you lent them one of the 5 master keys.
そんなことしないわよ。ほらここに5つあるわよ。
Didn't do something like that. See, there are 5 of them right here.
そんなのは当てにな。あらかじめ取り決めた場所に置かせて回収したかもしれねえじゃねえかよ。
As if that matters, you could have had them set in a prearranged spot and collected it,
そ
right?
れにマスターキーが5個かどうかは疑わしいと言ってたのはあんただぜ。
Weren't you the one who doubted whether there really were 5 master keys?
じゃああなたはその封筒をあなた以外の誰がどうやってそこに置いたというのよ。
So, how do you suggest that someone other than yourself placed that letter
それ
there?
が証明できない限りあなたが狼なのよ。
Until you find proof someone else did it, you're a wolf.
Until you find Rufy, someone else did it.
ならあんたこそ証明しろよ。犯人はどうやってジョージの兄貴たちをあの密室で殺したと言うんだよ。
Shut up, then why don't you show me some proof? How do you claim the culprit killed George and the rest in that closed
ど
room?
うやって施錠したと言うん
How
だ
did they
よ。
lock it?
全くにもってその夏日の部屋も全く同じだぞ、いつもの通り。
That's exactly right. Natsuhi's room was exactly the same, just like usual.
扉も窓も内側から施錠されていた。
The door and windows were locked from the inside.
いかなるイカ様も細工もなく、そして隠された通行手段もなければ隠れる場所もない。
There were no frauds or tricks, no means of secret passage, nor places in which to hide.
夏日自身の鍵はジョージのポケットに入って室内に閉じ込められていた。
Natsuhi's own key was in George's pocket, and the inside of the room was sealed off.
あとは5本のマスターキーしかないが、それはすべてローザが持っている。
She put Rose in quotes there. Fun. Obviously, I don't think Battler would be able to know that Rosa is in quotes there, but that's interesting for like readers to make us doubt like whether or not that's actually Rosa, which I'm like 99.8% sure that is actually Rosa, but she is like in the case where she is absolutely telling the truth and that is actually truly Rosa, then she's putting the quotes in there to like define it as Rosa the person.
Also, thank you for the follow, Millie Guino.
Let me see that name. Yes, okay. I thought it was gonna be more funnily spelled, but never mind. And in the case of like where that's not actually Rosa, she is leaving like some wordplay there for her to say, yeah, that's Rosa, but not actually say that's Rosa, you know? Only the 5 master keys were left, and Rosa was holding all of them. Content warning, man ass. And let me say this, the parlor's the same.
本来の客間の鍵は使用人室に封印されている。
The key to the parlor itself is sealed away in the servant room.
だからマスターキー以外では解錠不能。部屋の密室定義もいつもに同じよ。
It's interesting that sometimes the punctuation is in red and sometimes it's not. And I don't know if that's a translation, like typography issue, or if that's done on purpose.
I'm not sure.
It could be either, because I could see myself playing around with something like red truth and punctuation.
Maybe. We'll have to see going forward if there's any connection.
Yeah, I think my current idea is if it is on purpose, it's because the punctuation isn't the end of the red truth. Right?
Yeah.
That she's currently speaking. But then again, there's 2 exclamation points here, so never mind, that doesn't fit. It's probably just an issue, like a issue with the translation and typography. Typography, then. Anyway, the definition of a closed room remains the same as always. And it doesn't show the red text in the other one, so...
容疑者はもう一人しかいねえぜ。それでもまだかまととぶんのかよ。後ろ宮バトラー
Come on, now there's only one suspect. Or are you still playing innocent Ushiromiya Battler?
Shut up. You shut up too.
黙るのはあなたの方でしょ。あなた以外にどうやってその手紙を置けたというの？
You're the one who should shut up. How do you claim that letter was placed here by anyone other than you?
それが証明できない限り、あなたは狼なのよ。
Unless you can prove such a thing happened, you're a wolf.
俺が疑えるってんなら、あんただって疑えるぜ。あんたこそ証明してみろ。
We can suspect me, then we can suspect you too, so try showing me some proof yourself.
最初に部屋に入って、戸締まりの確認だのを始めたのは、ローザおばさんじゃねえかよ。
Anyway, weren't you the first person to enter this room and start checking the windows, Aunt Rosa?
そして、俺の座っていた場所に再び俺が戻るだろうことを見越し、
Then you
手紙をそっと置いたんだ。
Then you guessed that I'd go back to where I'd been sitting and secretly put the letter
こ
there.
れはあんたの罠だって疑うこともできるんだぜ。
It's possible for us to suspect that this is a trap of yours, right?
どうして私がそんな罠を？私が狼なら、この銃で問答無用で撃ってるわよ。
Why would I use a trap like that? If I was a wolf, I'd shoot you with this gun without question.
そんなのじゃ理由にならねえな。マリアの目の前で殺人ができねえから。うまく罠にかけようって回りくどいことしてるかもしれねえじゃねえか。
That proves nothing. Maybe you chose a roundabout way of setting a clever trap because you couldn't commit murder in front of Maria.
マスターキーは全てあんたの手ならここもさっきも全部あんたの仕業じゃねえかよ。
All the master keys are in your hand, so what happened both here and in the last room was all you're doing, right?
言い逃れできるってんなら言い訳を聞かせてみろよ。
If you think you can talk your way out of this, then let's hear your excuses.
そうさ。ローザおばさんは最初から怪しいんだよ。
That's right, you've been suspicious from the start, Aunt Rosa. She kinda has been, though.
Yeah, she really has been. She's just been, like, weird about, like, everything. Understandably weird, but also weird.
ローザおばさんだけが例外なんだ。
That's right. You've been suspicious from the start. Why is it that even though 6 adults in the family conference were killed, you were the only
なんで
exception?
ローザおばさんだけがあの礼拝堂にいなかったんだ。
Why were you the only one not in the chapel?
一つしか理由がねえよ。ローザおばさんが親父たちをあそこに
He was
招いて
there
殺した
in
んだ。
that preview of what happened in the chapel, right? Where she was, like, everyone was being convinced of the witch's existence.
Yep. There can only be one reason. You invited Dad and the rest there and killed them.
くそくそ。
Damn it.
それで全部説明がつくじゃねえかよ。ふざけんじゃねえ、ふざけんじゃね
That explains everything, doesn't it? Don't fuck with me. Don't fuck with
え。
me.
わけのわかんねえことを言うんじゃね
Stop saying things that don't make sense.
He sounded like he's about to fucking, like, rip his own fucking scalp off.
Yep. Stop it. You mustn't fight. Mama too. Battler too. Stop it. Stop it. It's no one's fault. It's not Battler's or Mama's fault. The witch did all this. It was done with magic. It's no one's fault. Maria thrust herself in between Aunt Rosa and me as the blood started rising to our heads. Taken aback by Maria's crying voice and returned to my senses. I acted shamefully just now. Eyes filled with tears.
そう全部魔女のせいだったんじゃないかよ。
That's right. It's all the witch's fault, isn't it?
鍵がどうこうとかトリックだのアリバイだの
All this about keys and tricks and alibis.
全部バカらしかったんだ。
All of it was stupid.
魔女の仕業なのに俺たちは同じ人間同士を信じ合うこともできなくて。
Even though it's the work of the witch, we weren't able to trust each other as humans.
なあローザおばさん、人間の犯人なんて最初からいなかったんだ。
Right, Aunt Rosa? From the beginning, there wasn't a human culprit. It was all the work
魔
of the
女の仕業
witch.
だったんだ。だからローザおばさんが犯人のわけがないし、
So there's no way that you're the culprit.
俺やマ
There's
リア
no
だ
way Maria, Genji, or I am
ど
either.
うしてこんなことに
To come to
俺は
this.
どうして
Am I screaming at Aunt
大
Rosa,
好
who I
きだったロー
loved?
ズ優しくって
Why am I having this fight?
大好きだったどうしてこ
With
ん
the
なに
kind aunt I
知り
love
合いをして
so
るんだよ。
much.
なんで
You shouldn't love her. She's not as nice as she seems.
ならねえんだよ。
Why does everyone have to suspect each
お
other?
ばさんを疑ってなんかいないんだ。
I'm not gonna suspect my aunt. I'm not gonna suspect anyone.
全部魔女の仕業だったんだ。ベアトリーチェの仕業だったんだ。
It's all the work of the witch. It's all the work of Beatrice.
全部ベアトリーチェが魔
All
法
the
で行
crime
った
that
事
Beatrice
件
has committed with magic.
ベアトリーチェ頼むからここに現れてくれよ。
Beatrice, please show yourself here.
そして自分が全てやったと
Confess to us that you did everything.
もうごめんだ。こんな疑り合いはごめんなんだ。
I'm sorry already. I'm sorry we
Warning,
suspect
man
each
ass
other like
incoming.
this.
だから俺たちを許してくれ。解放してくれ。互いの死を見届け合うまで疑り合わなきゃならない地獄から解放してくれ。
To forgive us, release us from this hell of suspecting each other until we see each other
俺
die.
に優しい親戚たちを。
Give me my kind relatives and cousins back.
もう嫌だ、嫌だ、全部嫌だ。
I hate it. I hate it. I hate it all.
お前は確かに実在する。
You definitely exist. It's your
お前
victory.
の姿を見せてくれよ。ベアトリーチェ
He sounds way too much like Kinzo when he's screaming her name.
Like
For me
that,
to be
yeah.
comfortable.
Yeah. Show yourself.
ベアトリーチェ
Dude's got some lungs on him though. Like he can hold that note for a while.
Oh, absolutely.
Like I couldn't do that for shit. Like it's probably because I smoke. and I have smoked for like the past 14 years or so. But also, damn. No, not yet on the main ass, huh? Okay, I figured it would be happening at the end of that. Barely, Kizo. Barely.
Yeah. So we're not going to get to Man-Ass tonight. We're going to go for just a few minutes longer, and then we're going to have to wait for Man-Ass on Thursday.
Sadness.
Am I still alive?
Was it a little further away than you thought it was?
Yeah, it's a little further away. And it's just better to pack everything else for the end of episode 2 into Thursday.
Yeah, that's fair.
Apparently some time ago, Kenzo had fallen into a doze, searched for his spectacles, and looked at the clock. It was 10 p.m. A person's ceremony. Let's see, how far has it progressed? Must have come quite far by this time. Kenzo.
Yeah, because it's literally time for her to just, like, recover her strength and come back.
Yeah, Kenzo lifted his heavy body from the chair and approached the portrait of the witch that he gazed at every day. Beatrice, very soon I will have a chance to be reunited with your smile. I care not if I die. I can just see your smile one more time. I will not regret this life. So for heaven's sake, let me meet with you one more time. Then let me swear my love to you. Let me apologize for my crimes.
You're gonna apologize for your crimes and then commit them again. What the fuck?
But I won't let you escape. You are mine. From your hair to your toenails to the dirt under your toenails, you are mine.
Here we go. Like, we haven't had a Kinzo scene in a while, but yeah, this is why we said there.
Yeah.
Beatrice's experience with a love before is probably kind of fucked up.
A little bit, yeah.
Even the broth of her corpse. Bruh. Okay, now I'm hungry, but also, bruh. It's fucked up, man. Hold up, yellow stuck to your eye. There you go. Get the better.
Every fragment of your flesh is mine. Even the broth of your corpse is mine. I won't let you escape this time. You won't slip from my hands. I'll make you mine. For all eternity. I will never let you escape a second time. I will never let you escape a second time.
Say it, don't spray it, fucker. God damn, Kenzo.
Kenzo howled in rage and suddenly fell to his knees as he shook and scraped at the wall. In an instant, he had started sobbing. That's wrong. I didn't want to say something like this, Beatrice. Please let me see you one more time. Even if you only let me apologize.
That sounded like a death rattle.
Your beloved, yearned for. I was mistaken. If you would just smile, I wouldn't need anything else.
Life pro tip. If you don't want to be like Kinzo, don't tell strangers to smile.
Yeah. I made a mistake. I made a mistake back then. And actually, unless you're taking a photo, don't tell anybody you know to smile either.
Yeah, don't tell people to smile. Just in general. They'll smile if they want to.
Yeah.
If you want people to smile, give them an actual, like, real thing to smile about. Something that will make them happy.
It's something that cannot be taken back. An atonement I offer all that remains of my life. In order to apologize to you, in order to atone for my crimes, I offered everything. Please, even if it must happen as I die, at least let me apologize. Just once.
The sounds he makes. Goddamn. Get your claws out of my kneecap.
As Kinzo shook and cried, a butterfly appeared out of nowhere behind his small back like a flake of gold leaf and softly descended.
You fool, Kinzo. Did you think any woman out there would fall for a man's tears? I mean, yeah. Not Kinzo, but, you know, some women like it when, you know, people cry. Just in general. And by some, I mean, like, most people. Not, like in the same way, but, like, you know.
Yeah.
At least you're not holding it in, sort of like, you know? Some people do, like it in that twisted way, but, you know, maybe don't be with those kinds of people. Unless you're also like that, in which case, like, fucking go for it. Go be toxic at each other, I guess. I don't care. Well, even if it wouldn't make a human fall for you, it might do the trick for a woman who is not human. Kinzo, do you remember that game of chess you played with me, which is still ongoing?
Kinzo, as though he had suddenly remembered something, approached the chess set. It was as it had been during the game he'd played with Nanjo until yesterday. Knocking all the pieces off the chessboard, he began to line them up again one by one, to set up for an ongoing game. That's right, like this. I advanced my queen. That was quite a spectacular move. Perhaps it was a little too intense for you. I worried whether you'd abandon your piece or not. Worried for so long. Kinzo waited with the opposite seat empty. Surely, very soon his opponent would appear there. And he would be able to restart this game again. You fool, Kinzo. Want to apologize? Want to see my face again?
That one's me, though.
Yep.
You want to make my smile an eternal thing? Why can't you say a much, much simpler word? Even though that is the sole element of this world. Goes back to the very beginning of this loop.
At that time, Kinzo muttered, "Is it a prayer? An entreaty?" Probably best to just call it muttering.
お前を愛しているベアトリーチェ。
I love you, Beatrice. They were pure words, like something an innocent child would say without any evil intent.
You really are a fool, Kinzo. If you ever have the chance to do your life over again, know that those words will never cause a woman to fall for you. That's right, not unless a miracle happens. That's what makes this...
At that moment, Kinzo definitely heard a small knock, one with a tempo different from those of the servants.
誰だ?
Who is it? The woman beyond the door didn't answer.
誰かと聞いておる。返事をせるか?
Asking who you are, will you not answer? The woman beyond the door didn't answer.
まさか。
Could it be?
まさか。
And this is how he got tricked out of the first time.
ベアトリーチェなのか?
She probably just like knocked on his door and then he was just like, oh fuck, and went to open the door and then boop, got him.
ベアトリーチェ!
I don't think we need to narrate that.
The woman beyond the door answered. On the ninth twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. Yeah, so we're gonna call it here, but thank you very much for joining us, everyone.
Yes, thank you all. We've been live for like 3.5 or so hours longer than we typically do, or aim for at least.
Yeah,
maybe even 4.5. It depends on the day, but yeah, we're done. That's
Yep.
it.
Yeah, so, but we should be able to finish episode 2 on Thursday, I believe.
I don't want to reuse my title from today, but I'm kind of probably gonna have to, right?
Yeah, like, I kind of have to use mine.
Yeah. Content warning, man ass.
Yeah, like...
Oh god, this still gets me.
Yeah.
Fuck's sake. That's really good.